I wasn't born last night.
Hey.
I know these hoes ain't right.
Hey.
She was born last night, but she ain't have a ring or no her ring on last night. Oh,
Hey.
that nerve. Why give a bitch your heart when she rather have a purse? Why
Come
give
on.
a bitch an inch when she rather have 9? You know how the game goes.
People have, hey. Hey.
That's that nerve. You all about her and she all about hers. Birdman J in this bitch, no flamingo.
But I did everything but trust him. Hey.
When a rich nigga wants you, and your nigga can't do nothing for you.
Hey. Hey. That's what he told me.
These hoes ain't loyal. Whoa. These hoes ain't loyal. Yeah, yeah. Just got rich.
I took
a broke nigga bitch.
Hey.
I can make a broke bitch rich.
But what? But what?
But I don't fuck with broke bitches. Got a white girl with some fake tits.
Yeah.
I took her to the bay with me. Eyes closed, smoking marijuana. Rolled up that by Molly, I'm a rockstar. She wanna do drugs, smoke weed, get drunk.
Hey. Hey.
She wanna see a nigga trap. She wanna fuck all the
Yeah, it is. What up, Smarter? What up, Mo? Hey, man.
Nothing for you, nothing, no. These hoes ain't loyal, no they ain't. Whoa, these hoes ain't loyal. Yeah, yeah. Black girl with a big booty. She a bad bitch, let's get to it right away. We up in this club, right need body. I know, girl, that you giving this bitch with your man. I said, no, no, girl. All this money in the air, don't wanna see you dance. Just got rich, took a broke nigga bitch. I can make a broke bitch rich.
But what?
But I don't fuck with broke bitches. When a rich nigga want you, baby. And your nigga can't do nothing for you, no, nothing, no. These hoes ain't loyal, oh, no. These hoes ain't loyal. Rich young nigga, name got bigger and my chains got bigger, so my chains got bigger. Ferrari, Jaguar, switching 4 lanes with the top down, screaming out, money ain't a thing. Me and CB in the bay with her. I send her back home so you can lay with her, okay? Let's talk about this ice that I'm carrying. All these carrots like I'm a fucking vegetarian. Shout out Easy F, her red bone with Mo's Rolex, hoes on deck. She know I got a check, do it too good when she ride that dick. Man, I wouldn't trust that bitch, nope. Come on, girl, why you from? Baby, show me something. When I call her, she gon' leave. And I bet $5 she gon' cheat. Come on,
baby.
Girl, why you from? Baby, show me something. You done spent your bread on her.
Girl, no. Hey, I don't know what happened.
And your nigga can't do nothing for you. These hoes
I don't know what happened.
These hoes ain't loyal. Yeah. When a rich nigga wants you.
Oh, it just came up there. It's just the style. I don't know what the hell happened. I ain't been on here in a minute. There's buttons, new buttons. I'm like, huh? I go with it.
These hoes ain't loyal.
Now you know that purple ain't mine. Now. You know I got to change that. I got to figure that out.
Let me see.
I got to figure that out, baby.
Let me see. Let me see. Oh, these hoes ain't loyal.
What up, what up, what up, what up? Now you know I got to change that purple. What's happening, y'all? What's happening? It does. I'm like, well, what is this about? I don't know what this. I don't know. So let me hold on. Let me my favorite song to ad lib to. Give me a minute. Let me try to figure this out real quick. I don't know what happened. Hold on. Let me see.
Hey, Chris.
don't want no issues, bro. I don't want no smoke. I don't want fights. I don't want to do nothing, bro. Like, please, bro. Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with me? Who want smoke with C?
Hey.
Who want smoke with me?
No, I changed my name to Netflix.
Okay, let's get down to the facts, pussy, I'm dripping red. Don't let this R&B shit fool you niggas get ripped to shreds. Quavo talking like he a dog, nigga, you a bitch with dread. Can't wait to see the day that you back up all of that shit you said. Sorry, all shit you talking, you ain't no huncho, nigga. You the weakest link out of your clique, let's keep it a hundo, nigga. Fuck my ex-hoe, that's cool, I don't give no fuck, little nigga. Cause I fucked your ex when you was still with a bitch, I'm up, little nigga. They say revenge is sweet. Now think about that shit, don't let that lie go over your head, I might just sing about that shit. Think about that dick, it's so sweet about that shit. I definitely feel about that dick, but I ain't gonna speak about that shit. I ain't playing chess with a checker player. I'm a kicking bomb on the detonator. I shit on niggas on my defecator. Put amigo on the ventilator. Stop talking about beating girls. You was beating bitches on the elevator. We seen the taste, that's devastating. You doing bad. You a bitch in your music trash. Actually, they set me next to your lame ass. I was truly mad. All I kept thinking about was breaking your face, but I gave you a pass. You're lucky I ain't wanna fuck the money up. Boy, I would've broke you in half. Quit trying to be tough. You ain't like that. Why you keep showing off? Quit talk about drugs. You the only pack that I've been smoking on. I just hit my plug. Told him come back. I'ma need more than one. Your last album was a weed trade, just some bullshit that we roll up on. You know what's on, put you to bed. Night, night, that's to the fed. Show me that I'm tender, bitch. Trying to prove what you just said. R.I.P. take off, he the only real one that got true respect. Crazy how when he died, everybody really wished it was you instead. Oh shit. We tripping, Chris, don't say that, don't lose your head. You done turned a big bad wolf on these fuck niggas, never knew revenge. This what happens when a fuck nigga push a real nigga out to the edge. This what happens when a dumb nigga get fame and it get to his head. You gon' kiss this ring, nigga. Big fuck you from my middle finger. I tattoo my trigger finger. Bring real beat to your dinner table. My middle state ain't never stable. I know this shit gon' sting, nigga. I ran your ass through the ringer, nigga. You just got body by singing, nigga. Who want smoke with me? 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 Who want?
All right, I'll stop the madness. What's happening? Okay, y'all, right quick. I am trying to. I guess this is okay. I guess Ronnie Bo. This is a Ronnie Bo book he sent me, and I'm trying to get it to my email to send it to those who want to read it. I guess I mean, cause y'all know I don't read, so yeah, this is the Ronnie Bo book. So Mo, let me see if I can get it to you, and you can figure it out. Let me see if I got time for this. This is too much. It's stressing me out. Hold on. Okay, now I sent it over here. Okay. I got time for this shit. It's around the boat book. Let me see my phone. I told you it keeps going to two different places on one number. I don't know how it's doing that. And it's not every call that it's doing that on. It's just some calls. So I'm trying to see. Okay, let me see. I sent it to myself. And maybe I can send it over to Mo. She can figure it out. I ain't trying to do all that. I don't know. I tell you what, hey Mo, this me. Okay? You know I trust your ass. So I can figure it out. Okay. Alright. Let me see if I can get it. Let me see if I can get it to you. Yeah. Okay. See if you get it. I'm telling you, that's me too. Y'all, it's so much going on in this legal world. What is up? What is up? No, that's the Ronnie Bo book. So hopefully you, if you could send it to my email, I can get to my own email. Maybe I can get to you. I can even get to my own email. I don't know what's going on, just in case people want it. I don't know if it's talking about the Illuminati. That ain't. I don't read it anyway. I don't care what it was. I wasn't gonna read it anyway. I was gonna see if he was gonna send it to me, and he did. He really did. So I can't get to my email though. I was, if I would have got it to my email, I would get it to y'all, whoever's interested in there. I dropped the link for anybody. Oh Lord, I dropped the link. If anybody wanted to come up before we get started, I'll go out of order because it ain't like I got no real order. Um, because I know we got early birds in the house. We got early birds in the house. But what's happening, y'all? What is happening? Well, just send it back to my email. Because I can't get it up. I cannot get it to myself. I don't know what's going on. If you don't have my email, but that's me from my real email. We operate on the covert operation. So what's up? Let me see who all up in here. What's up? YouTube, Facebook, and Twitter. What's happening? Well, I don't know. I sent it to you. It's from another 904 number. Cause I didn't know what else to do. But yeah, hey y'all, listen. It's a lot going on. There's a lot going on. Um, with our celebrity and the law, right? I don't know what is going on now. I can't keep up with it. I'm just being honest. Okay. Maybe when I get my stuff all together, of course, get some kind of structure and whatever, maybe. But I'm still trying to gear up for, and I still don't know what I will be teaching. I don't know, but I'm looking forward to all things new. Sometimes, and this is what I found with me because I am a procrastinator, that I just have to just stop and jump in. But here's what I like to do. I like to make sure everything is tidied up before I leave one venture and go to the next. But honey, I've been doing everything but, okay, getting everything, ready for whatever, um, the new the new ventures and stuff. You know what else? I've been, of course, I've been watching my shows. I've added Bell Collective, what is Bell Collective, whatever, to my list, whatever. But I am glad to see that there are other people, mostly women, who are um, who are inviting having multiple streams of income to their lives, right? Some people think that, okay, well, um, most I don't know what's taking so long. Most people think, okay, well, I could just do I'm gonna just do one job and that's it, whatever. A lot of times that's because that's the only thing they can do. because they're limited like that, or there's something they want to do, or there's something they can't do because time is a factor, right? But there are uh-uh. Girl, I hate that they didn't continue to follow True and Shantae. See, I told you that woman wasn't pregnant. It wasn't my family we was talking about that with. I know I talked about that with them too. But I told y'all I didn't believe that woman was pregnant. All of a sudden, the heartbeats are gone in both babies. I knew that helper that couldn't open her eyes wasn't pregnant. I knew it was one of them pregnancy grabs. I knew it. Yeah, she didn't want him to come into the little place that you can get an ultrasound plus buy some clothing in the. I ain't used no. What kind of setup is this? I'm like, is the stuff sterile that you gonna be putting up in me? I mean, or putting on my wedding that well, you get the check or whatever. Because I have, yeah, because they used to put the little thing in there, and the fingers or whatever to check the babies and stuff like that. It's been a long time, y'all, um, but I like, I'm not getting no checkup in here. I'm not the same place I can buy a 5-piece wings with fries and a fruit punch. I can go on there and see the sex of my baby. Yes, honey, and looking crazy. Ad Heifer was on that. See, that's them hood games I be talking about. That's that niggaism stuff I be talking about with the men. I don't do that. I don't like all that. Don't do that. Nope, I don't like that. I don't like the optics, and I definitely don't like the movements. I don't like that. I be trying to duck those situations at all times. I can't stand that. It's too much. It's gonna lead from one good old ghetto shit to the next, one situation to the next. You understand what I'm saying? And that dude gonna be caught up in the middle, and all them hood elements that's gonna pop up. Then you got the hood ornaments and the hood rats, then the hood hoes, then the hood lums and all that. I don't want to do none of that. Right. Exactly. And all I ever wanted her to do is open her eyes all the way. Like, what's wrong with them? Open your eyes. Oh, she got on my nerves. And her mouth couldn't hardly move and stuff. I'm like, what? Child, you triggering me. Hey, you triggering me for a stroke. Shit ain't opening up and whatever. Y'all. But listen, y'all know my shows get me off. Yeah, they all smirking and say, girl, you. Child. That's hood shit. Giggling and all that giggling. See, hoes and hood chicks on, they giggle. They giggle. All of that, and that extra stuff. Yeah, it's just extra. Like, what? I can't. I can't do none of that. I can't take it. So, but yeah, but I like my new little show. I done got hooked on. I had to go back and I didn't go all the way back to season one. I started with the season one reunion, and I started from that, and I'm currently in season two right now. But yeah, I like the men got some problems. a lot of cheating going on. Oh, yeah. But they do the three A's. So they are, acknowledging that they're being accountable and they're atoning for it. I told you I don't care about that fourth A, that apology. You can keep that. Okay, they're doing that. Um, Majority of them, except the one, they're standing by the woman. So I like that. Per them, they stood by them in different situations, and there are uh, there are times when you like check this out right now. And for example, just say y'all going through y'all at odds or whatever. But if he is sticking through, with you when something's going down or whatever, that I mean, that may not do anything for any of you guys, but that says something to me, right? Because it's easy for you to be here and stick by me when it's all good and we cool. Yeah, that's easy. Duh. That was, I have a, no refunds and no exchange and no take back policy, right? So that was one of the reasons why um me and that old Walker husband had gotten back together. Because I told you when my mama had died, I have no idea how he knew how to find me. I didn't know. I didn't know none of that. Because there is nobody that I knew would have called him. I didn't know where he was. Okay. And I told you one day I was coming out my cousin's house, one of them Kenny's house, and he was coming up with his gay cousin. And I'm looking like, how you found me here? Last time I seen you, I was running up the streets. Cause you was really mad. Yeah. But mm-mm. Yeah. Yeah, Mo, it's crazy. It's crazy. And listen, I'm pro the inmates with this current little season they got going on. Because them women is getting on my nerves. They getting on top of them. I'm like, Lord have mercy. Oh, I don't like. I barely like any of them. I really, they get on my nerves, child. But yeah, so and I can tell a lot of those guys they have some manliness, about them. I don't think they'll play a lot of little childish games, and I don't like all that. It's just I don't know. Oh, that girl that can't stop drinking, baby, she makes me want to take a drink. She gonna trigger everybody. And that goddamn Zariah, I don't know what's her problem when every time that boy wants to see his child. And so that's that ghetto hood shit I do not like. Like them women want the man that's not their baby daddy there with her and his and the kid that ain't his, but time it comes to see his kid, there's a problem. She got to act like a fool. I'm so sick of that. Oh, you talking about now? I don't like him, Joey. I think he on that stuff. That's talking about that's marrying that girl. Which one you talking about? The white people that went and spent them and bought them rims and don't have no job with his wide back with his skinny face and fat body. Yeah, now that's I don't like him. Yeah, Joey. Mm-mm. 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 Yeah, Joey gets on my nerve. No, I'm talking about. Yeah, I'm telling you, the one that was walking, trying to cool off, but the Zariah, she get on my nerves. Every time it's time to see his baby, she got to act a fool. I'm sick of her. Got production all in there, and all of them good white people. You know them good white folks don't like all that slamming the doors and throwing the microphones out and acting a fool. The preacher's daughter. No doubt, no doubt. I told you, them church people, they ain't no good either. Mm-mm. You can't tell me nothing about nobody. I'm trying to tell you. If I tell you a duck can pull a truck, shut and hook that sucker up, they ain't about shit. That girl, now, that man done been away from his child I don't know how long, but yet you want him all caught up in that house with you and yours. I want to go to that church service that y'all gonna hold it all day and all of that. And I knew that one that her parents, but it came out. I knew it. I was like, something don't fit him. Yeah. And here we go. I don't like her either. I don't like her either. What else? Before we get this show on the road, let me see who we got. Y'all, we got some crazies tonight. I might start doing something on the crazies that I find on the internet, but you can't play these people's stuff, right? And since I don't know who's safe to play, who's not, I don't know if that Sean Atwood dude videos are safe, so that's why I'm just gonna play the audios. Because I don't want no mess. Unless y'all want me to see if I can test run one. I don't know. That might take me down. Hold on, let me see what's in my back office. Let me see if I got any cause I don't care about the darn YouTube. I like to come out here and every once again and check up on, oh yeah, I got good old who gave me this? I think this was who this was. I don't know what I got. Yeah, so Warner took me down for a week. So I don't want to chance it. Because what production trying to make them argue, that's not production with her at all. That's all her, yeah. In real life, production doesn't know what to do with the Christmas, right? I feel like she's trying to provoke him. Yes. And then she acted so, like you going to see a girl, you talking to a girl, whatever, and she don't want cheated on him. I'm like, girl. And then that girl, what her name is, the real nice guy that was in jail with all that money. I'm like, God damn. He had all that money, baby, in that jail. I mean, he came out and told how he did it. Honey, she tried. Now, the mama do be, the mama really is unfair to expect him to take care of her when he has a wife. I get that. Okay. I'll be on the wife's side about that. However, you don't as the wife, you don't try to make situations worse. And ma'am, she gonna talk about the mama started it. The mama said, y'all go walk away. She turned back around, got in that lady's face, and hit that lady first. She tried to say like the lady did all that first. I don't have time for that. He was my room. He didn't even want to yell. And when her mom shows off the record, you're right. Justine, man, punched the door. Yeah. Girl, me and my cousin and we was laughing, talking. Honey, they didn't know. I said, baby, let me tell you, Justine get on my nerve. Let me tell you why. I don't like all that smiling, all that nervous smiling. I don't like all of that. I don't know what y'all, professionals call that. Okay. That's not where, I don't know what it's called. I just know I don't like it. I don't like that. Well, why are you doing all that smiling? What you smiling for? Chill. I don't like nobody to do that. Listen, when I tell you, God so loved the world and God so loved Angie because he, the people, my friends and family and all the people that I'm close with, they are designer cut for me. Okay? They don't do none of that. And it's amazing. Cause I'm trying to tell you, as many pet peeves and triggers and stuff that I have, I shouldn't have not a one friend. Nobody should want to hang around me. I shouldn't be one of the most loved people. And yet I am. A whole bevy of them. I don't have nobody that sits up there with that nervous smile and looking at. Because, baby, I'll be like, can you stop that? And see, let me tell you what I had to learn, okay? I had to learn that me telling these people to stop doing certain things, that was rude. And it came across as controlling. I wasn't trying to control nobody. I know that just gets on my nerves. Like when I was telling people like what I think was an improper condiment to use with what you're eating. Like what we doing? Like or I tell people like if you got food in your mouth and you put soda in there, even if you put water in there, but definitely if you put soda in there while the food is in your mouth. So I had to stop doing all of that, okay? And I had to just either hold my head down and eat or look some other way. Because then I hit them with that unit on my face, that hardcore stare. Then I had to realize that it's me being ridiculous. I'm the ridiculous one. Leave the people alone. Let people eat the way they want to eat. Leave people alone. So I had to learn that. Okay? It's not them, it's me. No, because I don't know. I don't know, Mo. I have no idea. It just gets on my nerve. I'm trying to tell you, and I'm not, listen, you'll never see me in your office talking about I can't express myself. No, I express myself. Look here, that gets on my nerve. I don't do that. That's getting on my nerves. Like, girl, I be like, oh, chat. Eating and while you talking and eating and smack. That's what I'm saying. Brother used to. It was no joke. It was so many people out here eating on that goddamn camera and blowing their nose, doing all kinds of shit. Child, I used to be. in here, child, just clutching the bridge of my nose. I'm like, baby, they getting on my damn nerve. Let me turn this while writing the comments. Can you stop that? But I don't know if that's me being. I don't know what that is. So, but I let it go. If I see that, if I see you doing all of that, oh my gosh, that smacking. I'm not gonna visit you no more. That smacking. Oh my gosh. Like, what were we doing? Huh? Oh my gosh, child. Yeah, I need to get it together. I don't need no Gia dog. Mm-mm. No, it got to be a man. It could be a woman. It could be. I don't care who it is. I'm not trying to do that. I'm not trying to control no one's mannerisms and things of that nature. I'm not trying to do none of that. It got on my nerves. Okay, and getting on my nerves is a pet peeve. I don't like it. Don't get on my damn nerves. The little girl mama, the little girl who used to design shirts for the Dallas Mavericks, her mama had my daughter eating bagels, blueberry, was it blueberry raisin oatmeal raisin bagels, and putting peanut butter on them. She did that. I was like, who told you? Who told you how to do that? And she told me. I was like, I know. I'm not trying to regulate it and put no mandates on it and stuff like that. I just thought maybe you shouldn't do that. That's all. I just have no idea. How are you trying to speak with food in your mouth and putting soda in there? And if you're not even trying to speak, you just eating and you got already got food in your throat. Why are you putting soda in there? Or water? What you hope to accomplish with that? Besides choking. Yeah, my daughter liked it. But Mo, I always create a workaround. Okay? I just walk away. I just hold my head down. Okay? What you want me to do? What you want me to do? But Mo, I'm trying to tell you, the beauty of it is I don't have nobody around me that owns my pet peeves. I don't. Except, hold on, that one girl, and I had told her until she started crying and told me that it hurts her feelings when I say that had I known that she did this, and the third, we wouldn't be as close. She owns, if I got 10 pet peeves, she owns nine and a half of them. To the workaround with that is we can't hang around all the time. We can't talk all the time. Because it always ends up me going off on you and she crying or she's doing whatever, and then we got non-traditional setting going up, and then one time in the midst of one of our situations, her daughter was supposed to go somewhere with me, and then she didn't let her daughter go because of it. It was just crazy, as if I'm going to do something to her child because I'm having a problem. Like, no. And that was earlier on, but still, so yeah. What? Hey, purple, purple. Why is being unusual equate to me annoyance? Minor like a process to arbitrary rules and find it. Mo, call it what you want, okay? But I've been that way prior to me even going to school. That gets on my nerve. And if it gets on my nerve, I'm going to tell you about it. I used to be real bad. But over the years, so I'm telling you, I always got to work around. This is what I'll do. Okay. How about I won't deal with you? How about I won't deal with you as much? How about that? Because you annoying as hell. I'm telling you, I got the perfect. That's what I'm saying. Y'all, some of y'all are selected, honey. Y'all just don't even know. Sometimes I be asking y'all questions out the blue. I'm asking you for a reason. Sometimes when y'all get a little text from me and I'm asking y'all questions out the blue, I'm asking for a reason. Hey, and I don't mean a hot mouth. I'm hot mouth in my situation too. I asked just to be sure. I just wanted to make sure. Okay. I said, just be, are you ghetto? Said, I'm just wanting to know. Just want to know. Because I tend to be liking her more and more. I didn't know if we was gonna ever get to that point. I just want to know, on the journey. I just want to know, honey, are you ghetto? I just want to know, is this, huh? Cause you seen somebody flip my conversation, my text, put that on, when I was talking to Entanglement back in 2012. When he asked me, what you like about me? You know? I said, you easy on the eye and you're not ghetto. So prior to all of this, I've been like this. I'm way better now. I don't like that. I'm good. I'm good on you. And baby, the thing about me, I know I'm a whole trip. That's why I don't need no counseling. Because I know I'm fucked up. Hey, I know I'm a trip. Uh-huh. And I'm a good time though, baby. Yes. We have a good time. Are you ghetto? Just want to know. Yeah, because that's going, I don't know. And if she is, right, um, she has other stuff in her where, that would probably overshadow that ghetto part or whatever. But she assured us that she's not. Mm, mm-mm, I'm not doing it. Now, here's the thing, right? Ghetto and all that stuff, that's a mindset and as well as a behavior, like I was trying to explain, right? It's a mindset and a behavior. Now, some people, because it's a mindset and behavior, some people cannot turn it off. It's impossible. They don't know when to turn it off. That's gonna get on my nerves. That's different from hood, okay? That's a little different. Maybe a lot different. Ghetto and hood. All right. Some people equate cussing people out as ghetto. Not saying because I do it. I'm just saying no. Because you see people on all kind of stages cussing people out. Hell, Will Smith slapped somebody. That's a display of violence on a stage in front of, many. Much more of them than us. So, mm-mm. What up, Lavelle? You been hiding? Yeah, so I just mm-mm. And it's amazing that in those people, they know how to deal with me. Child, it was so funny, right? When I was having my fibroid surgery, right? Yvette goes to the hospital because they give you the worst case scenario, and they said what they're going to do, but worst case, this is whatever. And worst case, they're gonna take my ass out. Okay. So this is her, right? As if I couldn't hear. She was there, and the girl that I said had like 9.5 of my pet peeves. She owns them, right? That's the same girl who came over on Christmas that I let y'all, hear. So here's Yvette talking to the doctor. She said, "Can I talk to you for a minute?" As if I can't hear. Like you at the foot of my bed. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" She said, listen, if it's all possible, can you leave something in there if it gets like that? If you feel like you got to take it, is there a way that you can really find out if you can leave something? Because we don't have to deal with her if, if if we have to deal with that. We have to deal with her. Please. I'm like, I can hear you. Now, what you mean you can deal with that? You got to deal with it. What? What you mean? Well, for God, she said that to that doctor. I'm embarrassed as hell. What you mean you got to deal with that? Yeah. Lavelle's in the building. Lavelle, I hope you heard that girl singing over there on Tasha K, so you can leave my singing alone. Everybody say at least I sound a little better than her. But I said I was gonna stop singing because that lady, baby was 10. She shouldn't pursue singing. She wasn't the absolutely worst I've ever heard, of course, but she shouldn't pursue it though. She should let that go. Oh yeah, we put her on the list too. But yeah, we got some on our new on our new I guess segments or whatever, honey. We have on the record. I for people like these side shows to Diddy and R. Kelly and all of that, honey, I'm calling them off the record. Okay. We all see off the record. Those are, we ain't show if they're telling the truth, but it's an accompaniment to what's going on. Like you understand what I'm saying to the main issue, right? But we got some paperwork to go through, got a lot of stuff to get down to. Mostly, I can't and more. I'm trying to tell you, I'm so much better. Y'all don't think I'm because that was you know the old me. I've gotten over the years. I've gotten better over the past 3 or 4 years. I've gotten over it. My tolerance level for BS has, it has risen. Right, so it is what it is. Um, Let me put this in here and we can get on with the show, honey. Yeah, y'all. It's been. I mean, I don't know. Like, we need to find out. Is it any money in creating all this sideshow crap? I mean, what is happening? I promise you. Ronnie both said that he. Okay, I just changed my title. Shut up, Lavelle. Ronnie both said that he wasn't going to do no more interviews. After that, he did. After the ones I played, he did. He's done like two or three more. So who got up on? Let's go to why selling these wiretaps. Let's listen to these, right? But I truly have missed you guys. Let me see if I can hear. Okay, let me get this on the screen and we can hear about these wiretaps, child. Now I'm still unsure why in 20 whatever people are on the phone talking as if nobody is listening. I don't know how that works. I don't know. I don't know what's going on with that. But people are really, I mean, I didn't listen to this today or whatever, so I'll be listening to this with you. I went to see what was the updates for today, and then when I heard it sounded like a wiretap, I said, "Oh, well, this would be good to add to the list, right?" Because I wasn't going to jump back in on YSL right now, because I'm kind of, I don't know where we are with it, right? I saw this guy get on the stand. He was trying to testify. I think it's YSL Obama. Maybe I'll attach that to the end of this to keep the YSL pack together. But I'll observe the time. Let me see if I can do it right this time. The topics up. Yeah, honey, it's been a trip. Oh my god, I was so. Some of y'all know, but um, y'all remember on election night or election morning, I'd eaten these things called the boom boom shrimp or something like that. I don't know if that's what did it, but I had GI issues or what have you, right? And ever since I had that surgery, it's gotten better, right? I've never been a person that was regular or whatever. I don't want to do TMI, but stuff has gotten it's gotten better, and the pains or whatever, right? Honey. So I ate them boom boom shrimp or whatever. And the next morning I was sick. All hell broke loose. Okay? Meaning it was coming from everywhere. Usually it takes me like 2 or 3 days for me to recover and feel better. And that's after I go to the hospital because I'm impatient, right? I don't want to ride it out and let it work itself out in 4 days. And I don't like to do all that. Give me some medicine now and like that, right? So usually, even when I go to the hospital, right, it takes about 3 to 4 days for me to, come back and me to really feel like, mm-mm, I everything, got came out everywhere, but every which way but loose. My daughter knocked over my little child, almost my little nastiness and what I had to clean that up, whatever. But I felt better like that same day. And that's with no medicine or no nothing. So it was something about that surgery that relieved something because I didn't even have to, I usually put a heating pad on my belly, right? But I didn't do any alka seltzer or anything like that. I wasn't drinking any hot water or anything like that, right? When I came back together because, baby, I did, whoo, child. Oh, I got to change that too.
We are going to go ahead and continue with the testimony of Detective Verito.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
When we left off on Friday, we began playing some of the calls from the wiretap interception. I want to ask you before we continue playing, are you able to tell the jury how many wiretap calls were monitored over the course of the month that you were all monitoring, that law enforcement was monitoring the wire calls?
It was in the thousands. I don't have an exact number, but I want to say probably we're doing 8 and 10, if I can remember correctly. 1,000?
8 and 10,000?
I believe so.
And as a gang investigator, is this the only wiretap investigation that you have conducted?
It is not.
And are the wiretaps one of the tools that you use in order to conduct your investigations?
They are.
Now I want to pick up and publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, call number 512, which is on March 16th, 2022 at 6:49 p.m. And you're on permission for the state to sit during the playing of the call.
You may.
Bruh. Diddy. Yeah. Man, I thought you were come look at the weed, man. Man, he told me he had it. I got it now, bro. I got it. You do? And I got a few different flavors. You say you got a few different flavors, Wayne? Flavors. Oh, okay. The same though? Yeah. Okay. When I got down, it was just too much going on yesterday. Man, that shit was crazy here, man. 12 had nigga about 3-4 hours, man.
For real? What? Holding you?
Yeah, now you know they shut up Big Nick spot. I was in there. We think.
Oh, they shot a big niche spot, bro.
Man, yeah, man. So we got down. We think them niggas gonna come back. We think they gonna come back through. 12 pulled up.
God, keep on careful, D. But them folks shot a big niche spot, bro.
Man, hell yeah, I'm over coming through the window. You know, all this in the living room. It's crazy. Why nobody get hit?
And you know when one bid working, bro. One now, one of y'all gonna get hit, bro. But that's
Yeah,
crazy,
for
bro.
sure. Yeah,
What the fuck wrong with these niggas, bro?
man. And when they little partner just died in McKinneyville, about 2 nights ago.
Boy, that's wild. I don't even think Milk know that, boy. He gonna be.
Yeah.
You know, Quay had locked up. That's the only
For
reason
real?
he seen his ass.
Why ain't he know that?
He locked up. Bro. That's the only reason you ain't seen him, huh?
Yeah, this shit was last night. If you talk to him on the phone, no, you know what I'm saying? They be like, shit got shut up, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Baba.
Yeah.
Damn, he gonna be that. I ain't gonna lie, but that nigga gonna be fine. That's crazy, bro.
Yeah, man.
That's crazy, but your ass need to goddamn be smooth, bro.
Man, yeah, bro. But too much going on. Like, this shit. Too much going on, man.
Hey, nigga. How the hell y'all ain't got no drop on these nigga, bro?
Man, nigga ham, bro.
That's wild, bro. That's wild, bro. I'm on the way to the spot, though, bro. Just got down, you know, whenever you pop out, bro, pull up on me, bro.
Alright.
Alright.
So just a few questions about that call. Did you hear when Mr. Garlington said they shot a Big Nick spot?
I did.
And are you familiar with the location that they're saying is Big Nick's spot?
Yes.
And what location is that?
2830 Waters Road.
And did you hear when Demikian Garlington gave the reason why he believed that they came through and shot a Big Nick spot?
Yes.
Okay. And what was that?
That their boy had been killed in Mechanicsville.
And then did you hear when the caller said you don't have the drop on them?
Correct.
Have you heard that terminology before?
I have.
What is your understanding of when someone says you don't have the drop on them? What does that mean?
Like the location, having their location.
I want to now publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV, March 16th, 2022 at 9:41 p.m. PDF, page 523. And from 34 seconds to 3 minutes, sorry. From 34 seconds to 3 minutes and 54 seconds.
What spot, Nick? Fucking free.
Last night?
Last night, boy. You know, I wasn't even gonna come back. Man, it was like, goddamn, pull up. We were finna be on one. Goddamn.
So y'all was in there?
And boy, about 6, 7 deep. Tunk just had them pulled out, boy.
Damn, that's a fool. I thought they already went over there and shot one other
They
side.
did, but still, man, I'm on some everyday shit.
They double back.
Oh, you talking about at
Oh,
that
yes.
spot?
Yeah.
Ain't nobody went next, right?
Oh, no, I heard it a couple days ago. Somebody they said they went over there.
Oh,
That one ain't
yeah,
no.
nah,
But
nah.
you said they just went over there last night.
Yeah, well, we there, man. I'm like, yeah, man. Boy, I wasn't even finna come over here, man.
Yeah, you talking about? Yeah, I ain't even know nothing about that
Yeah,
shit.
and look, we like to hear. We think we like, all right, they gonna come back through. Man, we think they gonna come back through, so we can hit that motherfucker up, man. 12 pull up, man. Hey, what?
In the house?
Yeah, I'm like, the hell. We hit them folk like, cause we got our light. So, them folk like, we gonna have to come in. We gonna have to come in, cause goddamn, make sure ain't nobody dead, man. I hit the back door like that, boy. I'm on parole, man. All this shit in here, man.
Hey, you talking about? So,
Hey.
like, y'all have to come in.
Yeah, no, we just heard them talk to the other officer, like, yeah, we can go in, make sure ain't nobody. Man, it beat them up under the house. Goddamn, man, but 4 of us in the house, they keep saying, man, you don't go out. I'm like, man, I got me fucked up, man.
You took out right?
No, I hit the back door. Them folks it was on both sides. And I was just like, I seen them on one side, 'cause I was just gonna sit in the car, in the yard.
Yeah.
But I seen them looking at the cars over there, go through the other way. They know they was over there. I'm like, hey, come here. I'm like, hey, man, I just heard some gunshot. Yeah, I'm like, hey, man, I just heard a gunshot, man.
Okay.
Yeah, they're like, where you coming from? Like the wood. I'm dry here. It pouring down rain. No folks like, man, you ain't wet at all, man. I'm like, man, I'm telling, man. I was in the woods. I don't know how I ain't wet. I was in the woods. But I ain't no savage.
Hey, what?
So y'all check that house out, well.
Hell no, I ain't got nothing to do with
They
that
still
house.
went in there though. They didn't check that. But that was good, boy. It be safe.
Oh, they ain't searched. They
Make sure.
they just looked
Yeah,
around.
just make sure nobody dead.
Yeah, so when nobody know when they went in?
Yeah. They found Mal, goddamn Lil Quay, and another name.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm like, hell.
What they at the house?
Yeah, from the pop out for Court. So they got a little video shoot.
Oh, they got a video shoot.
Yeah. I ain't really been outside, bro. Bro, you ain't got nobody who been trying to say no pill.
We were stopped at 3:52 p.m. 3:52 into the call.
Y'all, let me stop that right here, right? Because I'm on the other side listening to I think Sylvia must be, I don't know if she did an interview or I'm not sure what she's playing, but this is so funny. How I guess, anyway, I'll let you hear it, but as I'm in between, I'm still playing the wiretaps, right? But I want you to listen to how Sylvia answered this question. Now, this ain't no, I'm coming at Sylvia. No. That's not what it's, because you don't attack the person. You're supposed to attack the commentary, as that's what they're saying. I'm not even attacking her her commentary. I'm just disagreeing with what she says to a certain degree. And I spoke about this um, already on my wall. Okay, but to hear her say it, it just brings back what I had said. So listen to this.
I believe that a lot good came out of it, because if had we not gone inside the courtroom, we would have not seen the human side, or we would have just went along with what the national media is saying, a bunch of hoodlums and no good black men. And now we see human beings, we see individuals who were basically caught up in their circumstances and poverty, and just it could happen to anybody, because
I like
have
I like that you said that because it really was a situation where poverty was on trial here.
Yeah, yeah. And then they made Jeffrey the main individual because he was trying to get his community, the people in his community, out of that.
And Jeffrey being young thug.
Yeah, he was trying to show them a different life, a different way of life. He offered them jobs, offered them opportunities, but they still were stuck in the old mindset.
The poverty mindset. Yeah, we definitely saw that with this trial, because it went deep into the trenches of poverty. And I remember, speaking of another channel, watching Shannon Sharp. He did an interview with 21 Savage. And they always say, you got to get to know a person's story. And I just remember 21 Savage telling his story, him being an immigrant, and people saying, man, you got to go to school and do all of this, and not being able to just, people not having the information that he was an illegal immigrant at the time. And so I just remember his telling his story, coming across the moment in his life when all hope was lost.
Okay. 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 Woo! Because I went into this in detail, right? About using poverty as an excuse for crime. What? Now, let me tell you this. I know that there are crimes that are done out of necessity. You have no, listen, you can have that. There are crimes that's done out of necessity. Make sure y'all can hear me. Okay? There are. However, that cannot be the excuse for every time someone that's black or brown goes on trial, or every time someone black or brown commits a crime or does something wrong. There's always an excuse. Do you know that when we make excuses for whatever it could be cheating, it could be killing, it could be whatever. Do you know that we're sending a signal saying it's okay, we understand? This all this is in my opinion. But there is statistical data to back up what I'm saying. Because people do study on every goddamn thing, right? They study every damn thing, okay? We're saying that it's normal and it's okay. So continue on, right? Never mind and fuck the victims and all of that. Forget all of that. And again, I understand both sides of it. Trust me, I do. But I'm not gonna make no excuses for it. They poverty district, right? They got doing all this out of poverty, whatever. Yet I don't know if how many of them in there had a court-appointed attorney. Huh? If you're doing something because you want to improve your conditions, then you do that thing to improve your condition. Not have some kind of beefing back and forth about whatever, that has nothing to do with food and rent and shit like that. I don't hear nothing about no, I got to pay my rent and all this in your songs and all of that. That's not what I'm hearing. So I'm trying to get this together. It's not poverty, the reason why these people are doing all this shit. Because if that were the case, then you need to hit a lick, you gotta feed your kid, or you gotta help your mama, or whatever the case is. Boom, 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 and get the fuck on up out of it, right? That ain't what's going on. Are they hitting licks? Are they robbing people and then going to the grocery store? I'm just trying to understand. I'm just trying to understand. That's why that argument makes no goddamn sense. And that's why when it comes to mitigation, yeah, it's understood, but they don't always take it into account when sentencing your ass. Huh? It has more to do with opportunity. It has more to do with mindset. You ain't got shit to do. You blew off school. How many of them say that they graduated the normal way? Now, if you got a bridge, if you gonna build a house for me, say that you was too hungry to go to school, so you hung around with the wrong crowd and to feed yourself whatever. You did this, that, and the third, and then maybe the life of crime is what you chose or whatever after being caught so many times, whatever, you couldn't get a job, whatever. Build me a house that way. Now I understand that a little bit more better. Well, a lot of people have experienced poverty. And they ain't go to, kill people for nonsense ass reasons. Like, give me a break on that. That's what I'm saying. We're never going to improve if we keep making excuses and normalizing shit that it isn't normal. It isn't okay. I'm so sick of that. I'm gonna fuck around and cuss one of y'all out. No, why? Because I'm bored. Oh, no, but I'm just saying, like, I was on, here just listening, and I'm like, whoa. Like, so what do you tell the victims? Have you ever sat across from a few of them? Hmm? I asked somebody why didn't somebody love to death, that love me to death. Why didn't he, you know, leave crime alone? He told me because I'm expensive. That's what he said. Like what? Yeah, and you know, okay. Like, so it's excuses, right? We are normalizing this stuff. We're saying, yeah, it's okay. Don't do your thing. you know, not even telling them, hey, I mean, you know, when you normalize this shit with with the people you love or the people you support or whatever, are you thinking about what's going to happen if something happens to them as they carry out this normal life of crime? How you gonna feel then? People don't think. They just pull the first hood ghetto ass shit out their ass. And I don't go beyond that. That's hood acceptance. Ghetto shit. Nigga shit. You know what strain crime puts on our economy and every goddamn thing else. I list a whole bunch of shit. Don't play with me. I don't hear shit about no goddamn conditions. What happens after you improve them? All them people there got all them high power, high price attorneys. And maybe someone could have went through the program in their state that offset some of the costs, whatever, if they applied for it, if they were approved for it, right? But still, they're not court appointed. So don't play with me. Ghetto shit. Now let me tell you something. If Trump puts you ghetto ass people on a boat somewhere, then hey, you know, he and I'll be we be okay. You know, I don't say we'll be okay because we'll never be okay. But I'm like, okay, I see you doing that one, okay. But come on, you gotta do better than that. It's that thought process that I just can't with. I just can't.
Listening to that call, did you hear early in the conversation where Mr. Garland said Tunk had just pulled off?
Yes,
As a part of your investigation into YSL, have you heard of an individual with the nickname Tunk?
I have.
And who is your understanding of who that person is?
That would be Antonio Sledge.
And in listening to a number of these calls from the mornings of March 15th and March 16th, was there more information provided in these calls versus what Mr. Stillwell told you the night that you went and spoke to him that morning?
Yes.
Okay. Did you hear when Mr. Garn talked about, I believe, going into the basement of the home?
Yes.
Okay. Where did you observe a basement area of that home?
When I did my search warrant on the 17th, I did.
Okay. And where was that area located?
Underneath the house.
And from the search warrant, do you recall, was there an entrance to that location from the house, or did you have to go outside of the house to enter to that location?
Can't remember direct from in the house, but I know there was an outside entrance from what I saw.
Now, as you were listening to these calls, did you ever hear a call between Miss Taisha Alexander and Demikion Garlington?
Yes,
And are you familiar with the name of Taisha Alexander?
I am.
I want to publish from State's Exhibit 437 VV. The call on March 17, 2022 at 7:04 p.m., page 664. And we're going to play first timestamps 00 to 024, and then 158 to 215.
Hello? Yeah.
What the hell they got sending for?
I don't know. China called when like him and Clay got on a high-speed chase to the Baba house.
Yeah.
Why the hell he in a high-speed chase if he in a rental? His rental legit.
Yeah.
He got my legit gun. Like, what the hell was in the car that made him say he ain't.
And now we're gonna go to 158. 158.
So I don't know if where my gun at. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
But I know he not dumb. He ride around my gun for a reason. So if he do get pulled over, see what I'm saying? It's clean. So I know he not done with. I know I ain't worried about that. I'm just trying to figure out why the hell he locked up.
Exactly.
And listen to those calls. I believe we talked about this last week. Did you ultimately go to Arrowhead Pawn Shop and get a receipt for the FN gun that was found on March 17th, 2022 at the area of Meadowlark Lane?
I did.
And who did that gun come back to?
Miss Taisha Alexander.
And then through your investigation, do you know, are you aware of a nickname for Miss Alexander?
She was by Polka.
Your Honor, we're getting ready to play those two calls. Thank you.
All right, so ladies and gentlemen, you're about to hear on these next two calls. It's going to be two different people talking. And for these two calls, it's only going to be Mr. Garlington's words that are evidence. You're not to consider the other speaker's statements against anyone or as substantive evidence in this trial on any count. It's just the conversation won't make any sense if you just hear Mr. Garlington's, but it's only Mr. Garlington's words that are going to be evidence.
Thank you, Your Honor. And at this time, the state is going to publish March 17th, 2022 at 4:10 p.m., which is page 635, and March 18th, 2022 at 6:21 p.m., which is page 820 of State's Exhibit 437 VV.
What's going on? Where you at? In the apartment. You got your family? Hell nah. Oh, nah, I got my shit. Just got now. What's in? So no folk got now. Where the hell you at? I'm finna pull up. The meat on white out there. Yeah. Nah, everybody out here though. I ain't got no fire. I been got no just chilling trying to these coats on. You say you trying to do what? I said I just been chilling trying to see what these folks on before I get notified. What? Yeah, man, fuck you. Nah, cause them folks they got damn man. That shit, them folks they hit the spot that they went in there, but still just like what Miss V, boy. I know they hit that bitch. Yeah, but now I just feel like Miss V on a nigga, boy. So I'm just trying to move cautious. Well, definitely. You know that wrong. Yeah. And she saying y'all see nothing. Well, you know she on y'all. Who all you say out there? Big regular, big zoo them. Big out there? Yeah. Alright, yeah, come. Alright. Yeah.
Now, before we publish the next call, in this call, what time was the search warrant executed on March 17th, 2022? Do you recall?
I want to say in the early afternoon.
Was it before 4:10 p.m.?
Yes.
And again, did you hear when Mr. Garlington talked about Miss V?
I did.
Is that your understanding? That's the name that they call you?
It is.
Now I'm going to publish March 18, 2022, 6:21 p.m. from 25 seconds to 54 seconds in the call.
just seen the news. I seen the new thing. They said the two they got, and they said one they got on outstanding one. They ain't say my name.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, but I just still.
Well,
That's I just want to make sure I don't know what's going on.
yeah, you know I'm back though. I just really.
Now, in listening to that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington, talk about warrants in this case?
Yes,
All right. And is this call after Mr. Stillwell and Mr. Nichols have been arrested?
it is.
And in that call that we just heard, did you hear Mr. Garlington say, they ain't say my name, I just wanted to make sure?
I did.
And that he had seen something on the news?
Yes.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 5:02:19 p.m. from 14 seconds to 46 seconds.
Ain't dying down, so now these fuck niggas think they yeah. That's how we're going on. Everything dying down. Yeah. You know how they go. That's why we Poto goddamn went out of town for a little minute, bro. Let that shit die down. No, these niggas they wanted me to pay for the shit, and nobody want to put in their money to pay, bro. For real. Everybody hesitate to put in to pay for the fucking Airbnb. I'm like, man, fuck that shit. I'm telling you, man.
Now, in listening to that call, as a part of your investigation in this indictment, are you familiar with events surrounding the Donovan Thomas murder?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with individuals going to Miami after the shooting death of Mr. Donovan Thomas Jr.?
I am.
And in this call, did you hear Demikion Garlington say that they were getting ready to go out of town for a little while until stuff died down?
I did.
Now we're going to publish March 22nd, 2022 at 6:21:41 p.m. from States Exhibit 437 BV from 9:04 to 10:32.
Yeah.
Okay. He got a lawyer, right?
They say brother gonna get all them boy money. Say he gonna get Brian and the other nigga he gonna get out of it, like.
Man, the shot with the clothes got locked up for it.
Nah, they who the one they said they looking for. I just talked to them the other day. About 2 days, yesterday, 2 days ago.
I think the shot on the low, like, oh hell no.
Hell yeah, boy, he keep calling. Hey, D, bro. What the hell going on? I'm like, shit, but I don't know.
Hey, damn. He talking like what's going on?
He calling everybody.
He just drunk.
Yeah, hell yeah, but they ain't did nothing.
Yeah, I know it.
But you know how that shit, these brothers nigga just gonna have to ride. Nigga know you gonna get through it, but I just know a nigga like, nigga ain't did nothing, bro.
You say let's try to ride, OD?
Man,
I
I
mean, you
don't
don't
know.
really never know, and they don't have no choice. That be the thing. You don't have no choice. Like,
Yeah.
you see what I'm saying? In real life, like, you ain't got no choice. You gotta go however long these folks ride you so they let you go.
Yeah. I said,
Man, I'm tripping, man.
them boys gonna be good. But wow, I'm gonna put my name in that shit.
Oh, hell no.
Yes.
Yes.
Looks like they come back real quick. But yeah, they even right there. They even talking about paying for an attorney and stuff like that. Like, okay, poverty. Okay, poverty. Right. People that's having a hard time eating and sleeping somewhere tolerable and whatever, they can afford an attorney. Right. Okay. So this is shit I be talking about.
I want to ask you, have you heard of the name Little Blizzy?
Yes.
Okay. How have you heard of that name?
Through both my work on this indictment and the YFN indictment.
And do you know the given name for an individual who goes by the name of Little Blizzy?
I do.
And what is his given name?
His name is Carlos Barber.
And Carlos Barber, is he, from your investigation and working on both of these indictments, associated with any gang?
He's a member of YFN.
I want to publish from March 28th, 2022 at 1:56 a.m. from State's Exhibit 437 VV. Then we're going to follow immediately on March 28th, 2022 at 1:58 a.m. And then following again on March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Where the hell you at?
Hey, so crazy. So crazy. I was just finna call you and tell you I just ran into the nigga, bro.
For real?
How you know? That what you calling me about?
Nah. Hell, nah.
Oh, I thought nigga said something on Instagram.
What he said?
Nah, not him. The nigga, the blizzard.
What he say?
Shit. He seen me turn his head
For real?
on Diddy. Yeah, he seen like I tried to look at him, but like he turned this shit.
What he see him at?
Man, we at the same hotel
Right now.
right now.
That'll be safe for that man.
I know it, but I ain't got no.
The nigga baby real J. Carl say he finna shoot a video. He want us in the video.
What about the studio?
Yeah, I'm finna meet them back up here, but he need to come back outside. But at least let me give you a gun or something.
Which one? Northside?
The one we were just at.
What was it?
Hold on, they calling out.
Next publishing March 28th, 2022 at 1:50 a.m.
Yo.
Hello?
Yeah. Twin.
Hello?
Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
What happened?
Bro, you need to come over here and get me blick, bro.
I'm about, where the hell you at?
Trying to keep I'm at the same one you just studio you just left, man. That shit got below me, bro. Your ass, I told you take the blick on with you, bro. It don't matter, bro.
Yeah, you right, bro.
You have to do more folk than you have to go into them, bro. Like, come on, bro. You bumping the niggas, you ain't having no profit. Oh, that's man. That shit about to blow me, man. I don't like this.
Yeah, it wasn't even that. It was just like, this shit, I'm like, man, shit, I went cold. I ain't gonna run nobody out here. This on TV, but they ran that nigga.
D, man. D-boy. D-boy, nigga got down. A nigga got down. He way out. That one nigga, anytime nigga ain't got that blick on him, twin. That one some shit got down been in the house, man.
Hey, yeah.
He way like that, bro. Ain't no blick, bro. You can go get that blick, but you can take that blick home, bro. You can take stay home, son, bro.
Nah, I got to fight the house. I just told you I ain't bring it that way. Like, you gotta send me the address.
Come to it. Just go get it. Look here, I'm finna pull in right now. You know I gotta have one of these niggas drop the pin.
Yeah.
But I'm pulling up right now.
So like on the GPS, what to type in?
Type in look here, see they come to a look here house. Cause either the ends after look here house. You feel me? I'm literally 2 minutes away from the studio right now. As soon as I get there, I can drop the pin.
Alright, well I'm gonna have her go get my car.
Type in the game. Yeah, type in down the cave, gone. I don't even know this shit still on the prime time. That shit gone too. Type in this shit. Right, all right. I'm gonna give you this address. Matter of fact, by the time you get up, put your clothes on, walk in the car, just walk to the car. I'm gonna have the address.
I'm
turning in right now.
I'm just where do you get right there?
You on speakerphone? You got my speakerphone? The same pin you just dropped the shower.
Oh yeah. All right.
Yeah, we right here. Come on.
Okay.
Before we publish the next one, did you hear the terminology used, blick, in that call?
I did.
Have you heard that term before?
I have.
What is your understanding what a blick is?
Meaning a firearm.
And did you also hear the terminology stick?
I did.
And have you heard that term before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of what a stick is?
A long gun or a rifle.
And did you hear them talk about drop the location for Little Head?
Yes.
Okay. Are you familiar with that nickname?
I am, but there's a few of them.
Okay. Now publishing March 28th, 2022 at 3:20 p.m.
Okay, and before I play that, here's somebody else that I'm listening to, right? Listen to her take on things.
Okay, so this is a good question. Would I want them to go free if Nut was my child? So I'm gonna give you my honest answer, and this may not be the answer that you want to hear, but I'm gonna be just really, really transparent when it comes to certain situations. So if that was my son, if Nut was my son, and my son was the leader of a gang, right? And I know that my son has potentially hurt a lot of people, and not only just my son, my other son as well has potentially hurt a lot of people and done stuff to a lot of people. And then something happens to my son, I have to understand that is my son's consequences for his actions. And not saying that she shouldn't be sad because someone took her son, but we also have to live in a time where we have to be realistic, right? When our kids are out here doing bad things, do we not think that bad things may happen to them? And everybody wants to portray this image like Nut was this very likable, innocent human being. And just as much as somebody killed him, he could have hurt somebody and has hurt somebody. But the state wants to portray it, and his parents want to portray it like he's some kind of innocent soul. And at some point, we have to look at reality and be like, okay, well, my child did this, and maybe this was meant to happen to my child. Like, I'm not going to say I wouldn't be sad. I'm not going to say that I wouldn't maybe want to hold a person accountable, but I wouldn't want it to the extent of where the state is doing it. Like, I would never, as a parent, would never put a situation like this. Like, I would never endorse a situation like this. Like, for Nut family to be behind it, like, and sitting up here saying they want to give a victim impact statement, and they really don't know who killed your son. Like, let's be for real. Like, let's really be for real. Like, let's think about it for a moment.
Huh? I think this girl is from Jacksonville. Huh? So a lot of people have a problem with what the state is doing, right? Okay. Now, my problem with the state, because I understand what's going on, is that they're unorganized, they're unprepared, right? But understand this. You process through FRE, FRCP, and your local rules. Okay? The jury applies the facts, the judge applies the law. What I've just said is that you process through a set of boundaries, through a set of rules and regulations. There is a checks and balance system built in all what I've just said. And there is a safety net, there is a way to correct errors if one so happened to happen during the process. Okay? An attorney would know all of what I've just said. Okay? So what I'm saying is between the jury and the judge, they are there to ensure and oversee a fair process that's done according to the law. I'm not saying that is what always happens, okay? Because if that was so, then we wouldn't have what is called post-conviction relief, right? And that's anything after a conviction is handed down. So while what the government is doing, I mean, the state, the local, they're all government, okay? What the government is doing is by the book, okay? You might not like the book, probably because you don't understand it, and it looks unfair, and it looks this, and looks that, whatever. But understand this, that a judge allows them to go forward with it. She does that by FRE, FRCP, and local rules. If something was done out of whack and whatever, you would have to say that the judge and the state are in cahoots together to get the defendants. You can't say that in this case. Because if anything, the judge is working against the state. I saw something. Oh, I'm just so out of my element. And I, they have a job to do. And their job is designed by those things, right? By FRE, FRCP, and the local rules, right? And you may not believe this, or what have you, maybe you do. But in order for, like, something, um, a defendant or whatever to be railroaded, okay, and when I mean, not I'm gonna, well, I'm not gonna use, I'm saying to be illegally prosecuted, either the judge and the government is in it together, or the state has manufactured some evidence. Well, the government has manufactured some evidence and pinned it on the people. And the judge is unaware, and they're just, letting the evidence through because of what? FRE, FRCP, and the local rules. Okay. Or I throw a third one in there, and the jury is in on it too. How about that? To say send them to jail. To me, when you make comments like they be saying, oh, they doing this to them and they whatever, how that is being allowed, how they're getting away with it, has to fall in under those three categories. The judge and the government is in on it. The government manufactured some evidence, the jury's in on it. And here's the thing: when you ask people who make all kind of comments like this, those questions, they don't have an answer. They go to wandering off and looking crazy or whatever because you don't have an answer. When we get into conversations with people who are apologizers, sympathizers, just excusers, I don't know what the fuck to call it, right? They get a little irritated. Now, granted, right? I haven't done that in a long time, right? Haven't been in those type of circumstances where we get to go, in those areas and or have an opportunity to talk to people that feel that way. Now, I get right to it. I don't um, believe that etiquette school and media training should always be at the forefront of how I conduct me, right? Meaning I don't have time all the time to play a bunch of games, right? And I'll tell you a little story about that in a minute. So I'm cutting to the chase. And I'm going to ask you a question to make you think. See what answer you give me. So we can get somewhere with it, right? Instead of stop fucking around. I was told, when going on those little field trips, those extracurricular activities, that I'm too abrasive and I'm coming off as a person who don't understand whatever. But you're not going to tell me about these people. You a guest here. I was blessed here. You understand what I'm saying? You a guest. I know what I'm dealing with. I know who I'm dealing with. When Ronnie Bo did say that, he said they got people that sit on the payroll and sit back and study people. Raise your hand if you had to do that. And when you grew up around people that, may think like that, I know what I'm dealing with. I don't have time for the bullshit, the politically correct answers and all of that and you're out there and they want you to take your skills from work and apply them in this situation. You know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, you create a space or atmosphere that's inviting, that will say it's okay for them to open up to you without actually saying it's okay for you to open up to me, right? So you create. I don't have time for all of that. This is extracurricular activities. This ain't work. You understand what I'm saying? So I'm gonna ask you the direct question: who is in on it? How are we making this happen that the people are being railroaded? Because that's the name, that's the word they like to use. They're being set up, they're being this, they're being that, they're being treated unfairly, they're being blah, 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 blah. Tell me how it's being done, how it's being carried out, how it's being facilitated, who is doing it. And what I'm getting at is if you're going to make such a strong statement, then apparently you know how it's been done. And I'm not establishment. I'm not saying it can't. That's not what I'm saying. I am saying in when it has been done, there's a study or there's been, whatever, investigate whatever. And it says how it went forward. What happened? And it usually falls in those three buckets. One of those three buckets. So yeah, I'm not pro the people. I'm anti bullshit. I don't have time for that. I don't have time for nobody that's not thinking at a higher level. That's not digging deeper. especially beyond your feelings and this, that, the shit, whatever. And that's why I urge people. And now this is a selfish me, okay? But you're gonna let me have it, because we're in a sector where a lot of bullshit gets said and done. Please say, in my opinion, or let us know this is strictly your belief. Because sometimes people will take what you say and put that on the wheels of truth and drive it all through wherever it's going. And then people adopt that as the truth. And then now you got people saying some shit that you done said based on your emotions or your, how you feel or what you think or whatever. And people don't adopt that as the truth. Oh, baby. I don't like all kind of bullshit, right? Just get the shit right. And I don't know well, in my real life, I don't know too many people that don't base even their opinions and their thoughts and stuff off some sort of evidence or some type of facts that would lead to that conclusion, for them. Even if it's a personal belief. Like, come on. Hey, individualism. Okay. I get frustrated. I really get frustrated with people. I do. I know some of us have the positions where you're very tolerant of people. I get very frustrated with them because there's a lot of shit that they do that can be prevented. Let me hurry up.
Hello, ARIEL.
What's going on, bro?
What the hell going?
Pulling up in the hood.
Pulling up in the hood.
Hell yeah.
Yeah,
What you got
yeah, I
going?
go to. Oh shit, man. We just woke up.
You said you gotta go where today?
Huh?
You about to say you gotta go somewhere.
No, man. I hadn't got down to the hotel and called last night, right?
Yeah.
I run to a op.
No.
I ain't got nothing on me. 'Cause I'm like, shit, but I'm finna go out here. I know ain't about out here.
Yeah.
Head,
Go to the gym like
yeah, buddy seen me, turned the head.
he seen you and turned the head.
Yeah. He don't even know he got me down bad.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah, man. What they even do?
Shit.
Right here with Keely and Mooch. I'm probably finna come right now.
All right.
In that call, did you hear when Mr. Garlington said he didn't even know he got me down bad?
Yes.
Okay. Have you heard that terminology before? Got me down bad previously?
Yes.
And what is your understanding of got me down bad?
He was unprepared in a bad position. He would have had the upper hand.
What was the last part you said?
He would have had the upper hand.
Who would have had the upper hand?
The person who caught him down bad.
Have you heard that term in any other way?
Yes.
Okay. What other ways have you heard the term got me down bad or caught down bad?
Just unprepared without a typically. Sorry. Like you're caught without a firearm.
Now publishing March 29th, 2022 at 1:17 p.m. from State's Exhibit 437 BV.
Yo. Hey. Yeah. I'm trying to shoot that ready. Today. It's a good day. Today. But I ain't gonna lie, we got to talk. We got to take better name out of that shit though. We got to. Man. You know, if motherfucker around to get wet, you know that shit come down on us. Yeah. Type shit. Then they already. The nigga Youngboy so hot on the east side right now too. Yeah. It like, I don't know if they trying to build a case against niggas or what. Like, you feel me right now. But they hot as fuck. Like, they jumping out, just laying nigga down about them nigga. That's why they was so hot up and down the script the other day, got on Glenwood the other day. That's why I ain't even been around nigga, man. So they like come 2 days. So it's like, oh, I ain't need nobody trying to build no Rico on me. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? So it's like,
Am I able to get a quote on this one? Yeah, like an estimate.
so it's also shit like, I was just like thinking, Lil Head was even saying the same thing. He was like, shit, I was gonna tell y'all nigga this shit, bro. That y'all probably me to say bro name, bro, cause his ass finna be gone. And even if y'all drop the song now, he get gone, gonna look like somebody had something to do with it. We drop the song later. I mean, you know what I mean? Yeah, you damn sure right. We just gonna take the nigga name out of this shit. We just gonna take, I ain't even scared of shit, still fuck me, nigga, you feel me? Just some smart shit, cause I don't think them niggas will put a song out there without that. Well, at least we just switch it up. You feel me? Mm-hmm. So even if we say that, like, we don't be Liggy for D, get in Shell, say something different. Like, you feel me? Shell got that. Shell don't want that or some shit. You know, I don't give a fuck. We say the same thing. I don't give a fuck about saying name. But I don't want you, you know what I mean? Tie shit in. Alright. Let's do it then. Tell them all. I don't think you're ready to get up and shit in a minute. Okay.
Now, listen to that call. Are you familiar with who Mr. Garnton was speaking with in that call?
I believe it's DeMarco Boyer.
And is that the same DeMarco Boyer we discussed last week regarding being in the area at the BP gas station right before the homicide of Mr. Shamel Drinks?
Yes.
You hear them discussing taking someone's name out of a song?
Yes.
Okay. And in that call, did they say the name of the person who they had to take out of the song?
I believe towards the end of the call, they say Shell.
And when you were going through your March 22 kind of collection of social media, did you ever find a video in which there's a song referencing Shell Co?
I did.
Okay. Along with other social media videos, did you collect those as a part of your investigation?
I did.
And have you had the opportunity to review that particular video and the other social media videos prior to your testimony today?
I have.
You have permission to approach? I'm showing you what's been marked as 474 VV. Tell me if you recognize 474 VV.
This is a disc that I had reviewed and has my initials on it.
And does that appear to be all the social media, not all, but the social media videos that you pulled during that March 2022 period when you were looking at social media?
Yes.
And have you had opportunity to review all those videos? And did they appear to be complete videos from what you pulled in March of 2022?
Yes.
Any additions or deletions?
No.
You're right. This time the state would like to admit 474 VV into evidence. And permission to publish. Yeah. before we play, whose Instagram is this?
That's the Instagram account of Demikion Garlington.
And what are you screen grabbing?
His story, if you're not familiar with Instagram, the story is something, it's not your profile picture or a picture on your profile where it stays there until you delete it. These are postings that you make that are automatically deleted after 24 hours.
And looking at his first story on here, do you see the Ocean and Drive Slim?
I do.
Posting. And is that the same person as we talked about, Christian McMiller from last week?
Correct.
Okay.
Mean shit, my people in the dirt. From the block with shots go off and niggas get hurt. This pain really running through my veins and it hurt. Trying to get far from home. Put my mama in her eyes, so wipe away all the tears. When
After every roll ahead. Yeah, well, don't 20 that shit killing me. I can't come. They fucked you up, Kim? Damn, man, I can't.
this money don't.
So looking at the first story, do you see the song that's being played on this particular Instagram story?
It's a song by Slime Life Shorty.
And are you familiar with that name?
I am.
And who is your understanding who Slime Life Shorty is?
A gentleman by the name of Ronnie Lee.
All right. And going to the last story, do they appear to be in a studio?
Yes.
All right. And did you see someone tagged by the name of Little Co?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know who that is?
That would be DeMarco Boyer.
Is that the same DeMarco Boyer who was on a call that we just listened to?
It was.
And did you hear where they were rapping the song?
I did.
In hearing them rap the song, was there a mention of Shell Kel?
Yes.
Or Kel?
Yes.
And was the verse something to the effect of Kel and Whack being in that verse at the same time?
Yes.
And have you heard the terminology whacked before?
I have.
And what is your understanding of that terminology?
Killed.
I'm going to now publish April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. from Stacey Exhibit 437 BV.
Hello. Hey, what's up, bro? What's up? Yeah, B. Say what? Yeah, B. What's up, nigga? What the hell going? Man, shit, right here, listen to the new weapon. Huh? I said, right here, listen to the new Youngboy. What you got going? You been all right?
Yeah, yeah, you know I can't hit you on that other phone. Shit, bro. I'm fuck on that motherfucker.
For real? Are you on? Oh, this another one?
No, it's
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Yeah, bro. I know. I said, I ain't just like FaceTime. How to say? That's where you at. I tell I ain't got it.
I really can't respond to. I just like, yeah. I can't, man. That motherfucker. They don't fuck tripping on that motherfucker.
For real, man.
Yeah. I had said one shit. I had said shit. I'm gonna go straight to my grandma house. I had stay out that motherfucker.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, she told me that was your style.
Yeah.
Right now, like what on North inside?
Nah, I'm with free.
You were free?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
And they do the free.
They do. Yeah, they. Damn. Somebody said it. T-Rock was up there with you or something?
Yeah, T-Rock was downstairs with me.
Yeah, cause somebody at me in the hood, they're like, bro down there with it with T-Rock. I ain't no T-Rock locked up.
Yeah. What the hell been going on? Everything. What the hell? What's up with Trump, man? What the hell
he doing?
Trump crazy like that?
What he doing?
Just Trump crazy. Nah, all that little shit though.
You talking crazy about Mal?
Nah, it's about me to my mouth and shit.
Bro, I ain't on Diddy. I ain't heard that.
Yeah, it's a lot of little shit I told boy.
Yeah.
Had me blow.
They blow?
Had me blow.
Oh yeah. I ain't talked to him, bro. The only person that be talking to is Mal.
Yeah.
Like yeah, he be asking like what's going on. I'm like, yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. What the hell?
Like no, like order. Damn, bro. Like them other.
Everything smooth though.
Yeah, I know it. I already know that.
They just got them. They on Mal though.
Yeah.
Cause I don't know why the fuck he can get out the car.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like that's what I'm telling folks. I'm like, shit, what the hell they locked up for? Like they just saying about the camera. I'm like, bro, they good. I'm just like, they gonna assume some shit like that anyway. Yeah. They gonna assume that like y'all ain't did, ain't killing. So
that's what I keep telling goddamn. Lil, I keep telling him like, just chill. Like I know,
cause they
this
saying
ain't nothing. Yeah, I'm like, this ain't nothing, bro. Like they just doing that cut. They seen as it got gas. It's like, just chill. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah. Hey, yeah, man. That's what I'm telling. I keep telling man the thing. She telling like, listen, bro. Just like you, like, bro. I'm telling probably in the cat. Listen, bro. No, just tell them before you want to talk, bro. Like,
not one word.
Yeah.
Go down. What they try to portray or what they say, man. Don't say shit.
Yeah. I ain't know that though. Like, so I didn't. Tell man how that. But I stay telling them, they're like, hey, bro. But like, he'll probably just call me. They're like, you heard? And I'm like, yeah, nah. I'm like, shit, I know. I'm like, I keep in contact through. You know what I'm saying? They folk. I'm like, I ain't turning on the phone. I'm like, he'll understand that anyway though.
Yeah, I ain't doing that anyway.
Yeah, I already know you ain't. I already know it.
Hey, ugly though, boy, I need you.
I know. I already know that. I told her like I told her 1,000. She said 800 to 1,000.
I told her like tell him I need 1,000, but anything in between, just got down.
Oh no, yeah. She ain't telling that, but bro, you know I got.
Yeah.
I know, like, well, I talked to one call today, and she told me tell y'all to like be patient, cause she haven't had I talked to her. She DM me.
Who White?
Yeah. She like, man, just tell them like, and no, we ain't gonna leave them folk like that down there. Like, just tell them to be patient. It was a day, good morning.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like, man, just tell them to be patient, bro. Bro, I got it.
Well, I already know that part. I just like. I know like how that go. You know what I'm saying? I ain't really tripping on that. I ain't tripping. Like I've been just trying to keep Buddy calm. You know what I'm
saying? Yeah, do that, bro. Yeah, bro.
I don't really be liking that coaching shit. That shit be having me all out like.
Yeah. But then when Bella was telling somebody, what the hell she saying? Foreign farming.
Who?
She told me they something about foreign farming.
The cap.
Yeah. She really called me telling me to be careful. I was a little corn and they would a little nigga. I ran into the boy a little pleasant by myself.
Yeah.
Yeah, I ran into him. Yeah. I ran into him by myself. Like that's on TV showing the boy see me turn the head.
Yeah.
But like, yeah. But like we was on live and Courtroom, nobody be on my page and shit. So I don't know who told shot a video chat like, bro, when I ain't run. I say nigga, I say you ain't run, you damn sure turn your head bad though.
Huh?
Yeah, I say nah, I ain't say you ran, you damn sure turn your head when you see me though. Like,
Yeah.
I ain't knowing what you on. I'm like, listen, bro, you know what's going on. Like before all this shit, like Shadow was straight.
Yeah.
I'm like, shit, but I'm like, you know what's going on, like. He like, bro, ain't no problem with you, bro, with everybody. I'm like, listen, bro, you know how this shit is, bro. You know how this shit go. Like, I'm like, yo, I used to speak to you and everything. I'm like, shit, that ain't going on no more, bro. I'm like, y'all, nigga. I'm like, yeah, that's on TV. I'm like, man, I had a little corn right now. I told corn to be quiet.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, but now they just made a video about an hour ago on Plea at the store with little sticks and shit. Like, yeah, all in out hood. I'm like, girl, y'all, good thing.
Man, they on some, man. Oh, I be saying stay away from that. That's some police shit.
Yeah, man.
That's 12 shit. I ain't with that.
Yeah. Damn, man.
It's all good. Everything.
I know it. So you still ain't got no money right now? Like they won't take no payment?
They ain't really saying, but I ain't really saying that. You just really like, just chill, be patient. Like same thing. White tell you.
Yeah. Okay. So they ain't been around like they say Rome ain't talking to nobody. Like they say they like, bro, I ain't never seen that nigga hurt like that. But that nigga hurt behind this shit.
Yeah. I think they said the one he really fucked with.
Yeah, I know it. Yeah, man. Everyone want to talk to your ass too, bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell?
That nigga woman killed.
Who? I heard.
Yeah. No, I could be funny with free wife and
Yeah.
Yeah. Right.
I told my shit. I'm like, man, that man helped 12 in here.
Man, what? Phone them say they call him. Phone be slam on them. They say he working the police in the game shit. Like they say like he got police like he probably don't know, but like they them folk like they watching his ass.
Yeah.
Yeah, like they following his ass.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So they said they were gonna do it. We got 12 pulled them over or some shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I don't chill though. Something, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what he on.
Yeah.
I'll tell him boy about this shit. I was like, man, he be like, you ain't gotta tell me. I already know. Like, home be got tripping.
Yeah.
Like on the other one, like people like, man, you know, I stand on more, man. I fought with but home on the other. I think about it on some female shit.
Man, what? I don't know, man. Yeah, I ain't on DB. I ain't heard nothing about that though.
Yeah.
But I ain't even talked. Only time we talked to him, I talked to him like the same night y'all got locked up.
You gotta add when you call boy, you gotta add boy what you say, cause I can't really say like, cause she won't really just tell me like in detail, but she just beating around the bush. I really be telling her, man, shit, fuck up.
Yeah.
On that one night, cause I ain't going for that strain.
Yeah. But you know I got you, bro. I had the long trying to got down. I just had to take care of got down. You know I got you though, bro. You gotta got down the whole time, bro. You know I know how that shit is. Like I'm knowing like nigga need this shit. Like I ain't got you, bro. I'm here with you, man.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to get.
I ain't gonna, you know, like, I ain't gonna ask him a word, but like, cause like, I don't even be having to say your name. Like, she know who I be talking about. I don't be talking to nobody else, but I ain't gonna hit you on that motherfucker, like, ever. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, everything really good, though.
Yeah. Yeah. I'm like, yeah, I heard that shit. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I'm like, bro, that shit was fast as hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is, just assuming. Hey,
Yeah, I already know. Like when they got down, go to wiping down, doing them got down, them. You know how they gunpowder, forensics, all that shit there.
yeah.
You gonna come back clean. You see what I'm saying? So I ain't tripping on that.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Goddamn. What the hell twin been on? You still in yo.
Yeah. Okay, what is that?
You know what I'm
Yeah, see.
Who? Yo folk.
Yeah. I was what is that?
Yeah.
Yeah, he got out of town now. So he's gonna get ready to come back. I was gonna lie with his ass.
Yeah. You ain't talked all night. That whole night crazy, bro.
Yeah, I just talked to her today. I talked to her today.
Man, that'd be crazy.
I was telling her, I'm like, he on the cell phone, like, he probably be over there, like, what not? She's like, what? You ain't think you gonna tell on me? I'm like, man, hell nah.
She can't. I don't even be texting that back no more.
I should be texting on, like, on the tablet and shit.
Yeah, I don't even be responding to that. That crazy.
Yeah.
Hey, look, I'm finna get bro back your phone, right? I'm gonna get up with you though.
I do that, man. I got you.
Love you.
I love you too.
All right.
Somebody needs to take a restroom break, so let's go ahead and take a break right now.
All right, for Jerry.
I want y'all to know that I do sympathize with a lot of these people. I really do.
All right, let's break.
And you can make an excuse for everybody, for everything, right? I'm talking about it until they come back, right? And I'll fast forward. So you can. But my thing is, lift your excuse. If you give, be a legitimate one based on fact, not just on BS, right? Do your work. Put your work behind your words. Don't just come say anything that sounds sounds good or sounds understandable to you because of how your mind is set up or where you're from. You understand what I'm saying? It's just I just don't get it. And I'm not, of course I don't have no problems with Sylvia, the girl from Duval, because they feel a certain way about what's going on or what have you. No, because it's so many people that every time that, something happens, especially to black people, I don't care who it is, here come the excuses. And that's why you have citizens. That's why you have those repeat offenders. That's why this shit happens. Because we sit up there and make this shit okay. Make it normal. We make it normal by giving it some type of reason that the shit happened. And I'm saying that is totally unfair, right? Especially when you didn't do the work to come up with the opinion you have. You're just saying some shit. This person on the phone talking about, yeah, somebody gonna give them $1,000. Well, what motherfucking poverty got $1,000 just to hand out? I don't want to see. You understand? And let me tell you something, baby. When I tell you, I ain't nobody that don't understand the struggle and no one I don't sympathize. None of that. That's not my story. That's not none of that. No, I'm just a person that believes in accountability. You know, I'm just that type of person that because of how my nerves are set up and stuff like that, I don't even surround myself around nobody, a bunch of people that make up a whole bunch of excuses and all that type of. I just don't deal with no people like that. Even the ones that did it, they take their weight. When I tell you a bitch ass nigga is something that really burns my ass, and just like we all are product of our environments and all of that, and indoctrination plays a big part of our life and stuff like that. Yes, 100%. So I'm not accustomed to no bitch ass niggas. I'm not accustomed to nobody making excuses and all of that for the shit. You know what I'm saying? They take it. You know, if I'm not mistaken, and I may be wrong, but that OG I showed y'all from Jacksonville Taylor and some of the others or whatever, ain't none of them got caught batting on no snitching. Nobody was trying to make a deal and shit like that, and they was facing life, all and they take all. You heard that man say he did 46 years in total in prison, and what he 72, some shit like that, some crazy numbers he gave. So I'm not making it up. When I have an adverse, adverse reactions to bitch ass shit, that's what really I can't even get out my mouth. When and all that talking and stuff, just like when on the back channel, when I had called up my friend Mike, I was live and he had said that they had got somebody had got the person that had killed our friend Bobby. I always show y'all that that his video of him rapping and stuff like that. I had hit the mute. Now y'all can hear all that. Well, I don't know nothing about it. But I'm just saying. All that goddamn talking. And it's another, it's and shout out to my people picking process. Yes. Raise the roof, yes. Even just say, um, like you say I'm Yvette and I don't talk anymore. Right? And I've had exes that wasn't exactly a good split or whatever, but we ain't never going rah 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 to the crowd because we mad or cause of whatever. Mm-mm. And it's so easy for us to be, good today. Ain't nothing ever come back to me from Yvette or whatever. And, that's so crazy or what have you, right? Anything they know about anybody I know or some shit like that, or, you know what I'm saying? Oh, that's just crazy. This new shit, what these people be doing, this is straight up new shit. This is new shit, or they faking. That gangster status ain't right. Uh-uh. They faking. See, I don't play in the sandbox with you know, I don't fake it. Okay, that'll get you killed. I'm telling you that now. If you didn't know, now you know. That you see, they make a big deal of it, and with the rappers or whatever, they'll say, "Oh, they ain't that person ain't live that life like that," or this, that, and the third. There's a reason why they pointing it out. They ain't just pointing it out for their help. They tell you that this is a fake motherfucker, and it actually saves your life, or saving their life, because they're not going to take you as a. So people know not to take you as a real G, and they know you ain't got all the stuff in place to move like real G's move and stuff like that. They know. This ain't in no textbook. Mm-mm. Baby, I can't stop to say. I can't even go into Diddy like I want. Uh. Anyway, maybe one day. But when I went down on nothing about it, I'm just saying, it's just a lot of shit that goes on. Um, but yeah, so it's just all that damn talking. Like, god damn. But and getting into it with wifey and stuff like that, what I got to do with poverty? You know, build me a house in around poverty and see if it makes sense, right? Oh yeah, build me a house, build you a house, build a house and explain. Please tell me how it's gonna work out. How this work? Because it seems like it's some nigga shit, some hood shit. Why people are losing their lives and respect stuff like that. It don't seem like nobody was trying to come up or somebody was hungry. And people done lost their life. And I'm gonna tell you something. I always get upset when you have a group of people or programs that are trying to make a difference, trying to address crime, trying to do this, that, and the third, and then you have a group of people that's making excuses for it, excusing it, saying it's okay. apologize and simple all that bullshit. What that does is you are erasing the efforts people are really putting in. So shut the. And I'm not saying so. Of course, Sylvia and other some other people that feel that this way is exempt from what I'm going to say. But shut the fuck up, because majority of the ones that's coming out saying that type of stuff is some ghetto hood boogers. Okay, we don't want to hear from you anyway. Okay, it's just. Ugh. Get me down started. I advanced to some, so it should come on. You know, I don't know. Whatever. I ain't got to deal with it. And that's the beauty of life. I don't have to listen to people that, make would be back in the day my job harder, or if I am volunteering to work to eradicate that type of stuff. mm, the beauty is, like, when I get active in that type of stuff again, honey, I'll be too busy to be on the internet, listening to people excuse that behavior. We were out there fighting and acting a fool and shit. We weren't fucking with nobody because we were poverty stricken. It was on some disrespect gang shit. We were mad at you because you was around here with that la la. That's why. We weren't hungry. We weren't sleeping with the rats and the roaches and shit. Our parents was accounted for. Even though the one that's doing is on death row and all of that. Yeah, the parents was accounted for. Hold on. Sorry.
It did.
And did you hear early in the call where Mr. Stillwell said he had to stay off that MFR because they came to my house?
Yes.
Did you ever go to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones?
I did.
And we'll talk more about that in a few moments. And when you went to his grandmother's house to collect cell phones, was that prior to this phone call?
Yes.
Now, from your experience in law enforcement and working with the Fulton County Jail, when there are cell phones being used in that jail, are they monitored? Outside of a wiretap, are they monitored?
No, they're not.
Now, on that call, did you hear them talking about Miles?
I did.
This call is on April 1st, 2022 at 12:29 a.m. To your knowledge, had Miles been arrested for the Shamel Drinks homicide at this time?
I don't believe so.
Also, did you hear on the call towards the latter part of the call, Mr. Stillwell talking about, speaking of when they go to wipe it down, if they do that, gunpowder is going to come back clean?
Yes.
So he wasn't tripping on nothing?
Correct.
And in that call, did you hear Mr. Garlington telling SB that they made a video about an hour ago on Cleveland Avenue?
I did.
When you were looking at social media, did you ever capture any videos of members of YFN on Cleveland Avenue?
Yes.
And is that contained on the disc that you just reviewed?
It is.
I'm now going to publish number 1 on 474 VV.
Right now, outside, right now, at this moment. Ryan, yeah. Ain't no way going on. Right now. Right now. Okay, Paul, right there, y'all. I'm going hard now, yo. Hey, the red line. Straight out. Yeah. Red eye. Damn. Y'all got the police out here on y'all block. You know what I'm saying? Man, we real about now, nigga, man. You know what I'm saying? In the hood. Shit on there. What's going? In the hood.
A few questions. Were you familiar with the Instagram handle Shell_Haiti44?
Yes.
And who is that?
That one, I don't know the real name. They were changing them so quickly, but I knew it was somebody that was associated with the group.
And what about Little Blizzy?
That would be Carlos Barber.
Is that the same Carlos Barber that was referenced, or the same Little Blizzy referenced in the call we heard a few moments ago?
Yes.
Or a few calls ago. And are you familiar with Cleveland Avenue?
I am.
And was that Cleveland Avenue that was captured in that video?
It was.
And at one point towards the end of the video, they were at a gas station. Did you remember seeing that?
Yes.
Are you familiar with that gas station?
I am.
What gas station is that?
I believe that was 221 Cleveland Avenue.
And when you were looking at the various public Instagram pages, were you able to see who was following who?
I was.
Okay. With Mr. Garlington's page, were you able to see if he was following the Shell Kel Instagram handle?
Yes.
Yes, you were able to see it?
Yes.
And was he following the Shell Kel handle?
He was.
Okay. Now we're going to publish from 437 VV, April 3rd, 2022 at 9:06 p.m.
My brother.
What's up, bro?
What's good, guy? Damn, bro, good to hear your voice, shawty.
Hello.
Whoa.
Whoa, hey, listen, brother.
What's down?
Hey, little Miles up there, right?
Little Miles.
Yeah, my little slime brother Miles just got there. I need you to chill him, bro.
All right, I'm finna find out. I'm in the room. I got Kelly here. We're finna find out what the hell pulled on Miles. Little Miles, you know where he is?
Yeah, chill him, bro.
Oh, now they on phone. On phone say shit. We gotta see where he is, so we can get them make their call. Little Miles make the clothes, right? Little Miles make the clothes.
Yeah.
He said yeah. He said yeah.
Why you get him online?
Nah, he ain't here with us. We need to see where he is, yeah. We need to track him down. Yeah, we finna track him down. What the hell y'all got going?
Okay, we in the hood. We just trying to make these straight.
Okay, well shit, we need to go and get on it now, right? Cause there's some shit going on in them motherfuckers too, so we need to go and track them down now so we can get there and have that already overstood.
All right, then
okay, I'll pull back up on y'all.
All right.
Sorry.
And listen to these calls. Were you familiar with the voices on the calls?
I am.
Okay. So first, the person said, I need to look out for my slime brother, Miles. Who is that individual speaking?
That would be Quantavious Greer. He goes by the name Unfunk.
And based on your investigation, is that Mr. Williams, Jeffrey Williams' brother?
It is.
And then to whom is he speaking to?
He's speaking to a gentleman named Frank Hubert, aka Capo Frank.
And how are you familiar with that individual?
I've assisted on investigations with Mr. Hubert previously.
And is he associated with any gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role with the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And are you familiar with any gang ties that Mr. Greer has?
Yes.
And what, if any, gang ties does he have?
He's associated with both YSL and the Goodfellas criminal street gang.
And on April 3rd, 2022, were you aware if Mr. Miles Farley had been arrested by this time?
Yes, he had been.
Now I want to publish April 3rd, 2022 at 9:10 p.m.
Bro. Hey, D.
Yeah.
What the hell going on, bro? God damn, good to hear your voice, nigga.
Man, that's what I'm trying to say. I was trying to holler at you. The other day when you called me, checked on me.
I know, I got a goddamn, I had to reset my phone. I'm finna say the number now. I had to reset my phone and shit, it was tripping. Hey, but look.
You been all right?
Yeah, I'm cool. Right, look, tell bro, when Shawty called, tell him to make sure he called, because it's 9:30. Look, I think he's still on classification floor.
Yeah, he's still on classification.
Yeah, so tell him when he calls, tell brother to call me on 3-way, you see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yeah, cause we classification shit, we ain't everybody up here, we ain't got nobody on classification. You know, they come in and out.
You on sitting off, ain't you?
Nah, I'm still on the 5th floor, I'm on 5 floor.
Are you on the 5th?
Yeah.
You got that with you?
Yeah, he right there though.
How the hell they got them on the 5th floor?
Man, goddamn, well, Frank doing it on. Frank fuck with her like that's his way of showing. That's his way of showing that he fuck with her. You know how that shit be.
Yeah.
Shaw goddamn, but I could put y'all up. You know how you gonna be careful when you see a nigga ass. I could have put y'all on staff, but I goddamn put you down there. Man, go on, they can't see it, Frank. Hey, here, say what the fuck going, D.
Who said that?
Here.
I'll tell my boy, I say what the hell going on, man. Say what the hell going on. He in the room with me. Oh, he in the room? I seen he was locked up. He in the room with me. Yeah, man. But I know y'all on the block. I ain't gonna hold you up. Look, I know y'all on the block. I know you gotta keep the eye open, right? Man, tell brother, make sure he call him three-way so a nigga goddamn know what to do. Well, nigga know what to do, but we need to see exactly where he is. Yeah, he
Now, you talked a few minutes ago about Quantavious Greer being associated with both YSL and Goodfellas. Is there an alliance between Goodfellas and YSL?
There is.
And how are you familiar with that alliance?
Through investigations that I've worked.
And from the investigations that you worked, are you familiar with how that alliance was formed?
Mr. Greer, when he came back into the fold with his brother, I believe he was already a member of the Goodfellas. And then when he got back with his brother, who was in a leadership role with YSL, the two became one.
Now, in that call, did you hear Garlington telling someone by name of Kel, or through the person on the phone telling someone named Kel hello, or tell Kel I said what up, that's my boy?
Yeah.
To your knowledge, are they talking about Shell Kel or someone else?
They're not, it's somebody else.
Okay. Within the jail, with those two calls that we just listened to, the one at 9:06 p.m. and the one at 9:10 p.m., what was your understanding of what was happening in those two calls?
That Mr. Greer was trying to ensure that Mr. Farley was shielded within the jail by Mr. Hubert and protected.
And through your investigations as a gang investigator, is that uncommon for gang members to try to get protection for other gang members while in jail or incarcerated?
I'm sorry, did you say uncommon or common?
Is that uncommon?
No.
I want to now publish April 4th, 2022 at 7:38 p.m. And we're playing first from 44 seconds to 2:05, and then from 10:09 to 10:25.
Yeah, so what you got, boy?
Yeah.
You called Abby?
Yeah. He called me on the other thing. He don't know what. Fresh check.
On the 5th?
Yeah. That's what I said. That's why I asked Fred, like, how the hell both of them get down there? He was like,
oh,
the nigga.
Why?
Yeah.
Out on the south floor.
Oh, for real? Oh, yeah. Yeah, but they saying this shit high profile and shit. But Fred saying the nigga they did that, showing he fucked with him and shit.
Say it again.
I say Fred said the officer nigga did that for him.
Man, Fred Calvin here.
Yeah, I already know it. I called him last night because phone had and told him to call him because Lil Miles just got locked up. You know, that his first time. They like, yeah, man, make sure he's straight.
Who did?
Lil Miles.
Dory baby dad?
Nah, hell no. Young nigga, look, do it for Phil. Who be got now doing the clothes and shit?
Oh, the one who made the clothes, the light skinned?
Yeah.
That's how the phone. Oh my God, why I call him?
Yeah. I was just with that nigga last night. We went to the studio.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Man, then we my shit. Man, goddamn, I need you back out here, man. Shit crazy, man. I like that, man. Get the hell on.
Yeah, listen. That's why he keep calling me, trying to come get me every day.
Were you familiar with the person who Mr. Garlington was speaking with? The voice.
Originally, or like at the beginning of the call?
Yes.
Yeah, I believe it was Mr. Copeland.
And at this time, were you aware if Mr. Copeland was incarcerated?
He was.
Okay. And do you know when he was arrested?
I believe in October of 2021.
And was that, we're not going to go into it, but did you speak with Mr. Copeland when he was arrested in October 2021?
I did.
Right. And to your knowledge, was he in continuous custody even past April of 2022?
I believe so.
We're going to now publish April 8th, 2022 at 6:19:51 p.m. And we're publishing from 8:28 to 9:24.
Not emotion. He like, what? Man, yeah, homo definitely tripping with that shell kale shit. Like,
Yeah, then he like, what? I don't fuck them niggas, but hey, boy, then when he started getting saying like, oh yeah, boy, I got something for whoever get him. Boy, I got something for whoever get him.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, oh shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just like, bro, you want all that fake ass shit, bro? Go ahead on, bro.
I'm telling you, man.
Like, yeah, but nigga, what all that fake shit, bro? You know what it is? I'm just like, bro, yeah, man. Go ahead on.
Somebody said they seen him in the car with the boy.
Huh?
I don't know how true it is. Somebody said they seen the boy killed in the car with him. I don't forget who the hell they told me.
In the car with him?
Yeah.
That's a fool there.
Yeah.
Somebody.
Next, we're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:33 p.m.
Hello. What's up? You got a slider? Who is that? They Koya. Oh, they Koya. Man, I'm tripping. No, that's what we looking for one now. Damn. Where the hell you at? Right here with the op. You with the who? Yeah, I'm with him, buddy. You know I ain't gonna talk on no phone. Hey, no. Oh, for real? Yeah, the West End. At the West End? Yeah. Damn, man. Hey. And ain't got no car. Your girl just pulled out in the car. For real? Yeah, that whole thing just pulled out.
Damn, he who up there with him?
Nobody up there by himself.
He got something on him?
No, I don't know. I just came up here gambling. But he just got the little jury on him.
Alright, let me call you right back.
Alright.
We're going to publish April 9th, 2022 at 7:35 p.m. But while we're pulling that up, have you ever heard the term slider?
I have.
What is this? What is your understanding what slider is?
A car to use in a crime.
Oh,
Where you at, bro?
what's up?
GG.
Oh, I just came to the house. I was on the block.
Oh, I'm right here riding through right here. I just got a call. Boy, Johnny got down around the way, so he got something on him.
For real?
Yeah, I thought you ran away. I was gonna come pick you up.
I just left from this side.
I know how that shit is. But you far out and
Yeah, I'm from Nolan.
oh yeah, damn.
Yeah, they say you ran around with it though.
Yeah, he up there at the gambling house. I ain't in no slide. I was just gonna get down. I'm finna see how I'm finna do this shit though. I'm finna get down. I probably need to put paper tag on them motherfuckers.
And just call let me know, man.
Alright.
Alright.
Do you know who he was speaking with?
I do.
Who was that?
Antonio Sumlin, aka Obama.
And at the time, did you have a wire on Mr. Sumlin's phone as well?
I did.
And did you hear the reference about the boy Johnny's around the way?
I did.
Are you familiar with the individual by the name of Johnny?
I am.
How are you familiar with that individual?
At that time, Mr. Garlington was engaged in a conflict with him.
And is Johnny associated with any gang?
He's an associate of you. I wouldn't put him as a gang member.
Associate of what gang?
Previously, it was YSL, but then went to YFN. And as of present day, I couldn't give you his current affiliation.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m. And while that's being published, did you hear them talk about on that call, I don't have a slider, but I got a car with a paper tag on it?
Yes.
Is there any significance to you as a gang investigator of someone having a car with a paper tag versus an actual tag?
Yes.
What, if any, significance is that to you?
They often will use paper tags in place of real tags on a vehicle to conceal the owner of the vehicle.
Now publishing April 9th, 2022 at 7:41 p.m.
I can't grow.
Hello? Hey, you ain't got no iPhone, like?
Yeah, nah. Why you say that?
Nah, man, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something. Nah, man, I don't want to talk on the phone. I was finna tell you something
I'm gonna get pieced up. I'm gonna get pieced up on right quick.
just like FaceTime, because they can't hear on that FaceTime shit.
I'm gonna FaceTime audio you.
All right.
And lastly, when we talked about FaceTime and the reason why FaceTime is used, was this an explanation of why FaceTime is used, what we just heard in this call?
Yes.
And the 3 calls we just heard, April 9th, 2022 at 7:33, April 9th, 2022 at 7:35, and his last call, April 9th, 2022 at 7:41. Were those calls all back to back within 9 minutes of each other?
Yeah. Yes.
Now I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:02 p.m.
Yo.
Hey, call fresh, bro.
Call fresh.
Yeah, them niggas, it's about the mob and 9 dude niggas just jumped on Lil Miles.
For real?
Yeah, bro.
Hold on. I'm calling fresh on 3-way. What the hell, Lil Miles? What Lil Miles at?
Yeah, right.
I know I'm saying what flow you on. You don't know what flow?
I don't know.
Hold on. What's the call fresh now? His shit going straight to voicemail. He probably got it up. I'm tell him time.
All right, still ain't calling.
All right.
Yeah, you doing?
Now, do you know who was speaking with each other? Are you familiar with the 2 voices?
I know one was Mr. Garlington. I couldn't really hear the other.
Did you hear when the person said they're talking about mob and 9 dudes just jumped on Little Miles?
Yes.
Have you heard the terminology, the mob?
Yes.
Do you know what's that affiliated with?
The Goodfellas.
Is that the name that they call themselves?
Yes.
And then what about 9 dudes? Have you heard that term before?
I have.
And who is that associated with?
9 Deuce would refer to the Inglewood family gangster bloods. That's going to be the traditional gang that YFN is associated with.
And based on your investigation, was that an issue that the mob and 9 Deuce got together and jumped on Little Miles?
Yes. It would, because the mob was supposed to have been protecting him.
And supposed to have been protecting Little Miles?
Yes, Miles Farley.
I want to publish April 13th, 2022 at 5:23 p.m. Is that about 20 minutes after the call we just heard?
It is.
Go ahead.
Hey, send me fresh number.
Alright. Hey. That nigga had internet.
That shit crazy, bro.
Huh?
That shit crazy if you nigga rocking like that, bro.
Yeah, see, what you talking about?
Now that they put him in the room with Quay.
They put him in the room with Quay?
Yeah, they just put him in the room with Quay and Nord.
Who, Mal? Man, Noah just called me yesterday. Noah just called me like 2 days ago. I need to tell Noah don't have the phone, but goddamn that whole woman came in there and got that shit. But I'm finna tell him to call me from the wild phone and see what's going on. I'm finna see your friend number. Hold on, his friend number right here though. 470.
Hold on, 470.
558.
Yeah.
6342. I had them tell him to call, but I'm gonna call you. I'm finna tell Noah them to call me.
All
right.
In that call, did you hear them make a reference to, I'm gonna have them use the wall phone to call me?
Yes.
And are you familiar with the term wall phone?
Yes,
How are you familiar with that term?
from other investigations that I've had.
And what is the wall phone?
That's going to be the phones that are available for the inmates at the Fulton County Jail.
And then in that call, did you hear a reference to Quay and Nard?
I did.
Based on your investigation, are you familiar with what Quay and Nard they're referencing?
I am.
Who's Quay?
Marquavius Huey.
And who is Nard?
Tinquarius Mender.
And to your knowledge, were Huey and Mender in a cell together?
Yes, they were.
And throughout listening to the wiretap calls, did you ever hear any calls between Mender, Huey, and Garlington on these wire calls?
I believe so, yes.
We're now published April 14th, 2022 at 11:05 p.m.
I was trying goddamn. I see the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. Yo.
Well, what's up, brother?
What's up, nigga?
Huh?
What going on with you?
Oh shit, man! Look, I was trying goddamn. I see the text message, right?
Yeah, on phone had wanted me to call you. The man got jumped on.
I know it. Yeah, wait. That's why I was telling y'all. When you remember last time I told you, I say when Lil Miles leaves in classification, make sure y'all tell him to hit so a nigga know
we called you soon. He got up there, but Nord up there. I had them Nord and 400.
Yeah.
And Miles in 500, but Nord told them nigga to stand down. Them niggas still had them jump on, bro. But Nord say he gonna handle it though.
Yeah.
But they now see what Uncle was trying to see. They were saying it was a mob nigga and some 9 dude niggas jumped on, bro.
Yeah, we just heard the same thing too. That's why we trying to figure out who the fuck up there mob and supposed to jump in with some YFN niggas or some shit.
Yeah, that what Funk was trying to call you and see like who the hell that was.
I heard the same thing. Cause goddamn shit, goddamn Third heard the same thing. Some mob niggas teaming up with some good nigga on YFN. I'm like, hell no.
Yeah, I had to call you 2 times with Funk on the phone.
Yeah, tell him. I just tell that man what you talk to him
you want to call
his ass.
You want to call him on 3-way?
Yeah, call him on 3-way, yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, we had to call you about 2-3 times yesterday. I had to give you a number too.
Man, some shit been going on. These little niggas goddamn. It's some shit going on. These little young niggas. Keep goddamn talking about some 4th, 3rd. Where these young niggas in here talking crazy, man.
Hold on, I'm gonna call him on 3-way.
And we're going to now publish April 14, 2022 at 11:09. At 11:09.
Yo, hold on, he had got down. Hold on. I'm gonna call him twin. Don't hang up back. Yeah. What? Okay. Hello.
Whoa. Oh yeah, bro.
Whoa, brother.
Man, yeah. Get away. That's why I was just telling. I was just telling the goddamn Scarface, right? That's why I was telling y'all. I was telling Scarface to tell you because you went answer the phone. That's why we need you to pick up the phone, whoa. That's why I was telling him to tell you when Miles leave classification hit so a nigga know exactly where he going. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, he say goddamn bro don't got jumped on and shit. Nigga don't talk. They shit don't got back down here to nothing. They talking about some mob nigga supposed to be teaming up YFN.
we heard the same thing that we trying to find out who the fuck that is up there.
Yeah, I'm trying to see who up there with them though. Who got the
Man, it's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be football. Football's supposed to be up there with you. You know what I'm saying? But I ain't gonna lie, bro. I don't talk to Shaw like that because Shaw ain't got damn. He ain't. You know what I'm saying? He ain't gonna get in that deal like we're gonna have the beats. You know what I'm saying? Shaw gonna. Like, he just be on some lame shit, but I'm gonna get it. Like I talked to Third say he heard the shit last night too. So some brothers pushed up like, what, tomorrow supposed to be teaming up Wild Man? He like, I mean, I'm talking about why you must be talking about me, bro. Wild Man. He like, hell no, what the hell you heard that from? He like, they were going on the right street. He like, hell no, I got goddamn President Hussein down there.
Yeah, see, Pope just called me and like, hey man, hey, give me a number on Frank Hussein, cause whoever they try to team with them niggas, they gotta get white. Like, we ain't going for that like that.
Man, listen, whoa, you know they finna get white once they jumped on Shawty with some wild thing, nigga. That's a violation. That's against protocol. You know they finna get white down for even doing it.
I already know. I said, nigga, nigga, this shit, man, this probably like a minute.
Man, whoa, listen, I'll give you my word, whoa. Them, whoever did that, you know what I'm saying? I'll give you my word they asked to get wet, whoa. I'll give you my word because first of all, if they had a situation going on, you know what I'm saying? We got protocol to follow. Y'all nigga ain't contact me or Hussein, you know what I'm saying? So they really in so many words saying they bigger than this shit. Y'all them niggas ain't bigger than this shit, so they finna get explained.
Exactly. What flow Capo Low on?
He up there on the sound floor. That's what I'm saying. Everything, you know, we got structure in the whole jail. You know what I'm saying? We got structure in the whole jail. So for them young niggas to do that means they ain't tuned in, or they just from some young niggas that just came up there. You know what I'm saying?
But I told you, Nord up there in the dorm water. He said he gonna have
Nord up there in the dorm water.
See, now we trying to see. No, I can't do nothing with the mob, so that's why we trying to get that out.
Nah, get with it. Yeah. See, and then get with Nord don't want to get with. Get with Scarface. You gotta let Nord know he can't cross that boundary. You know what I'm saying? Like, not dealing with the mob, cause that's our territory. Like, this is something we got to clean up and straighten out. You know what I'm saying? And if Nord,
Nord do what? You say Nord do what?
Yeah, you gotta tell Nord let up handle this situation because. Get what, you know how they gonna look on the, you know a nigga fuck with Nord, but Nord gonna handle this business and he ain't there. You already know what that shit gonna lead to, you know what I'm saying?
That's why I said, tell no, he can't. We gonna handle that shit with them. We finna handle it with them. Period.
Man, that shit finna get handled. That shit finna get handled. Today we been on the phone all last night. That shit low on the sound floor. Hey, listen, me and Frank on the spill floor.
Y'all know how I don't just like, man. He just felt like them nigga didn't listen, so I say he don't handle it.
But we need to find out what name because
he was on jail phone. He was just like he told like he didn't want to say no names and shit. So goddamn, you know he had two cell phones. He said he had up there now. So he had got
okay. Well, get what? I know football up there with a line. He up on the third. I'm finna tell a word that he goddamn to hit football to get the name up there, and I'm finna tell a word to make football have that being though.
What he on 6 off? He on
6 off. He on 6 off.
So that damn.
Yeah, he on. They're the only one I know got a line up there. It ain't too many lines over there on 6 off. Yeah.
What floor 17 on?
17 on 7th floor. He that low bump mate. They in the room together.
Okay, listen, this what's going on. I got to Quay just hit me too, right?
Oh yeah, Quay. I just sent Quay my number. I got to make sure Quay straight over there too. Quay on 5 North.
Yeah, no, Quay said some blood nigga said somebody they talked to you, and somebody you said we ain't got nothing to do with that. So I get Quay like the nigga saying that you setting this up. We ain't got nothing to do with Quay. I'm like,
man, tell Quay, hold on. Tell Quay he'll be a fool if he listen to anything a blood nigga came from. If a blood nigga say anything, didn't say my name, tell Quay he a fool to goddamn to even believe and they come to me first.
So I said, this something I know home is original. Home is
Man, listen, fool. When you get Quay back online, I just sent my number over there. My number is supposed to be over there by now, so he's supposed to be hit me, but he ain't hit yet. So I know if he gonna call you, call me on 3-way. You see what I'm saying?
Okay, I'm with one of them. I'm with one of them going for. I need him one anyway.
They were, shit. There ain't nothing around right now, whoa. Ain't nothing around. We trying to put to put something together now. That's why we've been trying to find a nigga that know how to fly a drone. If you get with people that buy one, man, we gotta get somebody who know how to fly a drone, man. We got a hole in the water right now, bro.
We gotta find. Hey, we gotta find somebody one of them. Then we'll set everybody straight, then, bro.
Yeah. Hey, Scarface, how long? Hey, Scarface, how long I been telling you about? We got a hole in the water to find somebody with a drone.
Yeah, he been telling me that.
You know what I'm saying? Yeah. The hole been in the water. The hole been in the water for at least about 3 weeks now. That we've been trying to work that move because these police ain't trying to do that right now.
Yeah. Okay, so we just gotta find somebody that know how to fly one.
Man, you find somebody that know how to fly a drone, man. We get the pack tonight right now. I can get man. We can get somebody to do that, folks.
Yeah, so we can find somebody that know how to do that real quick.
Man, get what? We can get the pack every day until you say stop, goddamn, get the pack in.
Man, listen, I ain't gonna say shit. I want you to smack the hell out of that man.
So, man. But man, Quay just signed word. Tell you that way, it's a lot of shit that way, cause look, it's a lot of shit going around.
What side he on, friend? He on your side or
man, he on. Man, whoa, we got the whole jail. They didn't understand stuff, baby. We got the whole jail. We in tune every day, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We ain't got no side. We got the whole jail. The side Quay on, I know he gonna be good to that. My side, I left over there. I left that whole side straight, so that side I'm running over there. So I know Quay can be straight.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I feel like we just able to try to find somebody not to fly one.
All right, but listen, make sure Quay hit because listen, tell Quay don't go out with a nigga say if you don't get a name. I need a name because that's the only way I can know what to do. You know what I'm saying? Get a name from get names. That's the only way we can get big in the house. We gotta get names, bro.
All right, say that.
All right, twice.
So a few questions about that call. One, how many people are on that call at any one time? Is it 3 people on the call, I should say?
I believe so. It's hard. It goes in and out.
Are you familiar with some of the voices you heard on the call?
I am.
Okay. Was Mr. Garlington on the call?
Yes.
What other voices were you familiar with?
Mr. Greer.
And is that the same Unfung that we spoke about earlier?
Yes.
All right. And then who else?
Mr. Hubert.
And that's the same Mr. Hubert we discussed earlier?
It is.
Now, did you hear them reference an individual by the name of Football?
I did.
Were you familiar with that name?
I am.
How were you familiar?
I was part of the team that worked on the case that he was in the Fulton County Jail for at that time.
And do you know what Football's given name is?
I do.
What is that?
DaVincio Rogers.
Spell DaVincio, please.
DeVincio.
And was Mr. Rogers associated with a gang?
Yes.
What gang is that?
He holds a leadership role, the rank of capo within the Goodfellas.
And then towards the end of the call, did you hear them discussing about flying a drone into the jail?
I did.
And did you hear them talking about a particular hole inside the jail in which they could fly the drone into?
Yes, a hole in the window.
Did you ever have the occasion to observe that hole in the window?
I can't remember if I saw it in person, but I definitely saw photos of it.
And what, if anything, were they discussing about flying into that window through a drone?
He referred to it as a pack, but I believe it was cell phones.
And are they allowed to have their own personal are inmates allowed to have their own personal cell phones in the Fulton County Jail?
No.
I'm gonna object. I'm gonna object to 403, 401.
Sustained. Well, not on 401, but 403.
We talked about Nard and Huey being in a cell together. Did you ever have the occasion to have to search the cell belonging to Huey and Mender?
Your Honor, again, I'm gonna object to 403.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
But I told y'all months ago, this trial was gonna be a big old 4-3 cumulative wasting jury time, so on and so forth. It's a big old 4-3 shit show, right? Did you hear him say my favorite saying, say less on the call? Okay. All right. One thing I don't like, the final two guys being left on this case is because you don't know the temperature of the jury, right? Because the big draw is gone. You understand what I'm saying? So I don't know if the jury feel like, maybe they should. Um, well, put it like they should be doing the right thing anyways, no matter who's left, right? Okay, they should be judging it by the evidence, and that's pretty much what the judge is going to instruct, with along and remind them of all those goddamn instructions, right? However, with the big fish gone, the jury might say, "Hey, let's, um, you know, give them some time, right? Because with all this evidence and something like, it seemed like something happened, right? And those two might be involved in it. I don't know if, I just don't know how sympathetic the jury would be now since the big fish is gone. That's what I'm trying to say. They are talking about flying drones in some kind of window of the jail. Well, what kind of windows they have? Them same old ass windows. I thought I had read where that jail was approved to do they're going to refurbish it instead of rebuild it. I thought I read that.
When did that, may I continue, Your Honor? When did that search take place?
I couldn't give you the date offhand.
Do you recall it being in February of 2022?
Yeah, it was February. I just don't know the exact date.
And what, if anything, was found when you all searched Mr. Huey and Mr. Mender's cell?
When I went into the cell, I was able to recover both a cellular device and a shank.
Now publishing April 17th, 2022 at 6:52 p.m. from 1:49 to 2:50, and then from 5:05 to 5:47.
Fuck with that studio. Yeah, yeah, I've been fucking around. I really just need to feel like the same shit, really. Like a nigga hopping on songs and shit. Right? I got a cover song by myself, but I need that.
Man, we got me and Cole got down. We got the little song. Man, these folks fucking with this motherfucker. We ain't dropped it yet, but we really gotta redo the shit so we can goddamn take the thing.
Yo.
I what?
You said who else on it with you?
Lil Cole, my cousin, we just got that.
That been hard.
That motherfucker too hard. Them folks let that dog back that motherfucker.
I'm gonna add dog back that motherfucker.
Yeah, you don't know what in Don Bernard, don't know.
Damn, man.
Yeah, they had done jumped on them and shit.
Cool.
They say a mod nigga ain't got down. Line do nigga, but the mod nigga got pulled out because goddamn they were like shit. He ain't had nothing. They ain't got nothing to do with that. That wasn't nothing they did. So goddamn.
Oh man.
Yeah. So now I gotta move. Now I gotta move it in the dawn with them though.
I heard something about Bay Boy, man.
And then we're going to publish April 23rd, 2022 at 5:57 p.m.
Hello. Yeah, nigga, I could hardly hear you. What you saying?
Nah, I was just saying. I said, but you on that motherfucker?
Yeah. Straight up. Where the hell you at?
Right on the east side.
Man, what the hell? Somebody, he heard somebody. Police been lock up 43. They got a 43-man indictment.
That what Font said?
That what Tunk said.
I don't know. He ain't told me that.
Yeah, he said that what he heard, but you know he probably just talking. Ain't no telling.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wait, for what?
I had Jig out of what's the name of him.
Wait, for what though?
He just said Rico, I guess.
For real?
That's what he said. But I don't know how true it is. I told that shit that stuff Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. You ain't screenshot.
Nah, I can hear him. Your shit was blurry here. I ain't even see you.
Oh yeah. If I couldn't see you, I'm about to see you a picture of your phone.
Alright, send it to me.
I'm about to.
Alright.
And were you familiar with who Mr. Garnson was speaking with?
I am.
And who was that?
Mr. Kenneth Copeland.
And the date of this call was April 23rd, 2022. Do you know what was the date of the indictment in this case?
May 9th of 2022.
Now, through your investigation, have you ever heard of or familiar with a place called The Web?
I am.
And how are you familiar with the place called The Web?
There was an incident that occurred at the location, as well as some calls, jail calls that I had listened to previously.
And when you listened to Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, did you hear any calls that referenced The Web?
I did.
Right. I'm going to publish from Antonio Sumlin's wiretap, April 22nd, 2022 at 2:18 p.m.
How you doing? I poured out yesterday, twin. I had them got that straight though, bro.
I know. Shit. Hey, I'm where you gonna be at today when I get out?
What time you get out?
I get off at 5. I'm gonna be on that way because shit, I'm in like County right now.
I'm be in the hood.
What about 250?
Nah, you know, we back at the well.
What, slow on spot?
Yeah, we got that spot now. Ain't slow spot though.
All right. Well, shit. Let me when I come through, I'm gonna come get a 60 from you.
A what?
60.
Alright.
I'm gonna fuck with you.
Alright, brother. Appreciate it.
Shit, no, I'm gonna call you when I'm on the way though.
Alright.
All right.
And with the calls that we heard from both Mr. Sumlin's wiretap as well as Mr. Garlington wiretap, was that just a sampling of all of the calls that that you heard over the course of the month and a half that the wiretap was ongoing?
Yes.
Now, have you ever heard of an individual with the nickname of Barter?
I have.
Okay. And how are you familiar with that individual?
From my time working on the YFN indictment and just being familiar with the Summerhill area and the YFN members that operate within it.
And do you know the given name for that individual?
I do.
And what is the given name?
Christian Johnson.
And based on your investigation, is Christian Johnson, aka Barter, affiliated with YFN or If Gang?
Yes, he is.
Now, last week, we discussed briefly about you obtaining Mr. Stillwell's phone. Do you recall that?
I do.
How did you initially learn about Mr. Stillwell's cell phone?
When Mr. Stillwell was taken into custody on the 17th, no phones were recovered from his person. So I began listening to his jail calls and learned that he had concealed the phones and was directing somebody to go retrieve them.
And do you know the location, meaning the home and where the phones were, where the phone was left?
So they were retrieved by a female named China. And I was able to listen to jail calls to learn where they were headed and when they were to arrive. And they were headed to the home of.
You may. And have you had the opportunity to listen to those jail calls prior to your testimony today?
Yes.
I'm going to show you 527 VV. Tell me if you recognize 527 VV.
This is a disc that would contain the jail calls.
And in listening to the jail calls, did they appear to be the jail call that you listened to back in March of 2022?
Yes.
Did they appear to be any additions or deletions?
No.
You're at this time, the state would like to admit 427 VV as evidence. Excuse me, 527 VV. Permission to publish certain portions. First publishing March 18th, 2022, from 00 to 3 minutes. 14:36:59. Court is over for 1 moment.
Prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at Fulton County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press 1. To refuse charges, press 2. Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
Hey. Hey.
What's up?
Nothing. What's up, sis?
Hey. Shit.
Huh?
Just write the message on a piece of paper or something. So you can text on the phone. That's like out of the phone.
Okay. I'm ready.
You ready?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, tell him, do not give my phones to poker. Because that ain't gonna cause a problem around here. Tell him to keep my phone. Or give them to me or my dad or one of y'all.
Do he know where I live at?
Oh, nah, he don't. But tell him, if she asks about him, tell him he went and looked for him but didn't find him.
She asked about him. Tell her. He went to look for him.
What the ten is?
So I said, Mr. Shannon said, do not give his phone to poker. Keep his phone. Or give him to her.
Yeah.
541.
Okay. If she asked about it, tell her he went to look for them and couldn't find them.
Yeah.
Okay.
541. What's this from here?
Okay. I will do. Did you tell her to ask me for him?
We're going to stop at 3:04. Next, we're going to pay 3/19/2022 at 10:04:36 from 1:40 to 4:13.
I got no business. Don't call. You ain't got I got no business.
I understand that. I'm saying, like, what the hell he gonna do about these goddamn people to come see us?
They say Monday. I don't know how true it is, but they say Monday. I just told Sham that.
You told him what?
They said Monday, but if we're gonna wait till Monday and tell me if somebody come down now, but it's supposed to be Monday.
What the hell big say though, bro? Cause he got a nigga just in here like a nigga buying everywhere, bro.
Big said a lawyer's supposed to be down there Monday.
All right, hold on. I love you, man. I gotta go on the road. I love you.
I love you too.
Hello?
I love you too, Daddy.
He said he gone. Hey, look though. Man. All right, man. I ain't gonna just stop where I don't give a fuck this shit.
I'm saying that you know how they get, bro. And that's the only thing he told me. He just said, lawyer should be down on Monday. That's what he told me. So I was gonna wait till Monday. I told Quay I was gonna just wait till Monday.
Do he understand that I want my lawyer, not no his lawyer he gonna?
That's what the fuck I'm trying. That's what I'm mad about. And be me acting all like that. That's why I said why I can't pick my lawyer? Because I feel like I should pick my lawyer and you just tell me what you can help me with. Y'all just picking a lawyer. But that would be me saying, bro. That was he just said lawyer gonna be down on Monday. I don't know who it is. Lawyer gonna be down on Monday. We'll see how Monday go, and then, you know what I'm saying, we'll report from there. You ain't satisfied, that ain't what you want, then I say that then. But you already know how he is. And then these funerals going on out here, they acting like they so busy.
They finna lock it down, man. I love you.
I love you too. You want me to keep these phones or get in the bed?
Get in the bed.
What about the number?
Go in that purple phone. It's 83. 839669. Get shot number. That's
hold on. Let me hold on, cause hold on. You just said too many numbers. What is it? 83 what?
839669. That's the code to that purple phone and get the number. It's a shot. It's patient number.
Okay, cause the phone did. I got charged on. I just told Betty. Okay, I love you. I just told Betty you want some numbers and I'm bright to her.
All
okay,
right.
That's on the number.
Yeah, shot.
All right, I got you. I have it for you in the morning.
NY, nah. All right, I love you.
I love you.
The caller has hung up.
Were you able to determine who, was that Mr. Stillwell talking to that young woman?
Yes, at the end of the call, yes.
Were you able to determine who that individual was?
Yes.
Who was that?
That was Shantisa Lewis. I believe she's the wife of Mr. Nichols.
And did she have a nickname?
China.
And from this call, were you able to get the PIN number to Mr. Stillwell Jackson's cell phone?
Yes.
And was that the number that was given towards the end of the call?
Yes.
Published March 21st, 2022 at 9:29, at 3:25 to 3:40.
last night. She was gonna come by today. When I get off, I got a call.
I'm gonna pause at 3:43. Were you familiar with the voice that we just heard?
Yes.
And who was that?
Betty Jackson.
And is she related to Mr. Shannon Jackson?
Yeah, she's Mr. Stilla Jackson's grandma.
Now publishing March 21st, 2022 at 21:33 p.m. From 5:30 to 5:48.
Then.
You got it on phone?
Yeah, she 2 up, right?
Yeah.
She brought this afternoon.
All right.
All right, then.
Yeah.
All right, love you.
Love you too.
Okay. Yeah.
The caller has.
And was that also Ms. Jackson on
It,
that call as well?
it was.
And was that confirmation that she now received the phones?
It was.
Now, did there come a point in which you were able to go and retrieve the phone?
Yes.
Okay. And where did you go? Not address or anything, but where did you go?
I obtained a search warrant for a Fulton County search warrant for Miss Betty Jackson's home, and went to her home with the search warrant with a team of officers with me.
And how many phones did you recover?
2.
And what kind of phones were they?
2 iPhones.
And after retrieving the cell phones, what, if anything, did you do with the phones?
I obtained search warrants for both devices and then provided them to Detective Kevin Leon Packer for him to do a forensic extraction of both devices.
And when you gave the search warrant to Detective Leon Packer to do the forensic extraction, did you provide him with that PIN code or that PIN number that you had learned from the jail call?
I did.
Why did you provide him that PIN number?
It aids in the extracting of the phones.
And have you had the opportunity to go through and review contents of both of those iPhones?
I have.
That's yours. And permission to approach, Your Honor. I'm going to show you what's been marked as 227 BVA6, along with 2227 BVA2, A3, A4, A5, A6, A6A, A6B, A7, A7A, A8, and A8A, and tell me if you recognize first those exhibits.
So this would be the disk that houses the forensic extraction of the iPhone or the items from the iPhone 12 mini, and then these are the items of evidentiary value from the device.
So are all those excerpts?
Yes.
All right. Now looking at 227 VVB, 12A through D, which is the CD, and 227 VVB2, strike that. From the first set of exhibits, which iPhone is that from?
The iPhone 12 mini.
Now looking at 227 VVB2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12A, 12B, 12C, and 12D. Tell me if you recognize those items.
These would be the excerpts from his iPhone 13 that I recovered.
And looking at first the iPhone 12 mini excerpts, do those appear to be fair and accurate depiction of excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 12 mini?
They do.
Your Honor, this time the state would like to admit 227 VVA2, VVA3, VVA4, VVA5, VVA6, VVA6A, VVA6B, VVA7, VVA7A, VVA8, and VVA8A into evidence.
All right.
Sorry, I can repeat them for you.
227 VV A 2 through 6.
Yes.
6A, 6B.
Yes.
7, 7A.
Yes.
8 and 8A.
Yes.
All right, those are admitted.
And then looking at the excerpts from iPhone 13, do those appear to be fair and accurate excerpts from the cell phone extraction from the iPhone 13?
Yes.
At this time, the state would like to admit 227 VVB2 through 2 through 11.
All right, those are admitted.
And then VVB 12A through D.
Admitted.
Now, prior to going and being able to look at the extraction, did you hear any calls with Mr. Stillwell and his grandmother about deleting content from the phone?
I did.
Your Honor, this time state would like to publish State's Exhibit 527 BV, the last call on March 23rd, 2022.
You may. And I'm sorry, but I had written down on all of that that you just tendered for admission 227. Was it 527 or 227?
What we just talked about was 227.
Okay.
Yes, you're right.
Just wanted to make sure.
And now we're going back to publish a portion of 527.
Call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
Waiting to receive a phone call can be hard, but now you can easily and quickly send messages to your loved one. E-messaging is now available to help you stay more connected. Download the Securus app to sign up.
To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse charges, thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hello.
What's up?
Man. Terrible.
Huh?
One of the folk came up in my house last night.
What?
Huh?
What they do?
They came and got my phone.
Oh.
No, I'm telling you, there was so many of them out there. There was so many. They said they had a warrant. We know you got his 2 phones. So they have to be done heard it.
Yeah.
You must be on somebody else's line.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, they have to be done heard it. Anyway, I did call Brian and told him that's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay. I figured he needs to know what was up. Yep. And they got a picture. They got a picture of China's car in the yard.
Huh?
They got a picture of China's car in the yard. I knew that. I told her the other day, I said, that's unusual. Somebody was sitting there, they was like they were almost to the mailbox, but not quite. And they were just sitting there. You know, normally when somebody coming for juice or something like that, they'll be like, you know, in the back to the other side, but this one wasn't. And she finally told her just wait a few minutes because I didn't know if it was, you know what I'm saying, some of them other folks followed her or what, you know what I'm saying? So I told her to just wait, you know, just wait a little bit, see if they move, but they didn't move. But she said, one thing you was I said, okay, so you just gonna watch her. But then as soon as she left, they pulled out.
Oh, they got her too?
She went at the house last night. They spotted her the other night when she bought the phone.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
End at 302 and fast forward to 812.
Yeah, move my iPad.
Move iCloud.
Yeah, off both of them.
Move away.
Just tell them remove, delete it.
Oh, delete it. Okay. Okay. You need to see the answer now?
Yeah.
Okay.
So, tell them ASAP.
You don't have to have the phone to do that.
Nah, you know what I do. So, iCloud and Gmail.
I hope they ain't been in it all.
Huh?
Because they were trying to do something in it last night, and they were standing up there. Hold on, let me call her. Okay, there you go.
Hello. Hello. Hey, bro, I need you to remove my iCloud and Gmail from my phone. Okay. I need to do it now. All right, I'm on the way home. I'll tell him what happened so he can know how important this is.
He know what happened.
All
He
right.
called me last night. So he got both the numbers. How he know how to do that? You know how to do that?
Yeah, I know how to do it.
You have to have phone numbers.
He know how to do it. It's just remove my phone.
Okay. You got it, Peter?
Yeah, I'm gonna do it as soon as I get home. I'm on it. Huh?
Where you at now, man?
I'm on the way home right now.
Oh, okay. It's real important. Real important.
Okay.
You on the expressway or something?
No, espresso is back taking the street lane, but it only takes like 15 minutes to get there.
Don't you stop. Do that because it's a great important with the phone. You know they got the phone, so you need to get that done ASAP. Okay. Call me when you do it. You can tell when it's done. I mean, you can tell when it's off.
Hey, I'm gonna call you back, man. You just talk to him.
Okay, call me then.
Yeah.
The caller has hung up.
As you review the content of Mr. Stillwell's phone, did you see that there were some content that was deleted?
Some, yes.
And were you also able to get some content, of course, that which was not deleted?
Yes.
And did you hear when Miss Jackson said they had a picture of her car on the warrant?
Yes.
Okay. Whose car was there a picture of on the warrant?
Shannon Tisa Lewis, aka China.
Okay. And what kind of car was it?
A white Ford Fusion.
All right. And was that similar to the white Ford Fusion that you saw in the BP gas station video with Chamel drinks?
Yes.
All right. Amira, maybe approach?
Yes.
Okay, so if I'm not mistaken, I think the rest of it was more reports and things of that nature. If I'm not mistaken, I think that was the wiretaps for today. If I'm wrong, I apologize. I think it was. In listening to those calls, I don't know. I really don't know how the state laid out this case, right? Because that was a whole bunch of what looks to be damaging evidence there that could have set the tone, that could have established some points that you have to make, when it comes to RICO, right? Conspiracy, overt acts, um, a lot of things that was being done after the fact that too helps establish crimes, right? So I'm not sure. I'm not sure at this point. I'm not sure what's going on, but that was a lot of No, damaging evidence, right? Now, something I don't, because I've been back here listening, and I don't recall. Maybe I did, but I don't think I did. I don't recall speaking to you guys last time we were on here, and this could have been an old. It's not an old video. It's not like months old. It had to be within the last 2 weeks. I just don't recall um when the last time I was on here. Okay, I don't feel like going back and look, but I had heard. I don't know if I ever mentioned this, but I had heard Attorney Weinstein said that he was going to ask for a special verdict, right? But he didn't go into what a special verdict was. I think I did go over this. Did I go over this? I think, yeah, I did. I went over that. So I don't have to go over that again. So that's just an old video. Because I'm looking at my history and trying to go over uh, um, some points that I think is interesting and that you should be on the lookout for. Those who continue to watch the trial and know all of what's going on. And shout outs to you people that are watching court cases and into true crime, what all these different communities are. Now they haven't broken down in all these different communities. But shout outs to you guys for getting up on your education that way. There's nothing wrong with that. Just make sure you know the difference between an opinion and a fact. And all the time we would do a bit, and also always try to use, whenever possible, use paperwork as a support system. Because in my opinion, that is the most reliable support. Moving on, so NBA Youngboy seems like he had a change of heart and changed his verdict. I'm sorry, not his verdict, his plea today. So let's see what happened. Why I have a break? I want to, because I don't know. Did y'all? This is just a mental health break, real quick. Did y'all so happen to catch the fight with Mike Tyson? I missed it on damn Netflix. Netflix missed the fight on damn Netflix, but I did. I was able to catch it. I want to catch the females fighting, but I want a better view from what I had I had seen.
Time is
Of the
here.
women.
Take
But
advantage. If you're interested
listen to
in promoting
this,
your
right?
brand here at Viral Hip Hop News, music, brand, or even yourself, email me, Sam Ant at dlsmediainc1@gmail.com for more. Because Friday night over the weekend, man, we had that disappointing fight. Mike Tyson, Jake Paul, they climbed into the ring, and let me tell you, man, it was abysmal. I want to get your thoughts on it though, because I think when we talked about it on Friday before the fight actually happened, we talked about possibly Mike Tyson. I definitely said I think Mike Tyson would get knocked out. I think this is as bad as him getting knocked out at the end of the day. But give me your optics on the whole situation. There's these rumors going around about a contract. What's your angle on the whole situation?
Watching the fight, none of it surprised me. I thought it would go exactly how it went when I seen that the ring entrance, and you see Jake Paul coming in the car and how long it was to walk to the damn ring, and then Mike Tyson is walking. I'm like, his leg's gonna be burnt out by the time he walks the fucking ring.
Oh man,
this is gonna be bad. Now we hear a lot of people say that there were stipulations in place that Mike was pulling punches and all this. You know what? I don't agree with that one bit. This is what I agree with. I think Jake Paul was pulling his punches. I think he could have killed that man that night. And I think out of respect, there might have been something in here like, yo, you can fight, go ahead and do this, but you are not going to embarrass me. I'm going to keep a piece of my name and a piece of my integrity intact. And you're not going to go out here and give it everything you got. I think it was Jake Paul, in fact, that was pulling punches. People trying to show me videos of Mike fainting. Look, Mike is not Mike anymore. The Mike that we grew up to love 30 years ago is no longer there. That man six.
Hold on. Now, I believe that. Okay, I don't know if Jake Paul was pulling punches. I don't believe that. I believe that where he could have clearly knocked Mike Tyson out or hit him real good, I think he didn't do that. But pulling punches, I wouldn't agree with that because I saw the intensity of the punches that Jake Paul was throwing, and he wasn't pulling punches. Now, and a lot of times I disagree with a lot of stuff they say. I do, and this is no different. But I do believe I don't believe that Jake Paul was pulling punches, right? I believe that Jake Paul wasn't trying to knock him out or beat him up real bad, just due to respect, right? Gonna make it entertaining, okay? But clearly, Mike Tyson, and this is what I don't get. I don't get this. Why would anybody think Mike Tyson would be Mike Tyson? Here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Mike Tyson, I felt when I was looking at the fight, because I saw where Mike Tyson could have, um, done better than what he did. And I think he was scared. I think he had a little nervousness because he saw the intensity of Jake Paul. He saw how good he was. So that's why I don't believe Jake Paul was pulling punches. Okay? Now you did this is I mean, I got some. I can get my friends on. We can talk about that boxing, but I'm just like a dude when it comes to that boxing. Okay, all right. So I don't, but I think that Mike Tyson was kind of scared and he was kind of reserved, right? And I think he was looking for the moment to be the old Mike. With that hit him with that one hit quitter. But I think you know, he just knew he didn't have it, right? Because he could have tried to land one hit quitters and it could have been blocked. Okay, it could have been blocked. But pulling punches, because if you saw how hard them punches was, if you heard or whatever, you know that it wasn't no pulling no damn punches. Didn't Mike get cut? That's why a lot of times I be disagreeing with a lot of shit they say. And sometimes I be thinking, I'm like, well, damn, do they be saying shit for shock value? Sometimes the shit they say don't be supported by nothing, by not a damn thing. But the moment I heard them say pulling punches, honey, I stopped almost right where I am now. Nope. I don't believe that not one bit. Mike Tyson just don't have it no more. Why would he? I mean, now, those who don't know, 1 minute in a a an official round is tiring, let alone two. And a regular boxing is 3 and 12, right? It's up to 12. Three, not 12 minutes, but 3 minutes, 12 rounds, right? A minute and definitely 2 minutes is long. You going around because you can't stand there. You got to play offense and defense. You got to watch the body. You got to do a lot of shit. It's a lot going on. So of course he's gonna be tired. Of course he's not going to be Mike. I like critiquing they shit. They get on my
Months prior
nerves.
almost died. Talked about how he lost this amount of blood and that. You don't pull punches when you almost die. You happy to be fucking alive. You see him in between during the when in between rounds, you look like he's just visibly just done, exhausted, just trying to get through it. If anything, to me, they told that 29-year-old kid to pull punches on that 60-year-old man. And it was a sad sight. I'm glad he got paid. Apparently he needed the money, so I'm glad he got it. And it was a spectacle. Netflix, it was absolute fucking chaos. Even watching the thing, it was horrible. Buffering.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The event itself wasn't. It was ass. The only fight that was good was obviously the Amanda Serrano-Katie Taylor fight. That was the best goddamn fight.
She got robbed, right?
Yeah.
Damn sure got robbed. That was the best thing we seen. Outside of that, man, it was exactly what we thought. I know a lot of people are saying that Mike pulled punches, but in fact, I think that it was Jake that was contracted to pull punches. In that, in my opinion.
Yeah, you know, the reason I can say I believe that is because Mike Tyson's never been like a technical boxer, right? So when you seen him in the ring, like slugging like that, that's not there no more. So he's not going to give you, like if Holyfield was in there, it would have been different. Or one of those guys, because Holyfield's a boxer. He can still box. He's not going to be as good as he was 25 years ago, but that muscle memory and, you know, things that he did in the ring is all going to come back. That training never leaves. Could he have not Jake Paul? I don't know. You know what I mean? Holyfield. Mike Tyson couldn't have. And look, you see how small his legs were?
He didn't have it in his leg.
He didn't have nothing in his leg. And I think Roy Jones was alluding to that early
Don't look good
in the fight. And he was like just jumping around. And he looked like he gave him all that he can give him. You know, it looked like he gave him all that he can give him. Now, Jake Paul, look. I guess it's entertainment, right? So we could just settle for that. But he is really stacking the chips now where it's like he's going to win every fight he gets in. Unless he actually really does, and he did it before, right? A real sanctioned boxing match, like in the IBF, WBC, he did that before, right?
But he lost.
He lost, right? See what I mean? So everything else is just, but this is what people want, though. I mean, I'm sure Netflix, I haven't checked the numbers, probably got millions and millions of more subscribers. So, I mean, Tyson got his bag, which was estimated to be anywhere from $10 to $20 million. Jake Paul obviously got his bag. So it is what it is. Now, I've seen this list come out of, that list was, you could tell the list was bullshit because it said it was like so much vague things in there. Like if you only get some of the money. What do you mean some of the money?
Right.
Is some of the money 10 million, 12 million, 2 million? A contract is going to be, everything's going to be, you know, if you knock him out, you're going to get 2.5 million.
Right.
That's what a contract would be. It's not going to leave any room for interpretation. So, you know, it's sad. Do you feel it's sad though that a 58-year-old man has to do that? Because Fat Joe was like, look, you think that if Mike Tyson was financially straight, that he would get in the ring like that?
I don't know what's more sad. The fact that he had to do it, because that is sad. To answer your question, that's sad. Or that 72,000 people bought tickets to watch it.
What?
Sat in that stadium and watched. That was the stadium that filled up to watch Jake Paul, a YouTuber, and a 60-year-old man, albeit Mike Tyson, fight. And they watched it like it was fucking Ali Frazier 1.
Yeah, people was having fight parties and shit.
Bro, and that's what I don't know. And that's sad to me.
Yeah, it is.
That's sad because, you know, remember growing up, we would chill in our house and it would be KOTV or whatever. We would pray that they ordered the fight and we'd watch Evander Holyfield and Riddick Bowe or Pernell Whitaker.
Oh, yeah.
You know what I mean? Julio Cesar Chavez. We would look forward to those type of events. And though they still got great boxers out there, boxing don't give you that feeling no more.
Don't.
Boxing gave you that feeling when they gave you the nostalgic feeling of Mike Tyson getting back in the ring to see if he can knock out this dude. They need that in boxing. It's not there, and I think that's sad. That we yearn for that feeling so much, and that boxing doesn't give us that feeling anymore. I watch UFC for fights more than I watch boxing. It didn't used to always be the case, and I used to love boxing. I still do, but it don't give you that same feeling that it did it for. Up until leading into the fight for the 3 hours prior, before we had to wait and watch that shit, we had that little bit of feeling, and that's sad, bro.
And I don't know if it was Dana White, but somebody, it might have been somebody associated with the UFC, but there was like, the reason that is because they said that, and it might not have been him, but I heard somebody saying that boxing failed to reinvest in itself like UFC did. Like, you know, and then it's like, it's kind of almost like a dying art form. You still have them out there, but like you said, that, you know, when Floyd Mayweather, once he retired, really, all that kind of left. Usually it'll be like the heavyweights. Now, who's really out there right now? Deontay Wilder's getting his ass knocked out. He had a little for a little bit.
He wanted it so bad.
Right. Tyson Fury. It's just not the same no more. You're talking about Evander Holyfield, Riddick Bowe, Mike Tyson, Muhammad Ali, etc. I mean, Lennox. All these people, etc., etc. It was so many back after back, middleweights, lightweights, your De La Hoyas, your Roy Jones, your Mayweathers. That's just dead at all. You don't see nothing like that no more. People probably couldn't even name 5 of the top boxers right now, but I bet you could name 5 of the top UFC people.
Yep.
So that's boxing's fault, and I agree with that. You know, settlement like you just said. Like, they have to do stuff like this, and you know, you got Javante and people saying, "Oh, I'll fight him," and it's that and the third. It's damn. I
don't want to see that shit.
Nah, you too little. Yeah, you too little. I don't want to see the dog. You were a prize fighter. Why would you relegate yourself to that?
Yep.
It's silly as hell. It's silly, man. If he wants to be a fighter, get into, because he's a heavyweight, right? I'm thinking Jake Paul close to it. Yeah, that's a heavyweight. Yeah. Get in the ring with some damn heavyweights. Do some UFC or something. Fight Bones Jones. I don't know, something different.
Go fight. Look, you know what? Go Deontay Wilder got what 6-7 losses now. Go fight Deontay.
Right.
Go ahead.
Right.
Go set that up. Deontay's not fighting for any titles. He's on the back end of his career, but he's a professional boxer. Go out there against the Bronx Bomber, or the Bronze Bomber, excuse me, and see what happens. But he never will. He's gonna call out old UFC fighters. He'll call out people that's talking shit on social media. He'll grab a Mike Tyson that's cool with him and know that he can get a payday off his name. Yeah. He's talking about fight Canelo Alvarez. Canelo Alvarez been never disrespect the sport of boxing, get in the ring with this dude. Let him go through the ranks and earn that way to fight me. You know what I mean? There's people that have been bleeding and dying their entire career to fight or Canelo Alvarez or somebody like that. Don't let that clown go in there and do it. Now, I do respect him for going out there and learning the sport, working hard at it. Both of us have been in a ring before, albeit not in a professional setting, but have been in there, has trained, know what that shit takes. It is not easy to do. So salute to that dude for getting in there and doing it. But if you're going to consider yourself a boxer and you're going to be out here big noising like you about to win a title, dog, let's see you fight some real people. Because I'm tired of this clown show. And I think one thing that definitely separates the UFC from boxing is Dana White has an exceptional ability of giving the fans the fights they want. If we have something, if we want this fight, we really want this fight between this person and that person. Down the line, 3-4 months, you're going to get that shit. And then you're going to get an undercard that you can't turn it off because they're all banging ass fights. UFC gives the fans what they want. Boxing, it's too many politics. It's too much nonsense. The undercard doesn't lead up to the main event. It's just too much involved, man. I wish it changes. I really do. Right. I want to talk.
Yeah, so I thought that was interesting. I don't know. I mean, y'all, you can be a judge if you know, just look at yourself. But and one, you got to be familiar with one boxing, two, familiar with how Jake Paul, you know, really fights and stuff, right? And while I don't know how good he's going to be as a boxer, right? Because he lost against Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury is a boxer for real. He lost. Okay? I've been talking about these social media people getting into boxing for, I know, damn near 2 years. I've been talking about that out here. I've been asking y'all, did y'all see it? Did y'all see it? Nobody knows nothing. Okay, now you know. You know now, don't you? You know, got in there with Tyson. I mean, there was times when Tyson was doing nothing in the ring. As hesitation, fear, as either hesitation, fear, or tired, or a combination of all three. But I don't think, you know, and I don't know if it's so much of, I know he was probably tired, but I don't know if that was maybe the initial, you know, you understand what I'm saying? I don't think that was the initial reaction. I think he just got scared and was unsure, you know, because when Tyson comes out, he is on your ass. He probably didn't. I don't know. I can't call it, but I don't think by pulling punches. I'm pretty sure that Jake Paul did not pull no punches. Them punches was landing and it was shaking. Okay, so there's that. Now moving on to NBA Youngboy. I think his head pushed in the back.
The state of Utah versus Kentrell Galden. How are you today, Mr. Williams?
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm well. How are you?
I'm doing well.
Thank you.
Mr. Galden also has counsel online. If you would please state your names for the record.
Jeremy Delacino appearing for Mr. Galden as well.
Your Honor, Drew Finley appearing remotely as well. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you, gentlemen. Mr. Williams, I understand that perhaps there's going to be a change of plea today. Is that correct?
That is, Your Honor.
All right. Would you go ahead and please state for the record what the plea agreement is that has been reached with the state?
Yes, Your Honor. It is anticipated that my client will be entering guilty pleas to counts 2 through 7, count 13, count 16, count 19, and count 22. And there are other parameters to this agreement. Would you like me to put those on the record now?
Yes, please.
Your Honor, it's anticipated that he will enter those pleas as charged. In other words, identity fraud as a third-degree felony with 2 counts, forgery as a third-degree felony, 2 counts, 6 counts of pharmacy fraud, which would be those count 4.
And that's a Class A misdemeanor.
And those are all Class A misdemeanors. There are 6 of those. And all of those the counts I just recited the ends are all pharmacy fraud cases. We are asking the court to waive time for sentencing. I have some specific requests as it relates to sentencing about the language, but the agreement is that my client will pay a $25,000 fine to the court. And Your Honor, I have a cashier's check in hand. I'm holding it now that I would like to publish to the court at the end of this. Upon payment of that, the state has agreed to a 402 reduction for each of those 4 felony counts. They would all be reduced to Class A misdemeanors, and the case would close at that point in time.
With credit for time served?
No credit for time served, and that has to do with his pending federal sentencing and an anticipated sentence within the Bureau of Prisons. So what we're asking is for the court to give no credit for any time served and to simply close the case.
Okay, let's have counsel just approach and we'll just have a brief discussion at the bench here. I mean, you might.
Oh, he
All right, I was able to meet with the attorneys at Sidebar and just to try to better understand a global root resolution that is happening in Mr. Galden's state cases and with his federal case. I wanted to better understand how that global resolution would play into this case and whether or not the court felt comfortable moving forward with accepting the plea bargain and imposing a sentence in conjunction with the stipulated resolution that the parties have represented to the court. I'm going to give Mr. Williams a chance to put on the record just a little bit more detail about what's happening with the federal sentence and the amount of incarceration that Mr. Galden will be receiving as to why it might make some sense for the court to accept the plea bargain. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Your Honor, thank you. I'm happy to do that. Your Honor, the agreement that my client has reached with the government, the federal government, is he's already entered this plea. This is a matter of public record. He reached an agreement that has yet to be accepted by the district court. I should qualify that a sentence of incarceration of 27 months in the Bureau of Prisons would be a reasonable sentence. And we're awaiting sentencing on that currently. But the position here is that that is a significant sentence. Candidly, it could be that if he were sent to the Utah State Prison on this, the board may release him far sooner than that. But he's going to do this 27 months within federal custody, which is why we're asking the court to follow this recommendation and this plea agreement that we've reached of just closing the case now. Then he can go and remain in federal custody and go do that time when that sentence is handed down.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Mr.
Your Honor,
Keller, is there any?
Your Honor, if I may, I'm sorry.
You may.
Thank you so much. Mr. Delacino and I have been communicating. One thing we want to bring up, and that is that in our negotiations, which have been extensive with Mr. Keller, one of the things that we talked about that there would be a no contest, and I'll let Mr. Williams explain that in person, but that these would be entered no contest. And Mr. Delacino and I just wanted to make sure that was clear with the court.
Okay, thank you for helping me better understand that, Mr. Finling. Mr. Delacino.
And Your Honor, not to gang up on the proceedings here with the three of us, but I would add to something that Mr. Williams said, which is that not only does the federal resolution contemplate a 27-month prison sentence, but it also contemplates a consecutive term of 60 months of supervised probation. So there will be a probationary component to that sentence as well that will follow the custodial sentence.
And as part of that federal probationary period, would Mr. Galden be required to, I assume he would be subject to probation searches that would involve ensuring that he is not possessing or using any dangerous weapons, such as firearms, likewise, no illegal drugs or alcohol, things of that nature?
That's correct, Your Honor. And federal probation is a sort of unique animal in the sense that it's akin to probationary terms in state, which is to say that they could impose the entire sentence that it was initially available to impose if there were to be a violation. But he would have federal probation officers for that period of time.
And Your Honor, I would just add to that too, built within the federal code is any violation of probation that includes possession of a controlled substance requires automatic revocation of the term of probation. So there is a lot riding on our client doing well after the Bureau of Prison Time and then for 5 years on probation.
Very well. Anything further that you would like to put on the record at this time, Mr. Keller?
Your Honor, just briefly, the state is in agreement with the plan of action that's being set forth before the court. This is somewhat of a unique case where there have been multiple jurisdictions involved, both multiple jurisdictions in the federal and in the state systems. There's been conversations across all parties and across the representatives for the government in each of those cases as well to ensure that a proper disposition is reached globally across these cases. And so this is just part really a smaller cog in the bigger wheel of ultimately seeking justice against Mr. Golden.
I assume then that the Weber County case, which I understand there's a charge in Weber County or maybe charges, is that going to be part of this global resolution as well?
That's correct, Your Honor. There have been conversations with Weber County, and it's my understanding, I believe, that plea has already been taken in Weber County.
That case has been dismissed. That gave rise to the federal case. So same conduct. There's been a plea entered in federal court. The state dismissed their charge.
Very good. Thank you. All right. Mr. Golden, have you had enough time to speak to your attorneys about this decision to enter into this plea bargain?
Yes.
Have they gone over with you the rights that you would be waiving by accepting this plea bargain and entering no contest pleas and being sentenced today and having this case closed?
Yes.
Do you understand that a no contest plea has the same effect as a guilty plea in a lot of ways? The court will sentence someone on a no contest plea the same as it would a guilty plea, although you would still be maintaining your innocence. You would acknowledge that the government has sufficient evidence to meet each and every element of the charges that you would be pleading no contest to.
Yes.
Mr. Golden, are you under the influence of any drugs or alcohol today?
No.
Are you on any medications right now?
No.
Are you thinking clearly today and understanding everything that's happening in court?
Yes.
Has anybody forced you or coerced you to get you to accept this plea bargain?
No.
Are you pleading no contest today because you believe that the government does have sufficient evidence to be able to each of the 10 charges that you would be entering a no contest plea to today beyond a reasonable doubt?
No.
Are you acknowledging that even though you're maintaining your innocence, that the government would still be able to prove these charges in court potentially, and so you believe it's in your best interest to accept a plea bargain?
No.
In order for me to accept your no contest plea, I just need to better understand and make sure that you are acknowledging that the global resolution of these cases is in your best interest, and that there is some basis for you to be accepting the plea bargain. There's some evidence that you believe would justify you accepting the plea bargain. Are you?
Lord have mercy, Jesus. Okay, he's supposed to answer yes to those last two questions. That's why the judge had to re-ask them. I don't understand why his attorney didn't say, Judge, can I have a minute to, counsel with my client so he can understand what the hell the judge is asking. I'm assuming that he don't understand. That's why he's giving the wrong answer. Because if he came in to change his, what is going on? If he came in to change his plea, why isn't he changing his plea? it seems like it's very specific because they went through and picked out what charges they're saying he's going to plead guilty to. Oh, yeah. Let's see.
You able to acknowledge that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Has he been able to sign that statement of defendant supporting his no contest plea?
Your Honor, I did not know the court's policy. I'm going to have him sign this before Your Honor.
Very good.
If I could approach.
Just hand that to the bailiff, please. Thank you. Mr. Golden, I just want to make sure that you have reviewed and read this entire document, which is entitled Statement of Defendant Supporting Your Plea and Certification of Counsel. Have you read this document?
Yes.
Do you have any questions about the rights you would be waiving by accepting the plea bargain?
No.
Okay. Let's have a factual basis to support the 10 charges he's pleading to.
Your Honor, the defendant is ultimately criminally responsible, particularly under Utah Code 76-202, for a large-scale prescription drug fraud ring that has been known to have acquired various prescription medications, specifically promethazine with codeine, which is a cough suppressant that's a heavily abused Schedule 5 controlled substance in the state of Utah. And those were secured from multiple pharmacies in Cache County, as well as other pharmacies in northern Utah. Mr. Golden had acted with others in this criminal activity, particularly where there were 2 co-defendants, which were recently had their cases resolved before this court. And those co-defendants were intercepted as they were trying to pick up the fraudulent prescription at Larry's Pharmacy in Smithfield here in Cache County. Those 2 individuals were using Mr. Golden's vehicle to make the pickup, and they were detained by law enforcement. And shortly thereafter, someone contacted law enforcement, pretending to be an elderly woman to whom the fraudulent prescription belonged. The prescription was listed to be for a Gwendolyn Cox, but this elderly woman, who was clearly someone pretending to be an elderly woman, said her name was Gwendolyn White and couldn't provide a birth year. This is important because fraudulent names such as Beatrice White, Bethel White, Carolyn White, Harriet White, Anna White, and Gwendolyn White were all being used through this scheme. There were 2 other pharmacists here in Cache County that immediately recognized this fake elderly woman's voice from that phone call as the same person who had called into their pharmacies checking in on a prescription under some of those aforementioned names for promethazine with codeine. And all of these prescriptions had been called in by someone portraying themselves to be a Dr. James Woodmansey, who is a legitimate doctor in the Provo, Utah area, but he was contacted by law enforcement and by several of these other prescription outlets, and he had verified that these were all fraudulent prescriptions that he had not authorized. Ultimately, when Mr. Golden ended up in contact with the detective investigating this case, when he was trying to get his vehicle out of impound after it was taken from the Larry's Pharmacy incident. During that phone call, Mr. Golden had engaged in a conversation with a third person and had asked him about the prescription they picked up. At that time, it became clear that Mr. Golden had some involvement beyond simply lending his vehicle to be used, where he had some knowledge of the fraudulent prescription being retrieved. In addition, there was 1 prescription called in for Control Golden, but the date of birth for that prescription was in 1953, which was clearly a false date of birth and is consistent with some of those date of births used with the false elderly women names throughout this fraudulent scheme. That prescription was picked up by an individual who was intercepted by law enforcement. Shortly thereafter, promethazine with codeine, along with other prescriptions, had been called in to that same pharmacy for Mr. Golden, utilizing his accurate date of birth. Mr. Golden, however, while he was on a federal probation, was only afforded a single doctor to issue prescriptions with a single pharmacy, and the doctor who called that prescription in was inconsistent, and that pharmacy was inconsistent with those which had been allowed through probation. In the end, there was a search warrant executed on Mr. Golden's residence. Law enforcement found a prescription bottle in Mr. Golden's bathroom inside the master bedroom. The bottle was for a Caroline White, one of the known fraudulent names, with the corresponding prescribing doctor who had confirmed the fraud. The prescription was for doxycycline, and the prescription bottle was consistent with the time frame and patient information for the promethazine with codeine that had also been picked up, according to a subsequently gathered Doppel report. Also in the bathroom was a prescription for doxycycline to control Golden, also prescribed by the same doctor and previously confirmed as fraud. This is consistent with the promethazine with codeine that had been prescribed with Contrell's fake date of birth, and a prescription bottle of promethazine with codeine was also found inside the defendant's bathroom with no prescription label on the bottle. And a further search of the defendant's residence yielded 3 more bottles of promethazine with codeine. More specifically to these counts, Your Honor, on September 19th of 2023, Reed's Pharmacy in Hiram received a prescription called in for a Bethel White with a claimed date of birth of November 10th of 1949. On September 19th, 2023, Spence's Pharmacy received a similar phone call for a Gwendolyn Cox with a fraudulent date of birth. On October 9th, 2023, Spence's Pharmacy received such a phone call with a fraudulent name. Cache Valley Pharmacy in North Logan had a prescription called in for a fraudulent individual. And on January 17th, 2024, Larry's Pharmacy in Smithfield received a call also from a fraudulent individual. Cook's Brothers Pharmacy in Providence in Cache County had a fraudulent prescription called in, and the Budge Clinic Pharmacy in Logan also had a fraudulent prescription called in. So ultimately, for each time a prescription was called in, there were 3 separate offenses: identity fraud, attempting to procure a prescription, and forgery. The identity fraud includes the use of a real physician's identifying information, that of Dr. James Woodmansey. The procurement of a prescription includes having other people procure or attempt to procure the prescriptions through deceit and lying about their relationship to the patient. And the forgery includes the act of authenticating the writing or the prescription in each instance, which purports to be the act of that Dr. James Woodmansey.
All right, thank you, Mr. Keller. That is a sufficient factual basis to support each of these 10 charges. Mr. Golden, to the charge of identity fraud, a 3rd-degree felony, 2 separate counts, how do you plead to both of those charges? Guilty, not guilty, or no contest?
No contest.
To the charge of forgery, a 3rd-degree felony, 2 separate counts, both of those being 3rd-degree felonies, how do you plead to those 2 charges?
No contest.
To the charge of pharmacy fraud, a Class A misdemeanor, 6 separate counts, how do you plead to each 6 of those charges?
No contest.
The court finds that you have knowingly and voluntarily entered your no contest pleas. I've signed the statement of defendant and will now enter that into the record. You have the right to be sentenced in not less than 2 days and not more than 45 days. It's my understanding that you would like to waive time for sentencing and be sentenced today. Is that correct, Mr. Golden?
Yes.
Okay. Let's hear first today from Mr. Williams or any of his other attorneys. I think I understand, based on the negotiated settlement, that the attorneys with the state and with Mr. Golden agreed to ordering that he pay a fine in the amount of $25,000.
Correct.
And that once that's been paid, which you do have a cashier's check, that the court reduced the 4 felony charges pursuant to 76-3-402 down to 4 Class A misdemeanors, and that then the court should just close his case.
That's correct, Your Honor. And unless the court has any questions of me, I'm happy to submit if the court's comfortable with that.
I am comfortable with that. I don't have any questions, but I will give you a chance if you'd like to state anything further for the record.
Your Honor, just procedurally, I understand that it does take time for minute entries to be updated. As I indicated, have a cashier's check in the amount of $25,000. In fact, Mr. Keller has been kind enough it was mailed to his office, hold that for a couple of weeks for us. I'm asking the court to enter that order, reducing those now and closing the case anticipating that I can give this to some court staff before I leave. So as if we're treating it as if it's been paid, I'm holding it now. I just don't know who to give it to.
Okay. Angie, how long does that on the way down? Yeah. All right.
will
So
do
after
that.
we're done with the sentencing here today, you can just go down to the front counter and pay that fine.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything further that his counsel online need to put on the record? I think I understand the global resolution, but if you'd like to put anything further on the record, you can do so now.
No, Your Honor.
Anything from the state, Mr. Keller?
The state will submit based on that stipulated agreement. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Golden, the court is going to impose a fine in the amount of $25,000 in order you to pay that today. It does appear that you do have a cashier's check in that amount now. And so based upon the stipulation between the state of Utah and Mr. Golden, the court will reduce his 4 felony counts on the identity fraud and the forgery down 1 step to Class A misdemeanors pursuant to Utah Code 76-3-402. And your case will close. Now, the reason that the court is willing to sentence you to just the fine and then closing the case, Mr. Golden, is because it's been represented to me that there is a global resolution between federal prosecutors and state prosecutors whereby you will be serving a substantial amount of time in federal prison, apparently 27 months, and after which 60 months of supervised probation, where you'll be monitored to make sure that you're doing well in your active recovery and that you are staying out of trouble and not having any dangerous weapons, including firearms, in your possession. Mr. Golden, I've seen so many times that good men and women who have a lot of talent and potential, that they can be robbed of that potential when they start to really struggle with their addiction. So I don't want that for you. You seem like a very talented young man. I'm hoping in your future that once you're done with your federal prison time, that you can be really successful on federal probation and have a really bright future where you can reach your full potential in every aspect of your life. Best of luck to you, Mr. Golden.
Thank you.
Anything
Thank you, Your
further?
Honor. That's all I have, if I could
Okay.
be excused.
Free fuck, mistrial. Free fuck, mistrial.
Aren't you interested in removing the cloud that's hanging over the case?
Maybe I was almost tempted to play that. Let's move right along. I don't know what that thing is up there, but I'm gonna figure that out. Ooh. Ah. Let's get to the Diddy of it. Okay. Didn't I know it was right? Okay, so this goes along with the Diddy pack that I got coming up. Shout outs to Law and Crime for doing the job for us. Make sure you like, share, and subscribe. Law and Crime, bitch, yes, your bye. And everybody else will be over there. I like when he says his name. I'm just a bye. Let's get some background. Shall we?
Where to even begin when it comes to the prosecution's new bombshell filing in the Sean Combs case? You know why they say he shouldn't be released before trial? While locked up, they allege that he has been trying to improperly contact victims, witnesses, and other people, is trying to taint a future jury, and is employing his family to do his bidding. We got to break all this down and what it means for Sean Combs, and we're going to sit down with celebrity criminal defense attorney Bradford Cohen. Welcome to Sidebar, presented by Law and Crime. I'm Jesse Weber. Okay, so there are bombshells after bombshells in the government's new filing in the Sean Diddy Combs case, the sex trafficking, racketeering, prostitution case. I don't need to repeat all the allegations. You know what they all are by now. But prosecutors from the Southern District of New York submitted an opposition brief to Sean Combs' motion for bail that they are hoping that this new judge, in this case, Judge Arun Subramanian, will hear. And as we're going to lay out, prosecutors say not only is Sean Combs not entitled to bail, but essentially he shouldn't even get a hearing on this. And remember, Combs is currently in detention at the Metropolitan Detention Center out in Brooklyn, New York, after being denied bail by other judges. The main issues keeping him locked away are that the courts have held that the prosecutors have shown that he is a danger on the outside. He's a potential flight risk. Most notably was evidence put forward that he had been improperly contacting victims and witnesses in this case. And as we discussed on previous sidebars, Sean Combs' counsel has denied all this. They've indicated that all of those conversations were not done with the intent to engage in witness tampering or obstruction. And even, at least they say, one witness had contacted Combs, not the other way around. Well, the government has come out with new evidence of its own to justify pretrial detention. And let me just read you this from the beginning of their brief. They say, while attempting to evade law enforcement monitoring, the defendant has, among other things, orchestrated social media campaigns that are, in his own words, aimed at tainting the jury pool, made efforts to publicly leak materials he views as helpful to his case, and contacted witnesses through third parties? What? And that's not even half of it, because now we have a better idea of also who may be a key witness in this case. So much to break through, so much to break down. Let me bring on acclaimed criminal defense attorney to the stars, Bradford Cohen, who has famously represented celebrities like Kodak Black and Drake. Thank you so much for coming on, Bradford. I got to start with this bombshell. So the government says, look, you can't let him out because he has already been engaging in obstruction while locked up. They read, the government has reviewed dozens of recordings of BOP jail calls in which the defendant uses telephone accounts of at least 8 other inmates, which is against BOP regulations. Seemingly to avoid law enforcement monitoring, the defendant uses other inmates' PAC numbers to make phone calls to both individuals on the defendant's approved contact list, as well as other individuals who are not on the approved contact list. To obtain or maintain access to other inmates' PAC numbers, the defendant directs others to pay the inmates, including through payment processing apps and BOP account deposits. The defendant also frequently instructs individuals whom he contacts by telephone, including family members and his attorneys, to add other individuals via three-way call. This practice is not authorized by BOP as it helps conceal the identities of the contacted individuals. The government has reviewed multiple calls in which the defendant has instructed parties to dial in third parties, including members and associates of the enterprise and individuals who are not on the defendant's contact list. Bradford, what do we make of this?
Not much.
Really? Not much?
Yeah. So this happens all the time in like every single case. They only make a big deal about it in this case. So the third party calling, when I can tell you in my 30 years, 28 years of practice, third party calling has been done in probably 90% of the cases that I have. In fact, sometimes third party calling to me. So what they would do is they'd get one of their friends on the line, and then that friend would then third party me in. And I always have to tell them, hey, this is an attorney-client privilege. You got a third party on the line. And when you have a third party on the line, anything we say is not attorney-client privilege. Sometimes, and this was really funny, I had a murder case in Tampa where they third partied me in. So it was the defendant calling his friend and his friend calling me. And I knew that the prosecutor was listening, and I didn't give that warning. I didn't say, And then I said, you know, hey, listen, we got evidence that are going to blow the doors off of them. And I knew she was listening, and I wanted to prove a point to my client. And then we went into court, and she's like, oh, I heard this conversation with Mr. Cohen. It wasn't attorney-client, and he said he's going to blow our doors off with this new evidence. I want to see this new evidence. And of course, we didn't have that new evidence.
Yeah.
So the third party, I just wanted to prove that the prosecutors, the smart prosecutors, especially in the Southern District of New York, are listening to every single phone call that you make. That's number one. Number two is the thing about using other inmates' numbers. That happens a lot too, because
them getting paid for it? Them getting paid to use it?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, that happens all the time. It's
and again, the allegation is not only that, but also contacting people who are not on his contact list.
Yeah, because some people don't want to be on your contact list. Some people don't want to be on the government's contact, because once you're on the contact list, the government now has your name, your phone number. They could tap your phone. A lot of people don't want to be on contact lists. So because of that, they might use, you know, Bob Smith's PAC number and to call their friend, but they don't understand. It goes by the phone number, right? So like if I'm calling from Bob Smith's PAC number, they're looking for the phone number that I'm calling. They're not looking for Sean Combs. So if my number is 555-1212, they could just do a search. Who has called this phone number in the past month? And that's what they do. And then they realize, oh, wait a minute, why is Bob Smith calling this phone number? And then they go back and they listen to the conversation.
Yeah.
Really, what is the biggest thing, the biggest takeaway from this is that when you first get a client, and clients might not listen to you, and he might not be listening to his attorney, and his attorney is a very good attorney. He might have told him this at the very beginning. Right. But at the very beginning of cases, you have to tell them every phone call is recorded. Don't think that you're playing cute when you have PAC numbers and you try to call someone else. They're going to find out. And that's just the way that it is, especially in the feds. So I don't take much of it unless those phone calls are really damning.
By the way, we are not trying to miss any major development in the Sean Combs case, like these legal filings. We got you covered. And I got to call out one of our incredible sponsors who, with their support, helps us to continue to do this. And that is Morgan & Morgan. And here's the thing. If you should get hurt, America's largest injury law firm may be who you want in your corner. Not only over 1,000 attorneys and additional support staff. Not only is the process super simple because it can all be done right from your smartphone. Not only is there no upfront fee, they only get paid if you get paid, but Morgan & Morgan's track record is incredible. Like recent verdicts of $12 million in Florida, $26 million in Philadelphia, $6.8 million in New York. And all of these, mind you, considerably higher than the highest insurance offers in these cases. So if you're injured, you can easily start a claim at forthepeople.com/LC sidebar. Well, what about, they say, quote, the defendant also uses a non-authorized third-party messaging service called Contact Me ASAP to obscure his communications. The defendant appears to be using two Contact Me ASAP accounts. First, the defendant's BOP contact list includes a particular email address assigned to the defendant's son, which does not appear to be an account owned by the defendant's son, but instead appears to be an email address connected to Contact Me ASAP. Second, the defendant appears to be using another inmate's Contact Me ASAP account, primarily using email one. The defendant has exchanged hundreds of text messages via Contact Me ASAP with dozens of individuals, including attorneys and individuals who are not on the defendant's contact list. So any issue there?
Again, if he's contacting his attorneys, it's usually, it always is attorney-client privilege, unless there's a third party involved. Some people don't feel comfortable talking to their attorneys on jail calls, even though they know they're not supposed to be listening to those calls. I can tell you, they do listen to some of those phone calls. They're not supposed to. They might not use it in a court of law, but a lot of times you find that they oh, sorry, by accident, I didn't realize it was his attorney until I was 3 minutes in.
Right.
So I don't take much of that unless, like I said, unless they have some damning evidence that he is doing something crazy on those phone calls, or he's doing something crazy on that application. Other than that, just using it. I guess the
counter argument would be, putting aside what the content is, we'll get to that. If he's breaking the rules of the prison, right? This is not the prison. If he's breaking the rules of the detention center, should he be on the outside? Is he going to flout the rules of his bail? That would be the argument.
Yeah, I mean, that's a better argument, but the problem is that, you know, quote unquote, breaking the rules by making phone calls and things of that nature, unless those phone calls are the prohibited thing. Like if I am calling a witness directly and having direct witness contact by using this kind of obscure messaging and things of that nature, yeah, 100%. But
Okay.
I think just because he uses third-party calls, that's like, like I said, 99% of the cases do that.
Okay, so let me, there's just so much to get to, so I want to get through everything with you. So the prosecutors have indicated that they will produce these calls to Combs and his lawyers through a filter team prior to what is a scheduled bail hearing on November 22nd, 2024. We're going to be covering that on Law and Crime. But then they write this. On multiple calls, often using the PAC numbers of other inmates, the defendant is explicit about his intention to use public statements to alter public perception. And the defendant leaves no doubt that the narrative he wants to leave is the potential jury pool's perception of this criminal proceeding. And examples of these efforts, they say, are plentiful. And then they black out and they redact all of those examples. First, Bradford, why the redactions?
Well, the redactions probably because they don't want it to then make it public what his position is. Like, I didn't do it. This one witness, she did X, Y, Z. I'm sure that there's things in there that the government doesn't want the public to hear because the government has their narrow view of what's going on, right? And whenever the defendant then wants to address that narrow view and put out his own statement or address it in a different way, they want to curtail that because they have a certain way to look at a case. They don't want anyone looking at it differently. I find this to be the most ironic thing. It's like it's hypocrisy at its best because although the New York Southern District office does not themselves leak things often, they have in the past, but in this case, I don't think there's any evidence that they leaked anything. They also know that other individuals are leaking things that help their case, and they're not curtailing it.
Mm-hmm.
The video of Cassie was certainly leaked. My guess is it was her attorney who leaked it. I don't know for sure, but I would guess that it would be her attorney who leaked that video because that video was in their possession, and that video is something that helps her case to say, hey, I'm not a defendant. I'm a victim here. I will guarantee that the government knew that video was in their possession and that the government knew that some individual was leaking that. And they could have found out who leaked it, but they don't care because it helps their case.
That's what Combs attorneys have been saying. Yeah, that's what Combs attorneys have been saying.
Yeah, and if it didn't help their case, 100%. And if it didn't help their case, they would then be curtailing it.
Well, here's a specific example that's not redacted, that's not blacked out about what they say happens. Because they say after the court entered a gag order, by the way, to not disclose information about the case that applies to the prosecutors, investigative teams, law enforcement, but it also includes Sean Combs and his attorneys. The prosecutors write, the defendant enlisted family members to plan and execute a social media campaign around the defendant's birthday with the intention of influencing the potential jury in this criminal proceeding. And by the way, we covered this on Sidebar. We played that video for you where you can hear his kids wishing him a happy birthday. Combs is on the other line, seems to be happy. But the prosecutors write, at the defendant's carefully curated direction, the defendant's children posted a video to the respective social media accounts showing the defendant's children gathered to celebrate the defendant's birthday. The defendant, from within the MDC, the Metropolitan Detention Center, then monitored the analytics, i.e. audience engagement, and explicitly discussed with his family how to ensure that the video had its desired effect on potential jury members in this case. Bradford, is that a stretch to say that this is tampering with the jury? Or could they say, hey, look, we're just trying to show positivity to change the public perception about him? What do you make of that allegation?
Yeah, I make very little of that allegation. Again, I think that, when you're in this situation and you can put out some PR that makes you look better than what they're saying, and listen, he's done a lot of good. It's not like he hasn't done good in his career. He has done good in his career. Pointing out the good things that he's done in his career, pointing out that it's his birthday, pointing out that he's got a bunch of kids to quote unquote affect the potential jury pool. There is no jury yet. The jury pool could be from Staten Island. It could be from, Manhattan. I mean, the fact is that anything you put on your social media could affect a potential jury pool that we have no idea where they're pulling from, and we have no idea who they are. I think it's a huge stretch to say that would affect a jury pool. Would I think that it would affect, perception of Sean Combs? Sure. And what's wrong with that? He's not talking about the case. It's not a gag order on happy birthday to Sean Combs. And it's not a gag order to say, hey, at one point he gave, $50,000 to St. Jude's Hospital. That's not the quote unquote gag order.
So let me push back on that a little bit because,
sure.
and this was something that I wondered because, his son had taken over his Instagram and was posting videos of his father's music videos and behind the scenes footage. And I was curious at the time about what the purpose might have been. But this is what prosecutors say in their filing. The defendant's own words make clear that his intent is to improperly influence the jury pool in this criminal proceeding. During other calls, the defendant makes clear his intention to anonymously publish information that he thinks will help his defense in this case. And then there's a portion that is redacted, but it also continues. The defendant's efforts to obstruct the integrity of this proceeding also includes relentless efforts to contact potential witnesses, including victims of his abuse, who could provide powerful testimony against him. For example, on October 4th, 2024, in a call involving the defendant and one of his adult sons, the defendant says, and then again, it's redacted, and then they write, provides the clear inference that the defendant's goal is to blackmail victims and witnesses either into silence or providing testimony helpful to his defense. So Bradford, in other words, they're saying, A, they have him on tape saying, I want you to put forward this social media content to help my defense. And B, communications about him trying to reach out to people in the case and maybe using his family. Now, what do you think about that?
So those are two different things. The first part of it about him reaching out about social media, I don't put much weight into it. I think it's something that every defendant that's popular will do. It's something that every defendant that is popular has done. When you have, these allegations and there's certain allegations that, this guy's a bad guy, you're going to have social media saying that he's a good guy. And whether or not it is orchestrated by the defendant or orchestrated by a PR team, it makes no difference to me. The second part of that, if he's trying to reach out to witnesses, that's the part that, obviously is probably their strongest argument, right? If they have witnesses that are willing to come in or people that are willing to testify to say, hey, listen, he gave me XYZ in order to say XYZ, that's completely different. I don't think they have that, because if they did have that, I think they would be charging for every single witness that he has tried to do. The government is not just going to sit back and be like, oh, he paid that guy, we're not going to charge him for that. They're going to charge him for every single little thing that he has done or has attempted to do. So they, just not one count of obstruction. They could hit him with 10 counts of obstruction for every witness. I just don't know if that's what they have. I don't put a lot of faith in the allegations from the government when I have seen in my career those allegations fall short of what they're actually saying in those documents.
And I guess if they don't charge his family members or people that, he's charged with racketeering conspiracies, accused of reaching out to alleged co-conspirators too. If the government doesn't charge any of those people, what does that tell you? And by the way, should we anticipate charges against, family members if this is what's happened, this is what the government's alleging?
If the government actually has the goods on this obstruction, then there would be no reason not to charge them. But the problem is that I don't think they actually have the goods. I think that what they're really looking at is that individuals might have reached out to him to say, hey, listen, this XYZ happened to me. I'm going to file a civil lawsuit. I'm demanding $50,000. And it could be that they're settling civil lawsuits, and the government always feels when you settle a civil lawsuit that is under the guise of buying off a witness. That's always been their position. Doesn't matter what case it is, doesn't matter who you're representing. If there is a civil lawsuit that is pending or a civil lawsuit that could be filed that a potential witness says, hey, I want to settle and I want XYZ amount of money, and you give it to them, the government's position is always you gave it to them to buy their silence or to change their testimony. That's just the way that it always is in every case that I've ever had, and in every case that I've ever read about in terms of federal witnesses that also file civil lawsuits.
Bradford, I got to ask you about this part, because prosecutors say, they write this, quote, Then, after the defendant was in custody, BOP investigators recovered the following notes from the defendant's cell during a pre-planned nationwide sweep of BOP facilities. The strong inference to be drawn from the defendant's communications with Witness 2, and I'll explain later on who that is, and his personal notes is that the defendant paid Witness 2 after she posted her statement. So, Bradford, first, we had reported that there was this sweep by the feds of the MDC, and maybe those notes were a part of what they discovered. But then Sean Combs' team has just responded in their own filing today, and they write, defense counsel has recently learned that the prosecutors are in possession of attorney-client privilege material, including the defendant's own written notes. This search and seizure are in violation of Mr. Combs' 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment rights. Moreover, the targeted seizure of a pretrial detainee's work product and privileged materials created in preparation for trial is outrageous government conduct amounting to a substantive due process violation. Because the prosecutors are currently in possession of privileged material and are actively using this material to detain the defendant, the defense requests an immediate evidentiary hearing. Two sides to this, Bradford. What do you think?
I side with the defense. As usual, I side with the defense. Not always, but in this case, to me, it really is outrageous that they're using his notes. And if it's work product, which I believe that it is work product, I don't think they should be able to. Think about this. They're going into cells and they're looking for usually weapons, illegal items, things that you shouldn't have, phones, cell phones and tablets, things that are snuck into the jail, drugs. And here he probably has a pile of paperwork or notebooks, and they start going through each notebook and reading them and determining whether or not these notes should be used against them in a court of law. It really is one of those positions where why you don't want your client in a jail situation, why you want him bonded out, because while he's in jail, if they can just do this, how do you contact your client? How do you give him paperwork? How do you give him certain things from your law office? How does he take notes to discuss with you the next time he's going to see you when you come to the jail? So he's taking notes in a notebook thinking like, this is what I want to discuss with my lawyer. And then they seize that and they go through it and they use it against you. I do think it's overreaching. I think that there is some case law. The only thing that I'm worried about is if they say this is some sort of crime or a crime fraud exception where the notes themselves are making reference to, obstruction or something like that. They could try to make that argument, but it's really a bootstrap argument because what they're saying is we seize the notes first and then we determine that they could be crime fraud exception. That's really the problem. It's not that they knew they were a crime fraud exception and they seized them afterwards.
Right. So just to be clear about everything right now, first of all, before I let you go, because Bradford has to go, but we have more of this to go through, I wanted to ask you big picture about this. Not necessarily whether everything we've talked about so far is about whether he's going to be charged with an additional crime. It's about whether or not he is entitled to bail. And that's the main issue. Based on these allegations put forward by prosecutors, and yes, it's a lower standard than we're talking about in a kind of a criminal case about a conviction of with a criminal charge. Do you think prosecutors could potentially meet the standard that he should not be released?
Yeah, I mean, listen, in federal court, it's very difficult to get bond on any case. Even the cases where you're somewhat entitled to bond, it's still hard to get because these prosecutors come in with these allegations, and no federal judge wants to give someone the opportunity to flee or to influence a witness or to do things. So a lot of federal judges, they don't want to stick their neck out if they don't have to, and if the law is on their side and there's some discretion there. In these cases, it's up to the defense to show why he should get bond, to show how he should get bond, and to put forth a bond package that's acceptable to the court. So my guess is I don't think he's going to get bond on the third try either. And I think it's a very low standard where the prosecutor can show, unless the defense is coming with something phenomenal, it's a very low standard for the prosecutor to show, hey, listen, this guy shouldn't get bond because of X, Y, and Z. All they have to really do is make the allegations. Even with a hearing, you usually have someone come up there and say, oh, look, he's making third-party calls, and they make a bigger deal of it than it is. And generally, they don't get bond. So I would say there's a 98% chance he doesn't get bond.
I agree with you. I will be very curious to see these arguments laid out. I imagine defense counsel will make a lot of the arguments you have just made. This is why you get paid the big bucks, Bradford. This is why we have you on. Love talking to you. Sorry it took so much of your time. Really appreciate it. Bradford Cohen, everybody, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, so I want to continue this. Obviously, Bradford's so generous with his time. Appreciate it, but a lot more to get to in this filing. So prosecutors write, since being in custody, the defendant has deployed family members to carry out obstructive conduct on his behalf, as evidenced by jail calls. The defendant asked family members to reach out to potential victims and witnesses, create narratives to influence the jury pool, and pursue marketing strategies to sway public opinion. So that's what we talked about before. This next part is fascinating because I think we may have an idea of a potential key witness in this case. So the prosecutors, they address Combs' claims that his contacts with any potential witnesses were innocuous. Prosecutors say, no. They write, the defendant also claims that the defendant's contacts in September 2024 with an individual represented by counsel who wanted to make a public statement, witness 2, were not in any way obstructive because the defendant and witness 2 were previously in frequent contact. However, the contact between the defendant and witness 2, who were bandmates, stopped in March 2024. And from the timeline and the context of the defendant's contacts with witness 2, it is clear that when the defendant reinitiated contact with witness 2 in September 2024, his purpose was to ensure that witness 2 was on his side and to pressure witness 2 to make a public statement denying allegations of violence by the defendant. The defendant reached out to witness 2 on September 11th, 2024, and sent her a copy of the lawsuit against the defendant in which witness 2's name was mentioned several times. The defendant then called witness 2 and they spoke for nearly 6 minutes. After reading the lawsuit, witness 2 called the defendant back at his request and they spoke for over 4 minutes. Evidently, the defendant and witness 2 discussed witness 2 drafting a statement, as immediately after the call, the defendant told witness 2 in a text message, and then that's redacted, but then they go on to say, from September 11th, 2024 through September 15th, 2024, the defendant and witness 2 exchanged multiple texts and had multiple calls, at least 128 phone contacts in total. Witness 2 ultimately made a statement about the lawsuit via an Instagram post on September 13th, 2024. Now, a couple things to break down here. If these allegations are true, this was right before Sean Combs was arrested. So if you're prosecutors and you think that he's reaching out to potential witnesses and influencing what they're saying, that is an argument for why they needed to jump in and arrest him immediately, and now are saying why he doesn't deserve to be out on bail. But I think we know who witness 2 is, because witness 2, these allegations seem to be in line with Kalina Harper, who was in the musical group Dirty Money with Sean Combs and Dawn Richard. Dawn Richard filed her own lawsuit against Sean Combs. And we know that Kalina Harper on September 13th wrote this on her Instagram. I acknowledge the recent lawsuit filed by Dawn Richard in which my name has been mentioned 33 times. While I fully respect Dawn's right to recount her experiences, I want to emphasize that her account reflects her personal perspective and should not be interpreted as a universal truth applicable to everyone involved. So again, that seems to be consistent with what prosecutors are saying. Does that mean Kalina Harper is going to be a key witness in the criminal case? Maybe. Now, I want to finish up with some more arguments from prosecutors here. Like, for example, they say the defense hasn't presented any new information or evidence to justify bail. And they also say, and I think this one is key, we're rejecting Combs' defense that he deserves pretrial release because he can't prepare for trial. They make the argument, look, the MDC, it has provided him with more than reasonable accommodations to meet with his lawyers. He can meet with them 7 days a week. He has access to a separate conference room. He can talk with them by telephone and written communication. And saying, oh, there's a lot of discovery in this case. You can't properly review it in the MDC. They don't have the proper conditions. They say that argument is inadequate. And they also make the point, look, if Sean Combs needs more time to prepare for trial to review this evidence, then guess what? He should request an adjournment of the trial date. He was the one who wanted this trial so quickly, which is currently scheduled for May of 2025. That's a good point. I would imagine if I had Bradford Cohen on, he would disagree with me, but I'm sure he would talk about the conditions at the MDC, which are absolutely horrific. But look, the prosecutors say That shouldn't be a reason that he should be granted pretrial release. Now, I also want to highlight where they mention victim one, because we believe that is Cassandra Ventura, potentially the key witness in this case. And this is Combs' ex-girlfriend who filed her sexual assault lawsuit against him back in November of 2023, arguably, by the way, starting the ball rolling on all of these lawsuits facing Sean Combs, the criminal charges. But here, prosecutors were fighting back against this argument from the defense that the text messages will show that their relationship was just tumultuous, it was toxic, that what you're seeing here is not an example of a freak off or sex trafficking or anything illegal, because obviously there's been a large back and forth where prosecutors say, you want a prime reason why Sean Combs shouldn't be released? Look at the 2016 video of him purportedly beating Cassandra Ventura in a hotel hallway that was published by CNN several months ago. The defense has said that's not an example of her trying to escape a freak off. This is a really unfortunate domestic spat. It's not examples of sex trafficking or racketeering. That shouldn't be used against him for why he should be locked up. Well, prosecutors write, not so fast. Quote, the defendant cherry picks to paint a misleading picture, ignoring numerous other messages in the record between the defendant and victim one, documenting the defendant's physical abuse of victim one and his threats to expose recordings of freak-offs. And of course, again, the freak-offs are the central claim of this criminal case, these coerced, prolonged sexual experiences where people were forced to participate. There was threats, there was violence, there was an exchange of money, sex workers, transporting the sex workers across state lines. But this is where the prosecutors say, they say, we have text messages to show this is more than what the defense says. There's a text message reading, you know what sick and disgusting S I was reminded of the other day? You forcing me to blank, or you were going to leak some S. I have a black eye and fat lip. You are sick for thinking it's okay to do what you've done, and I still have crazy bruising. I turn my head for a second, and you get effed up, and you drag me down the hall by my hair. I have bleeding cuts. You hit me in the head 2 good times. Again, I think Cassandra Ventura is going to be a key witness, if not the star witness in this trial. And putting their relationship on the focus, these messages, this back and forth will be, I think, a really, really big component of it. Now, going to one final point, it's interesting because prosecutors say the bail package that Sean Combs and his defense attorneys have put forward is inadequate. $50 million bond, home confinement with 24/7 monitoring by private security, only having visitors be family members, no internet service, no telephone service. They say it's all not sufficient. Why? Because they're alleging he deployed family members to engage in obstruction, that he can always get people, this is what they say, to do his bidding. Prosecutors say, quote, he can always get people to do his bidding, like employees, family members, MDC inmates, private security personnel. They wouldn't be immune. So again, really interesting arguments put forward by the prosecution. We'll see what the defense response will be. Saw a little bit of it talking about the notes, and this was a violation of his constitutional rights. But I am waiting to see what happens at this hearing on November 22nd. Should be fireworks. We're going to do our best to cover it for you here on Law and Crime and Sidebar. But until that time, that's all we have for you right now. Thank you so much for joining us here on Sidebar. And as always, please subscribe on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, YouTube, wherever you get your podcasts. I'm Jesse Weber. Speak to you next time.
Okay. I don't know, this ain't so I'm on my lazy. So let me see if I can get this to work.
November 18th, 2024. Via ECF Honorable Arun Subramanian, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 500, Pearl Street North, New York, New York, 10007. Re. United States v. Combs, 24 CR 542, as Dear Judge Subramanian, Defense counsel has recently learned that the prosecutors are in possession of attorney-client privileged material, including the defendant's own written notes. This search and seizure are in violation of Mr. Combs' 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment rights. Moreover, the targeted seizure of a pretrial detainee's work product and privileged materials, created in preparation for trial, is outrageous government conduct amounting to a substantive due process violation. Because the prosecutors are currently in possession of privileged material and are actively using this material to detain the defendant, the defense requests an immediate evidentiary hearing. This is an emergent matter because the government has Mr. Combs' privileged notes to his lawyers concerning defense witnesses and defense strategies. The government's opposition to defendant's bail motion states that the trial prosecutors are currently in possession of possibly privileged materials, such as the notes recovered from the defendant's cell. DKT 69 at 12, N.4. In fact, the government is in possession of written material that is absolutely privileged. This is a matter of grave concern that, most respectfully, must be addressed immediately for the following reasons. First, there is no dispute that the government is in possession of privileged material. Second, until receiving the government's submission at 11:29 p.m. on Friday, November 15, 2024, the defense had never been told that, Mr. Combs' notes were taken from his cell, 2, that these notes were given to the U.S. Attorney's Office, 3, and these notes were then given to the trial prosecutors in this case, who then used this material in a filing to keep Mr. Combs detained. We request an immediate hearing at which the government shall provide answers to the following questions. First, who authorized a search of Mr. Combs' sleeping area, personal effects, and paperwork? Second, who determined what paperwork to take? Third, who decided to give this paperwork to the United States Attorney's Office? Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 70 filed November 18, 24 page 1 of 3. Honorable Arun Subramanian November 18, 2024 page 2 of 3. 2. Fourth, who decided to give this paperwork to the trial prosecutors? 1. Fifth, who made the decision to not tell Mr. Combs' counsel that the U.S. Attorney was in possession of his notes, including possibly privileged materials, until after the government put them in a filing to keep him incarcerated? Sixth, exactly what material was taken? Because the U.S. Attorney, and it seems the trial prosecutors, are currently in possession of privileged materials, we request a full evidentiary hearing as soon as the court can accommodate us. Respectfully submitted. Mark Agnifilo Teni Garagos Agnifilo Intrator 445, Park Avenue 7th FL. New York, New York, 100222646, 205-4350 Mark at agilawgroup.com Teni at agilawgroup.com Anthony Rico. Law Office of Anthony L. Rico 20, VC Street North New York, New York, 1007212-791-3919 Tony Rico at AOL.com Alexandra Shapiro. Shapiro Iraq.
Okay. I want to see how far it goes now. Hold on, let me see something.
November 18th, 2024. Via ECF Honorable Arun Subramanian, United States District Judge,
Okay.
Southern District of New York.
All right, y'all know I don't usually so let me read the footnote on here. I don't know if it was read or not. It said, to the extent that a tank team provided to attorney-client privilege material to the trial team without so much as notifying defense counsel that it was in possession of Mr. Combs' notes and work product, the defense may, after necessary fact-finding, argue against the integrity of the tank team process in this case. Indeed, if the U.S. Attorney himself or supervisors in that office condone such a procedure, we reserve the right to request that the tank review process be taken from the U.S. Attorney for the Southern District of New York and be conducted by an entity committing to upholding a defendant's constitutional rights, right? Oh, there's a lot going on. And shout out to the reader. Your mom done got tired. I'm tired, child. I'm tired of being a minute document. Oh, I read a many of documents, honey. So pretty much. Oh, they have a hearing at 3. I don't too much believe. I can't put too much on what Kalina is saying. It's a lot going on. It's a lot. So pretty much when they speak of a substantive due process, that's just asking the question if the government placed somebody's life, liberty, or property in peril, right? Okay. And pretty much that's the basic overall protection we have under the Constitution for them not to do so. So that's pretty much what they are accusing the government of, right? And when you see them refer to substantive due process, that means usually it has something to do with search and seizure, um, search warrants, things of that nature. So you saw them cite the 4th, 5th, and 6th Amendment, right? We know the 4th is dealing with confidentiality, privacy, things of that nature. And the 6th, of course, is attorney-client, amongst other things, but that's the two that they're pretty much referring to in this case, right? So, and it requested, what is it, evidentiary hearing for tomorrow, you said 3, and they pretty much hold them to see if a decision can be made, to see if there should be a trial, okay, or to see if a crime was committed, or to make a decision about something else in the case, or to see if the defendant should be detained, right? What's good with it, DB? So that's what the evidentiary hearing is going to be. Um, it could answer any of those questions. Now, exactly, I don't know if they're going to see if the trial should continue itself, if it's asking that question, or if it's asking if what the government did actually constitutes a violation, and should the trial continue, or should their client be held. So evidentiary hearing is just like a probable cause hearing, right? It asks all those questions I just went over, and then some, right? But it pretty much deals with, should their client be detained, should there be a trial going forward, are there any other decisions that we can make in the case, based on the evidence that they're going to submit tomorrow at 3. They'll have a chance to argue, call witnesses if need be, something like a little mini hearing, like a little speed mini hearing, right? Something like that. So let me work that magic on that other document. I'm trying to get to the fun
Page
stuff.
3. My UND. November 18th, 2024. By ECF. The Honorable Arun Subramanian, United States District Judge, Southern District of New York, 500 Pearl Street North, New York, New York, 10007. Re. United States v. Sean Combs, 24 CR 542, as. Dear Judge Subramanian, the government respectfully submits this letter in connection with the defendant's letter dated November 18, 2024, CDKT number 70, and in response to the court's order issued earlier today, CDKT number 71. For the reasons that follow, the relief requested by the defendant, including an evidentiary hearing, are unnecessary. Background. On or about September 16, 2024, the defendant was arrested. The following day, the above-referenced indictment was unsealed and the defendant was presented arraigned before the Honorable Robin F. Tarnofsky, United States Magistrate Judge. As part of that proceeding, the government moved for detention under the Bail Reform Act. Finding that there was no condition or combination of conditions that would assure the safety of the community, Judge Tarnofsky denied the defendant bail. The following day, the Honorable Andrew L. Carter heard the defendant's bail appeal, and after a lengthy hearing, determined that the government had proven by clear and convincing evidence that the defendant was a danger to the community and a risk of obstruction. The defendant's communications. Since being ordered detained, the defendant has been held at the Metropolitan Detention Center, Brooklyn, MDC, a Bureau of Prisons, BOP, facility. With respect to inmate communications, all BOP inmates, including the defendant, are afforded the opportunity to confer with attorneys on unmonitored phone lines. Other communications occur over BOP monitored phone lines and email. As part of its general practice to screen monitored communications for 26 Federal Plaza, 37th floor, New York, New York, 10278. U.S. Department of Justice. United States Attorney, Southern District of New York. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 72 filed November 18, 24, page 1 of 7. Page 2. Content that could jeopardize the public or the safety, security, or orderly operation of the facility. See https://www.bop.gov/inmates/communications.jsp. BOP staff, including a particular BOP investigator, Investigator 1, has consistently monitored the defendant's communications on monitored communication channels, including monitored phone lines. This monitoring is independent of the case team, i.e., the Assistant United States Attorneys charged with the investigation and prosecution of the defendant, and is not done at its direction. As set out in the government's November 15, 2024 brief and made clear on the record during the previous bail hearings, the government's grand jury investigation of the defendant, including the defendant's obstruction related to this criminal case, is continuing. As part of that investigation, the government has sent grand jury subpoenas and document requests to the BOP for the defendant's monitored communications, including calls and emails. From those materials, the government has learned that the defendant has persisted in engaging in obstructive conduct since he entered BOP custody. Among other things, the defendant has engaged in unauthorized communications practices, including 1. Three-way calling on the monitored phone line, 2. Use of other inmates' phone access code, or PAC, numbers to make phone calls on the monitored phone line, and 3. Use of a third-party text messaging provider through the BOP's monitored email system. Each of these methods of communications is prohibited by BOP. Furthermore, as set out in the government's November 15, 2024 brief, the defendant used these unauthorized methods of communications to continue to engage in obstruction, including by instructing third parties to reach out to witnesses and attempting to influence the jury pool in this criminal case. The defendant has used all three of the aforementioned methods of communications to communicate with his attorneys. Accordingly, although it is clear to all parties involved that these calls and emails are monitored, in an abundance of caution, the government sent any potentially privileged communication, i.e., any communication involving an attorney, to the filter team for review before it was released to the case team. As is the government's long-standing practice in ongoing covered investigations such as the investigation into the defendant's obstructive conduct in the MDC, the government did not disclose potentially privileged communications to defense counsel in the first instance. As stated in the government's opposition to the defendant's bail motion, the government intends to produce all the defendant's calls and emails in full to defense counsel today. See DKT number 69 at 16 and point 7. Sweep of the MDC. In or around October 28, 2024, the BOP and several other federal and local agencies initiated a sweep of the MDC. The sweep was pre-planned and coordinated to ensure the safety and security of staff and inmates at the MDC, and was part of a larger safety and security initiative and not in response to any particular threat or intelligence. See Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 72 filed November 18, 24, page 2 of 7. Page 3. https://www.bop.gov/resources/news/pdf/202411001-press-release.pdf. 1. The MDC sweep included the jail and the warehouse where MDC food and other property are stored. It was planned well in advance of the defendant's arrest, and was not conducted to target any particular inmate, including the defendant. During the MDC sweep, multiple housing units were searched, including the defendant's unit. Although members of the case team were aware in advance that the defendant's housing unit would be searched, in addition to other areas of the jail, no one on the case team supervised, conducted, or participated the search of any housing unit, nor the search of the defendant's bunk area. In fact, the case team was not aware in advance of what agents and officers were conducting the search of that housing area. Investigator 1 was assigned by BOP to participate in the week-long sweep and was present at the MDC during the operation. During the sweep of the defendant's housing unit, Investigator 1 interviewed multiple inmates, including the defendant, about potential corruption and contraband at the MDC. Following Investigator 1's interview of the defendant, Investigator 1 approached the defendant's assigned bunk to check for contraband. On the defendant's bunk, Investigator 1 found the following items: 1. A manila folder marked legal, 2. A notebook labeled, 3. An address book, and 4. Personal effects. Investigator 1 felt the outside of the manila folder marked legal for contraband, and feeling none, set it aside and did not open or photograph it. With respect to the notebook labeled in the address book, Investigator 1 took photos of these materials. Investigator 1 left the materials on the defendant's assigned bunk. No physical materials were seized from the defendant. Following the MDC sweep, Investigator 1 alerted the case team that he had taken photos of the defendant's notebook and address book. The photographs. Investigator 1 described the notebook as largely notes to self written by the defendant that included notes regarding. In an abundance of caution, the case team asked Investigator 1 to provide the photographs directly to the filter team, given the possibility that they touched on legal strategy. Following review, the filter team provided certain of the photographs to the case team, including photographs containing redactions. 21 The government's November 15, 2024 brief mistakenly described the MDC sweep as nationwide. This was an error. The sweep of the MDC included BOP officers and agents from around the nation, but the sweep was focused on the MDC and facilities used by the MDC, example the MDC warehouse. 2 For reference, the government is including as exhibits photographs of the notebook labeled Things to Do and the address book as Exhibit A, which contain redactions, for the filter team review. This is the full set of material from the BOP sweep that was provided to the case team. This exhibit is being filed under seal pursuant to the protective order governing discovery in this case. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 72 filed November 18, 24, page 3 of 7. Page 4. The instant motion. On November 8, 2024, the defendant submitted a renewed motion for bail in front of Your Honor. See DKT number 60. In the government's response, filed on November 15, 2024, the government argued, among other things, that the court should deny the defendant's motion to reopen the bail hearing since he had failed to present any new or material information. In addition, the government argued that the defendant was actively continuing his efforts to obstruct justice while in custody, including by, among other things, attempting to influence witness testimony. In support, the government cited two excerpts of portions of the photographs that discuss the defendant paying a potential witness and on other potential victims and witnesses, which had been provided to the government after review by the government's filter team. See DKT No. 69 at 21-22. Both excerpts are consistent with other evidence discussed in the government's submission. On November 18, 2024, Defense Counsel submitted a letter motion to the court arguing that the government was in possession of attorney-client privileged material, namely portions of the photographs which reflected the defendant's notes, which it argued were privileged notes to his lawyers concerning defense witnesses and defense strategies. See DKT number 70 at 1. The defense also argued that the government had engaged in a targeted seizure of the defendant's materials, ID at 1, which it argued amounted to a violation of the defendant's constitutional rights. The defense therefore requested that the court hold a hearing to assess, among other things, who authorized a search of Mr. Combs's cell, determined which materials should be seized, and provided the materials to the government. See ID at 1-2. A discussed herein, there was no targeted seizure of the defendant and the BOP sweep resulting in the government's obtaining the photographs was not unconstitutional nor improper. Relevant law. In accordance with BOP policy, staff may search an inmate's housing and work area, and personal items contained within those areas, without notice to or prior approval from the inmate and without the inmate's presence. BOP Program Statement 552.14. This is consistent with the law, which states that an inmate's reasonable expectation of privacy is extraordinarily circumscribed, because his interest in privacy must be balanced against the interest of society in the security of its penal institutions. United States v. Gonzalez, 2000 WL 172-1171, at *2, SDNY November 17, 2000, quoting Hudson v. Palmer, 468 U.S. 517, 527, 1984. Although pretrial detainees, like the defendant, retain some Fourth Amendment protections, that does not mean that these rights are not subject to restrictions and limitations. Bell v. Wolfish, 441 U.S. 520, 545, 1979. Indeed, even when a prison regulation impinges on inmates' constitutional rights, the regulation is valid if it is reasonably related to legitimate penological interests. Turner v. Safley, 482 U.S. 78, 89, 1987. Accordingly, although pretrial detainees may have some residual privacy interests that are protected by the Fourth Amendment, courts must weigh those interests against the requirements of preservation of institutional security and order. United States v. Schult, number 17 CR 548, POC, 2019 WL 528, 7994, at *2N1, citing United States v. Willoughby, 860 F.2D 15, 21, 2D Sir 1988. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 72 filed November 18, 24 page 4 of 7. Page 5. When potentially privileged materials are obtained by the government, use of a filter team is a common procedure in this district and has been deemed adequate in numerous cases to protect attorney-client communications. In research warrants executed on April 28, 2021, No. 21 Miscellaneous 425, JPO, 2021 WL 218-8150, at *2, SDNY May 28, 2021, citing United States v. Blackstad, number 19 CR 486, ER, 2020 WL 599-2347, *8, SDNY October 9, 2020, United States v. Seglia, number 12 CR.876, VSB, 2015 WL 1499194, *1, SDNY March 30th, 2015. See also, example United States v. Youssef, 327 F.3d 56, 168, 2d Sir 2003. The government established an effective firewall to prevent disclosures to the government's trial attorneys of trial strategies or confidential communications between the defendants and their attorneys, overruled on other grounds by Montejo v. Louisiana, 556 U.S. 778, 2009. Moreover, even if there was inadvertent disclosure of privileged material to the prosecution team, that alone does not suggest that a defendant's constitutional rights were violated or that a defendant is entitled to relief. See United States v. Lumiere, number 16 CR 483, JSR, 2016 WL 718-8149, at *6, SDNY November 29, 2016. This after-the-fact notice of potentially privileged documents did not render the government's earlier search unreasonable. The government's review need only be reasonable, not perfect. Schult, 2019 WL 528-7994, at *2. Discussion. First, the fact that the photographs were taken was entirely proper. They were taken during a pre-planned sweep of the MDC, which was organized, initiated, and executed by BOP staff with the assistance of multiple federal and local partners for the purpose of the safety and security of inmates and staff, and to address persistent issues that have arisen at the MDC, including issues that the defendant himself complains of. See DKT number 61 at 20-21. Given that this major law enforcement operation was planned well in advance of the defendant's arrest, there can be no credible argument that the MDC sweep itself was meant to target the defendant. Cf. United States v. Cohen, 796 F.2d20, ed., holding that evidence recovered during a search of a pretrial inmate's cell when it was initiated by prosecutors and not by prison officials for security reasons could be challenged for violation of Fourth Amendment. Indeed, no member of the case team conducted or was present during the search and only learned about the photographs once the search was complete. In sum, there is no evidence to support the defendant's weak suggestion that Investigator 1's taking photographs of the defendant's notes was a targeted seizure. Nor is there anything improper about Investigator 1 taking the photographs. Investigator 1, who had reviewed the defendant's calls and emails in which the defendant overtly and persistently engaged in conduct that violated BOP rules and regulations, was entirely justified in inspecting the defendant's assigned bunk to recover additional evidence related to those violations and to ensure the security of the BOP facility. Moreover, Investigator 1, who is not even bound by any privilege doctrine that may affect the case team, took steps to respect the potential privilege of the defendant's personal effects. Investigator 1 specifically did not examine the manila folder labeled legal. He confined his review of materials to the notebook labeled moreover. None of the steps taken by Investigator 1 while he was searching the Case 1:24 CR 00542 as Document 72 filed November 18, 24, page 5 of 7. Page 6. Defendant's bunk were done at the case team's direction. Indeed, the case team was not aware at the time that Investigator 1 was participating in the BOP sweep. Second, the government's use of a filter team to review the photographs in the first instance is entirely appropriate and adequately protected any potentially privileged documents. As is consistent with the practice in this district, the filter team's review segregated potentially privileged materials as evidenced in the redactions contained in the photographs. This approach is eminently reasonable. See Schult, 2019 WL 528-7994, at *2, quoting Lumiere, 2016 WL 718-8149, at *6. Here, where the photographs related to the government's ongoing covered grand jury investigation, the government had no obligation to seek defense counsel's view of the privilege determinations made by the filter team. Finally, the photographs, and what is depicted in them, are not privileged. Point 3. The defendant doesn't argue, nor could he, that the notes in the photographs were prepared for the purpose of obtaining legal advice. Contrary to defense counsel's mischaracterization, the photographs do not reflect notes to the defendant's lawyers concerning defense witnesses and defense strategies. Rather, the photographs depict the defendant's wide-ranging notes to himself, including notes related to the defendant's business interests, his release of music, and family matters, among other things. Under the law, these sorts of notes are not protected by the work product doctrine. See Correa, 468 F sub point 3d at 624. Even if there was disclosure of privileged material to the case team, that alone is not a basis for the relief that the defendant seeks. Indeed, in order to be entitled to a hearing to determine whether the prosecution was tainted by exposure to privileged information, defendants have the burden of showing a factual relationship between the privileged information and the prosecution. United States v. Dupree, 781 F sub 2d 115, 163, EDNY. 2011, the defendant has not done so here, particularly given the government's good faith use of a filter team. United States v. Sharma, number 18 CR 340, LGS, 2019 WL 380-2223, at *5, SDNY. 3. The defendant appears to assert that the photographs are protected by both the attorney-client and work product privileges. The attorney-client privilege protects communications, 1, between a client and his or her attorney, 2, that are intended to be, and in fact were, kept confidential, 3, for the purpose of obtaining or providing legal advice. United States v. Mejia, 655 F.3d 126, 132, 2d Sir 2011. Because the attorney-client privilege stands in derogation of the search for truth so essential to the effective operation of any system of justice, it must be narrowly construed. Calvin Klein trademark TRV Wagner, 198 FRD 53, 55, SDNY 2000. The attorney work product doctrine provides qualified protection for materials prepared by or at the behest of counsel in anticipation of litigation or for trial. In grand jury subpoenas dated March 19, 2002 and August 2, 2002, 318 F.3d 379, 383, 2d Sir 2003. It is well established that the work product privilege does not apply to documents that are prepared in the ordinary course of business or that would have been created in essentially similar form irrespective of the litigation. United States v. Adleman, 134 F.3d 1194, 1202, 2d Sir 1998. The party asserting either privilege bears the burden of establishing its applicability. Correa, 468 F sub 3d at 621, 624. Case 1:24 CR 00542 as document 72 filed November 18, 24 page 6 of 7. Page 7. August 13, 2019, denying a hearing where potentially privileged search warrant returns were inadvertently provided to the trial team. Conclusion. For the foregoing reasons, the government respectfully submits that an evidentiary hearing is not required or appropriate under the law. Respectfully submitted. Damian Williams, United States Attorney.
Okay. Oh my gosh. Lord have mercy, honey. I tell you, some people chuck that thing full of case law, baby. Oh. Pretty much, they're saying they were justified in searching and confiscating whatever they did. They said they filtered it out through the case team for potential attorney-client materials. Work product means that is materials that is used for preparation of trial. That's what is meant by work product. that falls upon the attorney-client privilege. Um, hmm, I don't know. This is one thing I do know. His team is working. It be so much. It's like something comes out every day. If not every other day, if every other day, if not every day. That's what I'm trying to say. It's ridiculous. Now the volume, and I'm just looking at the paperwork, honey. It's a team, another team of women, just like the R. Kelly situation. Another team of female. Good, Google and move. Great. Hey, what's next? Let me see. Thank you, Rita, for helping me read. And we got some stuff. Get to the off the record stuff. Yeah, so that's. Let me see. Is that all I need to put on the record with P. Diddy? Hold on, let me make sure. Let me make sure. Damn, I let the computer go out. What up, Jess? What up? What up? I mean, this is crazy. Let's get to the off the record stuff. These crazy nutcases. I hope I told you about the Doug Weinstein. What he said, he was trying to get a special verdict, but I hope I told you. I don't know. Mm. I cannot get that. You know how you get and I know I played that song the other day, well, a couple of weeks ago when it was in my head. Firecracker, get up, get up, get up on you, fire. Dun, 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 dun. Hey, dun, 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 hey, 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 hey. And remember when I used to do like in the beginning of the YSL trial, we have a moment, they be panning around with the camera, and I be like, which one of them people that look guilty and stuff. Remember the one I always said was guilty all the time. He don't never look innocent, right? His ass is one of the ones that's held back. I knew I was right. I'm trying to tell you, I be right. Guilty as hell. His ass is held back. He one of the two in the damn courtroom. Guilty looking ass. Guilty looking. They thinking Mike Tyson. People actually thinking Mike Tyson had a chance. I can't. Like, what? Is you crazy? Oh my gosh. What is this old crazy ass lady? Y'all nuts now. Okay. Let me go right here with this. Okay. Now, do I want to start? Oh, no. The court to get up there? The shot in the nose lady, I don't feel like hearing all that. I'll skip over her and get the court. Well, she up there too, but Courtney. That Courtney would not blink them damn eyes. I don't like that. You thought Mike had a chance? We're talking about after the first couple minutes. Did you see it? Okay. Now I'm gonna have to play this on the side before the fight. You thought, yeah. You know, first couple minutes it looked pretty good. Everybody like Mike, Mike, Mike. But everybody then after a while like, oh, like what you think? Did they do you follow boxing? You see the Jake Paul? Yeah, girl. I'd be in and out with him. He'd be doing too much. Like, but when he was up there with all that playing around with Mayweather and he got mad, Mayweather got mad, I got scared. You hear me? I didn't think that fight was gonna go on. I got scared. Girl. So this is Sean Atwood and attorney ARIEL Esquire. Yeah. And my thing is, but now here's the thing, right? He lost to Tommy Fury. Tommy Fury is a real boxer. I want him to line it up with some more boxers. Okay? Line it up with some more boxers. Let's see how you fare then. And before you start, then you can talk some real shit. Them UFC people, okay, I mean, the social media people, because everybody boxing in social media. It's crazy. The Ace fam, that boy, he owes them people done sued his ass. I don't think he box no more, cause he probably can't box no more, cause his contracts be ridiculous. And one thing about that when it comes to boxing, those contracts, it's pretty much some of them should be ruled oppressive or should be illegal, because like some of them be it'll be the boxer, and the boxer is the same as the promoter, as the same as something else, and it's like I mean it's all under one house. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. So let me play this. This is Sean Atwood's platform, but they got Jaguar right up there, ARIEL Mitchell. Apparently, Courtney Burgess get up here, and this is about Diddy. This is off the record content, okay? So I'm gonna play it from here.
Hey everybody, I am delighted to have ARIEL Mitchell with us as promised. Huge thank you to ARIEL for coming on, and huge thank you to all the viewers who've been sending so many questions in throughout the day. Of course, there is an insane fascination with the Diddy case, but before we get to all that, let's just ask ARIEL, what got you into this career? Was it something you dreamed of as a young person? What motivated you to go down this road?
So since I was 15 years old, I definitely wanted to be an attorney. I always wanted to be a lawyer. I have a lot of public speaking background because I'm from Chicago and I grew up with Emmett Till's mother. So Emmett Till's mother had a speaking group called the Emmett Till Players, where she taught us all of Dr. King's speeches. So from 7 years old, I was the featured keynote speaker when they renamed 71st Street in Chicago to Emmett Till Road. I was the featured speaker at that engagement. And so I had a lot of, I should say, civil rights instilled in me from a very, very young age. Now, when I did become a lawyer, I wasn't aiming to get into this kind of law. I'll give my client, Jahara Jeffries, the kudos and the respect for essentially dragging me into this arena. I did start off working
Keep going, sorry.
Okay. So it was I like the other side where I was making money working for celebrities, underground, keeping things quiet. So when Jahara Jeffries approached me about her case with Trey Songz, I was initially very hesitant about doing that with her. So
you know what? This is crazy. This is so crazy, right? I heard Pam Esquire speak on, her time in doing that type of work as a lawyer. She speak on it or whatever. Very, very interesting.
After some convincing, after several months, that was the first case that I got into, and pretty much it ballooned into what you see today.
So I've always tried to explain to you that there's a side of law. It's called transactional law, transactional lawyers, where we try to prevent cases from going into court, right? And that's where you get a lot of work you do with the industry, celebrities. It's a lot of, it's a corporate law. And if you own the prosecution side, and it's a lot of cutting deals inside. Okay. So so that on transactional, that's preventing a court case, and then litigators, they argue a court case.
And does it give you satisfaction representing these people?
It does give me a lot of satisfaction representing these people. I come from a very low income family in Chicago, Black family. I saw a lot of my family members, from my mother to my grandmother to my brothers to my uncles, and everybody in my family be marginalized by the system, not have access to knowledge, not have access to wealth, not have access to just general understanding of how the world works. And I wanted to make sure that it started with me and my family first, just wanting to protect them and making sure they could not be marginalized and relegated the way they have been and the way I had watched them my entire life. Now to advocate for people across the spectrum, across all races, just victims of abuse in various ways. It's just only highlighted right now when we talk about celebrities.
Yeah, we salute that mission. I've written a series of books deconstructing the war on drugs and mass incarceration, and it's absolutely monstrous what's happened in America. How people are just preyed on, and just processed through plea bargains into the prison system. It's disgusting.
Absolutely.
Well, that's another rabbit hole. All right, so you get into this profession then, and you see the Diddy case starting to evolve. What were your first thoughts?
Well, Sean, I don't know if you know this, but I was the first lawyer to sue Diddy in a sexual assault capacity. So in Jahara's case in 2021, that case is still right now ongoing in Miami-Dade courts. So in November of 2021, I named Sean Combs as a defendant in that lawsuit with Trey Songz, along with 11 Nightclub and Jahara Jeffries as the plaintiff. Then there was a situation in 2022 where I filed a lawsuit with Chris Brown.
Watch it, bitch.
Chris Brown had sexually assaulted a young lady on a yacht.
Watch it, bitch.
So in 2021 and 2022, I had been already sounding the alarms about Diddy and things that were happening at his home. Now, these things weren't directed to him, but where there's smoke, there's fire. Why are all of these things coincidentally occurring at his home? So we are still in court in the 2021 case, and then in 2023, Cassie filed her lawsuit, and then essentially everybody started to wanting to believe these things about Diddy, and it's clear we've seen a lot of things already in the media. No one cared. No one cared until Cassie came out.
That's what I was going to ask you. So if you were the first, was there a lot of pressure just to keep these things covered up to protect the brand? And it's like the Cassie video came out and the floodgate opened. Is that what happened?
Well, even when I filed my 2021 case, I live here in Miami. Diddy lives 12 minutes away from me. Where I live at is a very close proximity. Miami's a very small place. It seems like a big city, but it only applies to people who are not from here. Miami is a very small city. Everybody kind of runs into each other. There's only so many places to go and so many things to do. And if you live here, you're going to eventually run into everybody. So I don't want to call myself a socialite, but for all intents and purposes, I'm a socialite here in Miami. There's nowhere I can't go. I actually started my law career as a baby lawyer with the club promoters and the strippers here in Miami. So I've been with them for a decade now, and that's how I kind of came up into the even transition into the entertainment celebrity portion of my law practice early in my career. But saying all of this to say, when I was doing that, I was getting people coming to me saying to me, Ariel, you know, Diddy's going to come after you. You got to stop suing him. You got to stop pursuing this. And it was very scary because people were, the amount of people who were coming to tell me, it wasn't just one or two, it was several people. And all of these people didn't even know each other, let alone know each other to tell me, hey, Ariel, he's saying this and doing this. So, you know, it got to a point where I just said, okay, care so much now. I'm just reading the so, you know, it just got to that point where we just continue with the case. And I actually have the paperwork where Diddy had evaded service. So we had sent the sheriff out because he lives on Star Island, for people who don't know, which has a security guard. It's on an island. There's a bridge. When you get to the end of the bridge, there's a security guard. And the security guard, you have to be on the list. And if you're not on that list, you can't get over the bridge. So we were aware of that, which is why we wanted to make sure we got the police, because the police can actually get over that bridge. And so the police went multiple times. One time, the first time they said people were scrambling and they went in a house, and then 20 minutes later, 2 black SUVs left. Like, of course, Diddy was in one of those SUVs. Then another time they were told that nobody named Sean Combs lived at this house, which is his house. Sorry. And then another time they said to come back when his mom was awake at 9 a.m. The police actually returned at 9 a.m. I don't know how much you know about the police actually returning on an agreed upon time. And then they wouldn't answer the door. So it's a lot of things that happen that I know he was aware of my lawsuit and aware of me, to where these things with other people coming to tell me that if I didn't stop persisting in the way that I was trying to serve him and trying to drag him in this lawsuit, that I would be in danger. And based off the way that I moved in Miami, it would be very easy. And that he was like checking in with people to see where I was and what I did and who I knew. And that drew a lot of concern for me, and a lot of concern for the people around me who care about me.
It seems like there's one law for the Diddys and the Jeffrey Epsteins until a certain point, and then they get thrown to the wolves. And the question that came in from the viewer is, Ariel, why do you think people curse so much now after Cassie, in your opinion?
So my opinion of that will be, when it comes to regular people and celebrities, people always want to assign clout chasing, or, you know, that they're trying to do this because this person is famous. Oftentimes, regular people, if it's he say, she say, but one of the he or she's is a celebrity, the other person is automatically not going to be believed. So in this situation, we all watched Cassie and Diddy be in a relationship, a very public relationship, for a very long time. So for somebody like her, who we all at least can synonymize her with being close to him, that's why we believe her a little bit more than a random person we may have assaulted.
I see. Okay. 50 Cent said something about Diageo, this huge company here in my country that's capitalized at 55 billion British pounds. That Diddy was demanding more rights from them after they'd already paid him $1 billion, and he believes that was a catalyst. The lawsuit about the racism was, you know, damaging to them, and that they capitalized when the Cassie situation came out. Do you think there's any truth in 50 Cent's theory?
I believe there's truth in the do not bite the hand that feeds you. I think there may have been some biting of the hand that feeds him, and that when you have skeletons in the closet and you're biting the hand that feeds you, I think you're asking for it.
Yeah, well said. All right, you've got another viewer question here. It's from Elizabeth. You alluded to being the middle person looking for buyers for your client who was selling recordings of celebrities. Is that legal or is it illegal?
I never alluded to being the middle person. I said very clearly that I was approached to broker the deal. I'm an attorney, so in a lot of these catch and kill scenarios, even the other party has their attorney. Everybody brings their attorneys to the table for the legality of the matter. They want to make sure that there are certain non-disclosures that are present, things that are understood, because someone can always come back and say, I didn't have an attorney, I don't know what I was signing, and then you invalidate the whole process. So that's not, for the lay people who don't do this on a regular basis, I can understand how they just think it's illegal. There is a fine line between extortion. I would encourage everybody, Google is free, to look up what extortion is, the elements of extortion as a lawyer. I understand that there are certain elements that need to be met in any type of claim or count. So in an extortion element, there has to be some like threat attached. So anything or else, the or else is where you cross into extortion territory. Walking a fine tightrope between what is legal in terms of there's a good for sale, would you like to purchase it, and being extortion. That's why you have lawyers do this, and even lawyers sometimes don't actually walk the tightrope very well. That's why we have people like, I call it, when you don't walk the tightrope, I call it Avenetti, like Michael Avenetti. So, you know, that's somebody who was doing a good job at walking that tightrope and then kind of fell off. And that's how he got in trouble.
When you were getting interviewed.
All right, so I'm going to advance it a little bit to get to Jaguar. But y'all remember when we first started on this journey, the first thing I told y'all to get familiar with was what elements. You're going to hear that word used often from now on. And you just heard, well, y'all are already familiar with it now. I mean, I ain't got to reinforce it. So we're going to get to
even any Costco in the city of Miami. You have to go to like Hialeah to get to a Costco. It's not even any Costco's near him, let alone anybody with a Costco membership, especially me with an executive membership, knows they don't even sell baby oil there.
But then again, remember, not to become too dark, do you know that the baby oil was not allegedly used for massage purposes? I will leave it at that. It's a wonderful medium for delivery.
You must not have read my lawsuit in the Northern District of California.
I can't say I have, but I'll wait till it comes to the drive-in. What was
No,
it?
I was about to say, I found it in October. I know the oil was not being used for not even lubrication purposes.
I was going to say, girl, don't play with me. Don't play with me about no damn elements.
It is
Come
a medium.
on.
It is a suspension that allows us, and Ron knows all about that. In fact, there's a preacher for this, which you know all about that.
Yeah,
Ron, by the way,
when I heard it was a Thursday bolt was lying, I was like, amateur. You know what I'm saying?
I know. Ron one time was talking about this whole notion about squatting over a goldfish bowl with brine shrimp paste. But I don't want to go into that right now.
You can sign up to my elite content on another website, which we'll talk about later.
But here's the thing that Ariel has to do. The first rule is that do no harm. You are trying to not make Diddy bigger a target as possible, and he's coming out there just basically saying, "Come on."
Let me break in here, Lila, because Ariel's got limited time, and Jaguar has just come on the screen. Hello, Jaguar. Meet Ariel.
Hello. See you again.
We've met before.
Well, I said see you. I didn't say we met. I saw you during the Pierce.
Technically, that would be viewing me, not seeing me. It was a joke.
Okay. No, I saw you there. We didn't have time to interact because everyone shot their segments separately. But as you know, I did not like the way Vlad handled you. And I spoke up for you then. And I don't know what went wrong between then and now.
I reached out to you. You sent me a message. We never heard from you.
Right. So a lot of people reach out to me once, and
I responded, and you never reached back. That's what
you know. I apologize if you did.
It's cool. Look, you was busy. I'm sure you got a lot.
Right. You know, fell through the cracks. I actually, when I didn't hear from you, I thought I left it where I was waiting for you to call me, because I think the last message I sent was.
Oh, we reached back. We never got anything.
Oh, okay. Well, again, I don't know, but I don't know how it turned into a problem. Even if
no, it didn't turn into a problem. What it turns into is that right now, I'm not interested in what everyone else is interested. You know, my objective is a lot different than most people. See, I already know where the problems are. I know where the leaks are. I know where the gaps are. We all know that this is government ran. Of course, nobody wants to say that. I only feel comfortable with saying this because this is a British platform.
I'm comfortable saying it's government ran.
Let's just be very clear about that. My greatest issue is the chain of evidence. You know, Courtney just told us the other day that it was Chris that gave him all of the information. Courtney also said that you came to him by way of Chris, and you and Chris have an association. It's just everything is so muddy how everyone actually knows each other. And then I'm sitting here and I'm listening to you and Lionel talk, and you know, it's always good to hear, you know, legal eagles bust it up. You know, there's a conversation that a lawyer can have with another lawyer that they can't have with a lay person, you know. So that's always great. And you have a background, you said, working with child cases, right?
With DCF as general counsel. But that I was representing the department, not, so there's two sections of DCF. Most people know the Child Protective Services, which is the department that goes and takes children and terminates parental rights. That's not.
I know CPS, sometimes I send them to people's houses.
Right. So that's a separate department. I actually was a lawyer, general counsel for the department. So I represent the agency, if you will, in litigation matters that they had related to the agency actions. So it's a little different, but like, for example, one of my divisions was child care licensing. So all of the daycares that got a child care daycare license in Miami-Dade and Monroe had me sign off on it at one point in time.
Which is interesting. I'd like to stop you there.
Sure.
Because the truth is I don't know if you know, I have strong ties to Dade and Broward.
I did not know
and
that.
Duval.
Okay.
She hollering at us, Duval. My daddy grew up in White Springs, Florida.
Okay.
And my family, we have our family, you know, rites of passage, urgent ink, based out of Overtown.
Let me rewind that
if
back
you're
a
a
little
day
bit.
girl, then you should, you know, the baseball diamond.
What are we talking about?
To terminate parental rights.
I know CPS, sometimes I send them to people's houses.
Right. So that's a separate department. I actually was a lawyer, general counsel for the department. So I represent the agency, if you will, in litigation matters that they had related to the agency actions. So it's a little different, but like, for example, one of my divisions was child care licensing. So all of the daycares that got a child care daycare license in Miami-Dade and Monroe had me sign off on it at one point in time.
Which is interesting. I'd like to stop you there.
Sure.
Because the truth is I don't know if you know, I have strong ties to Dade and Broward.
I did not know
and
that.
Duval.
Okay, I know Duval County well.
My daddy grew up in White Springs, Florida.
Okay.
And my family, we have our family, you know, rites of passage, urgent ink, based out of Overtown. You know, if you a day girl, then you should, you know, the baseball diamond. My cousin painted. I'm just saying, my cousin painted that.
Very near all of those things. I know exactly.
I'm just saying, but I'm letting you know, my ties are very, very, very strong.
I love the Overtown community, the Gables community, these were foundational Black communities.
My cousin Kadir painted all of those
in the city of Miami. Absolutely. I'm very much so ingrained in Liberty City, Overtown,
So
the Gable.
Me and my family raised a lot of money. And when I first started being arrested for abducting my child, who I had legal custody of, which was nothing but a legal maneuver to keep me in the system so that I would be forced to be on bond and not be able to carry a gun like a law-abiding American citizen. You know, all of that. I was extradited. Matter of fact, the last time I was arrested in Dade, it was when I was just coming back from Morocco. I had been performing at the Palace with Terry Lynn Carrington for a Mosaic project. They arrested me clean off the plane for child abduction. Yeah, even though I had legal custody of my son. Dade County does a lot of interesting things, especially with social services and especially with families. And the truth is, a lot of those agencies are attached to a lot of the children that come up missing.
Lord have mercy. You know what? She kills me going from this New Yorker to she'll swing over and sound like Carrie Ann from Little House on the Prairie. I know ain't no Carrie Ann on Little House on the Prairie, but that's what I'm trying to give y'all. Just crazy as hell. She should be red flag. That's what I'm talking about. It's a lot of them. That she need that geodone. I'm trying to put that geodone on her ass. That's Seroquel or something. Of that Harlan Duval. Duval, hold on, wait a minute. Don't put us in it, baby. We be trying to, hey, we be leaning back, baby. Go on out, baby. They tying us to it. Tying us to the shit. I tried to tell you. Something going on. I don't know nothing about it.
See, I'm very aware of everything that's going on.
I wouldn't know anything about that.
I do. I know about it. I know a lot about it. Matter of fact, some of the girls that I was with in Metro West, you know where Metro West is, right?
Looking at the yes side, I wouldn't litigate on that side.
Well, I know you would. I'm talking about the
where I would like to be, because I could not stand for the government terminating. I think that's outside of the purview of the government. Terminating parental rights, separating families. So I have my own issues, which is why I left government work. I worked for the federal government under Trump, under his first presidency. And then I came back after that, and that's how I got the state job with DCF. So, I have my government experience. I really did want to serve my country in a legal way, in a legal capacity. And that's why I do what I do now.
They said my mother died in Dade County earlier this year, and we still can't find the death certificate. Yeah. Fake funeral, all of that stuff happened right on Facebook. There's a lot of things that go on wrong in Dade.
Absolutely.
My issue is this. What Courtney is now on the hook for, which he is now telling us he received from Chris Todd, and is saying that you brought him to Chris Todd. There was at no point in time where you questioned the amount of, that's an orgy of evidence that we're talking about.
I don't know what story, who told what, when.
I'm just saying what Courtney said to us.
I didn't watch any interview. I don't know if he said that, if he didn't say that. All I can say is I didn't meet Courtney Burgess until October 28th. So to that matter, I didn't know who he was or who he existed until that day.
So that was all very unclear, because he had never stated that you were his attorney before then.
Well, no. I did not know him. He did not know me. And I just got a call one day from him saying that he needed some assistance. And
that's funny, because he said that you approached him. He said he didn't come.
That's not correct. So I don't approach anybody. It's called soliciting. I don't need to approach anybody. I'm like Martin. They call me, right? I don't play the games of calling people up. If there are times where I'll generally say, "Oh, I saw you," blah blah blah. But to Courtney, that did not happen. So just setting the record straight for everybody, that's not what occurred.
Well, no, because that's just what we discussed with him here.
Well, I don't know why he would have said that. Probably don't want people too much in his business, which is fine. But to the point of, I've only recently met Courtney. I only have recently known Chris for a couple of months prior to that. These were all, I didn't even know they were affiliated with one another. I didn't learn that information until afterwards.
This is so odd. It's like everyone is so closely connected in this very chaotic situation and nobody knows each other.
Well, I think, at least to me, I know I was sought out for the reasons that I was already involved in this. So that's, I at least know that was how I was approached. Like, I've seen you, I know you're heavily involved in this. I have things that, you know, may or may not be of benefit, or may not, you could benefit me. So, you know, I'm always for being an open ear. If how else do you acquire information? I don't know what I don't know. I have to.
But I wanted to really just get back and lean into the orgy of evidence.
So the orgy of evidence I haven't seen. I don't.
Well, no, I'm not saying that you've seen it. I'm saying that anytime you have those many recordings, those many images all pushed together and just dropped off like a Christmas gift.
Well, again, let me be clear. I had no knowledge of exactly what was or what wasn't until.
I'm not saying that you are. What I'm asking you is, as an attorney who works with skilled investigators, anybody knows that nobody just gets that kind of stuff dropped off like a Christmas gift. It was engineered.
Who am I to tell anybody or to scrutinize, you know, how they acquired information? You know,
I'm not saying scrutinize.
Well, no. I'm just saying a lot of times we have situations where sometimes you can't always trace back a chain of command. We have law enforcement agency who always can't trace back a chain of command.
Sometimes I would have to disagree with that, because
I've seen cases where that has happened.
Well, and usually in most of the cases where that happens, someone dropped the ball, someone got paid, something got lost.
I'm not saying that, but we're talking about, we're not even talking about in a legal space now. We're just strictly talking about regular people, how information can exchange hands. And all I'm at with it is when somebody comes to me, because again, Courtney came to me as somebody who needed legal representation for an ongoing matter. He didn't need me to sue someone. So I think people kind of have to understand. I think there's a misunderstanding of the approach of a lawyer.
Well, what role you were.
Right. So what role, if somebody like you, Jaguar, if you come to me.
No, but I mean, Chris.
No, but you got to listen to me like I listen to you. Jaguar, if you come to me for representation. Wait, okay, so if you come to me for representation, you're a plaintiff. I have to file your case. There's one set of investigation I have to do, set of questions I have to ask, a set of circumstances I have to meet before I can say, yes, I can take your case and then go and file it. Now, there's a different situation where you come to me, Jaguar, and say, hey, I got this subpoena. Hey, I have this warrant. I need you to help me clear it up. That's an ongoing matter. Then my investigation is less about what you're telling me, and it's how to represent this matter in front of you.
And so, understood. All of that is understood. That's not the question that I'm asking. The question that I'm asking is that in everything that I've researched and all of the things that I look at, anytime you find an orgy of evidence, it is contrived.
So you're putting this moniker of orgy of evidence. I'm telling you, I don't know it to be an orgy. I don't know.
Courtney said it came from
all I know is the only thing I know is about the one thing I talked about in the book. So if there are more things, I have sat next to Courtney in interviews and heard him say things to you all in real time as he's saying it to me. I was hearing it for the first time too. So again, I had very limited time. You're talking about a 36-hour turnaround for me meeting somebody.
Not talking. But see, I'm not talking about the grand jury,
and I'm not.
Yes,
I don't know if there is an orgy of evidence.
Well, they confiscated something. My point is, all of these clips that they're talking about, all of the stuff that they're talking about, some of it I'm sure is real. A good share of it I'm sure is not. My point is, it was all put together and packaged for a specific reason. And that's what I don't understand, why nobody is trying to get to the origin of
the root. I get what you're saying. You want to get to the actual root cause of how this existed, how it.
Well, no, I know how it exists.
Well, I mean,
and I know what Penn did.
Form it's here now. How did Courtney get it in this package form?
Exactly.
You know, sometimes I don't question God's will. Sometimes God puts things in certain paths and certain people, and there lacks explanation for it.
But
and every time I found
himself that
like
someone gave it to him,
I
he feels like he's being set up.
Well, I don't know if he's being set up. I know me, Ariel. I have been sounding the alarm about Diddy being a bad guy and bad things happening at his house since 2021. You guys just kind of caught up. Like,
I've been talking about it for longer than that.
No, I know, but I mean in terms of a legal battle, I was trying to bang that drum, and no one was willing to hear me.
Because everyone was paid off, and everyone was hoping that Kamala Harris was going to get elected. This election changes a lot right now.
Let me just jump in. Jaguar.
I see him doing it.
How are we doing, Jag? Welcome back. I just want to say, whenever Jag disappears out of nowhere, it's always a fun time. It's like firecrackers going off. Well, how are you doing, Jag? Welcome aboard. So, let me just recombobulate everything you guys have said, right? Because I think your main point is all this evidence. Why now? Where did it come from? On the Daily Show, I think yesterday or today, we listened, and again, I'm so sorry. I can't remember who said it. Can't remember where it was, but it's on the show. And there was a narrative that said that Kim directly gave everything to Chris, and it was Chris who handed it over to Courtney. Does anyone know the narrative I'm talking about or anything like that?
I would like for Chris Todd to explain when he started his friendship with Kim Porter.
I would like to, yeah.
I've heard, I've personally heard several different versions of how things progress. One set of version I heard from Chris, and then another one from Courtney. Yeah. I'm not going to disclose what those versions are per se, but yes, I definitely heard stories from both of them of how this came into fruition. Yes, so I do know somehow I would let them explain it to you and tell you what they told me.
Just hold on. Now, Chris Todd knows Kim Porter. I am so confused. I'm confused. All these people, are they connected? Like, what is going on? I'm just so confused. What is going on? Girl, you know what? I got the Shine interview too. I was gonna include it in this. You talking about the one where he's talking to what, Entertainment Tonight or something like that, something semi-official.
Shane said Courtney's watching and considering coming on.
Okay. Just
come on, Courtney.
Just blink once, Ariel, if it was in fact Chris that handed it over, and of course, if there we go, that's it. Right, okay. So, Jaguar, always fabulous to have you back as always, and just continue, because I know I know you're not done. I know you've got that face on where you're like, I'm just going to let Ron finish what he's saying, and then it's back on this. So
confused.
I'm just going to let you carry on with what you were saying. We'll see.
I want you to get involved. Ro, come on now. We need.
Honestly, Jaguar, I'm at the point now where all I want to do is a live stream about your music, if I'm being honest with you, and stuff like that. I'm being serious with you. Like, I want to get on a deeper level with you, and we always meet on the dark side of content. And I want to hear all about.
There's a lot of lightness coming because I'm at the studio and we're about to start recording. I got to get this EP finished, and a lot of things that I have to say to the public will be wrapped up in the words that we put on this project. But while I am speaking, out front, I have an issue with anyone who's playing with the legacy of Kim Porter.
Yeah.
I have a big issue. And the reason why I have a big issue is because even though her and I were not best friends, we didn't go vacationing together. When we were all starting out back in the 90s, I remember what we all had to do, what we all did to make it.
Yeah.
I remember, I didn't find out that her and Albert were really married until many years later. They kept all of that very quiet.
when Quincy was born, everything that was going on at that time, there was a lot. There was a big turnover. There was that big internal struggle with Andre Harrell and Puffy trying to, you know, become everything that he became. Kim was there the entire time, the whole way. Everything that she collected, it wasn't for salacious. It was because if anything should ever happen to her, she wanted everyone to know where to look. Like everything that she did was a flashlight to say, this guy is dangerous. People say, oh, this person didn't say that. But now everyone is finding out that we have like a sandcastle high version of NDAs covering up years and years of abuses. We don't even know how many NDAs Kim might have had to have signed throughout the years. This is the problem with all of this secretiveness, all of this money, all of these lies, and then all of the years. We got to get to the bottom of what's real and what.
May I ask a question?
Yes.
Jesus, point of order. Is there anybody, Jaguar et al., et alia, is there anyone, or that you're aware of, who suspects foul play and disputes the official finding of this lobar pneumonia?
Yes.
As far as her cause of death?
Everybody
have questioned it.
Everybody.
Has questioned it.
Every human person.
Kimura has questioned. I'm talking about people who are directly attached.
And everybody outside of that, I think.
And everyone has said it. Everyone knew it.
Everybody.
Bring us up to speed.
The simple
what
fact
are the
that her
many
gold casket was pre-ordered and ready for her demise before she got sick. Why does no one talk about that?
It's called
Why
prepaid
did
plan.
he have
That's
a casket
prepaid
ready
plan.
for her before she even got sick? That casket was waiting, ready for her corpse.
Let me ask you this, aside from that,
she passed away.
very specifically, and Counselor Ariel, you will know this. Who was it who actually conducted the autopsy? Was there any follow-up? A forensic pathologist, a la Michael Bodden.
That man is now deceased, and his findings were foul play.
The original, and then they had it go. Welcome to downtown Miami. And then they had somebody else come in and determine it to be pneumonia. But there were two coroners who made reports at the time. The first was suspected foul play.
No longer with us.
Wasn't she?
Right.
Didn't she have a problem with Mary J or something?
By the way, that's the same coroner that gave the findings, the real findings to Brittany Murphy's dad. The same coroner.
Girl, do you sit around and follow this shit?
Uncovered foul play with Brittany after her father demanded it be done. I'm sure they wanted him
I
gone.
listen to the same
He was
stuff,
unraveling a lot of stories that a lot of people.
One of the things which people have to understand, ladies and gentlemen, is that we always talk about this country being the beacon of truth with a wonderful judicial system and freedom of speech. As an example, not to deliver, regarding the other individual that we're talking about who was demised in federal custody, he had absolutely textbook homicide evidence, petechial hemorrhaging, hyoid bone cartilage, thyroid cartilage fracture, livor mortis, go down. It could be a forensic pathology 101. And what amazes me is that when the country wants to look the other way, it's almost like in Star Wars, Sean, when they say, these are not the droids you're looking for. These are not the droids you're looking for. Nothing to see here. There you go, Jaguar and Ariel. You and your conspiracy theories always going down. And then he starts saying, well, there she goes. And what happens is we have got to start off with the premise that we are not, as Gore Vidal says, we are not a conspiracy theorist. We are conspiracy analysts. And as everybody knows, a conspiracy does not mean crazy. It just means a confederation of two or more people. It's an arrangement. And we think about this. If you happen to be, especially in a poorer community, where they don't even have medical examiners, they don't even have forensic pathologists. There are jurisdictions that have undertakers. the number of unsolved murders in this country would blow your mind. And if it can happen to her, it can happen to anybody.
Can I
Can I just quickly address something in the side chat with book sales, just quickly? So I just want to say, when it comes to our guests and their promotion of their third-party situations, we are not responsible for how good they are at business and all of that. Now, I can say openly, because I believe that you are our people, I know for a fact that the individual who is meant to be sending those books out to you is in a panic mode right now because he didn't know how to adjust international shipping and all of this. So I would be directing all of your questions to his lawyer, who is right here, Ariel. So anyway, any questions? You've got a great opportunity right here. I'm going to make her full screen. In fact, you know, I'm going to take everyone else away. Ariel, the people would like to know, will they get their books, and what can you do to help facilitate that happening?
Right now, I am in discussions with Amazon to figure out what's going on and to see what can and will be done.
Okay, we're not talking about Amazon. I believe we're talking about this. Can we have confirmation that we're talking about the private sales of an independent website and not Amazon? Also, me making you full screen makes this look like an attack. I'll take you off that. But seriously, could you maybe have a word with Courtney and maybe give us a follow-up, even if it's just a message or an email?
Sure.
We'll put out a statement for him because of...
Hold on. Hell no. I know that ain't. Hell no. I know the people ain't gonna pay for their book on a private website or Amazon. Well, she talking about Amazon. But this man, I think, is trying to tell her that, no, they talking about the private website and they ain't got their book. Let's listen to this shit. Man, this is some bullshit here. Boy, y'all,
Obviously, we're
more valuable for me the next couple of weeks on where we stand with those things after I'm able to communicate with them and get clarity on
there you are.
What can be done and what cannot be done.
Okay, wicked. So there you are, side chat. If I was you, I would be directing any of that questions to Courtney. I believe he may be joining us. His lawyer has done her best to just to sum that up for everyone. And what else? What can I throw at you guys? Jaguar, what's happening up there? What are you saying? What else has been going on here? I'm sure you've got some other things you want.
Oh, I had a very interesting conversation with someone today before you guys went live, and I'm kind of a little distracted by that because of the topic of that conversation. It's Kathy White.
Okay. Can you expand on people for just the people who have lived in a rock most of their life or lived under a basement like I have? Can you just expand on some of the names when you bring them in, just for those who may not know?
Kathy White is the alleged pregnant mistress who died of an imaginary aneurysm. Just a few, I don't know, 2 terms before Blue Ivy was born.
You want to comment on that, Ariel, or are you just responding to the story there? You just respond. Yeah, you're just.
I'm hearing this for the first time.
Yeah, that's fine. That's what that was. Okay.
Yeah, I know any of this. Jaguar's always amazing me with new information I've never heard before.
Yeah, I got a bunch of lawyers calling me right now. I want to know all that I know these days.
I bet I'm sure they do. And I know you're a very smart woman and capable woman, so you can sift through the people who are just trying to get to the information you have to use you versus the ones who actually want to help you with this.
You want to know the thing that most people don't understand about me, Ariel? I don't have a problem with facing my enemies. I don't have a problem with being around my enemies. Matter of fact, I engage with my enemies probably more than I do with the people that I love in my life. See, I'm old school. Keep your friends close, but keep your enemies closer.
Yes, ma'am.
If I'm spending a lot of time with you, if I'm talking to you a lot, it ain't because I like you.
Yeah.
That's cat out.
Yeah. Well, we've got a massive show for everybody tonight. We've had some impromptu guests here with Jag, of course.
Will Courtney be joining us?
Well, we're
Well, I was going to say, I was only scheduled for an hour, and I'm trying to be a good sport. I'll give you a few more minutes.
Well, Ariel, I just want to say, if you want some easy content before you leave, just look Jag in the face and be like, I was Tupac's friend, and then just leave leave the chat and just watch the whole aftermath that comes from that. In fact, if we can turn that into a new drinking game where people can just impromptu jump into Jag's life and be like, I knew Tupac, and just watch the madness unfold. Because I'm telling you, man, there's a game there for all your friends of hers. I'm telling you.
Nathaniel wants to come in.
Oh yeah, of course.
Oh Lord, they're going to shot in the
I
nose.
think Nathaniel's got some questions for Ariel.
Yeah.
Greetings, all. Greetings.
Very
I
quickly.
work Sean, Lionel, Ron, Jag. You know how I feel about you guys. I love you. Ariel, my first time meeting you.
Nice to meet you.
Natanya, before you get started, I got someone I need to put you on the phone with.
Absolutely.
She wants to join our little project.
Okay.
Have you ever heard of Liz Crokin?
Jack, Ariel's on the clock, Jack. Okay, just
I'm sorry. We'll talk after.
I don't want to listen to the shot in the nose.
I mean, I'm talking about to me as it applies to your, not with the Diddy situation at all. I'm talking about how I approach, because I thought this was about you saying you couldn't get a read on me yet in terms of making sure I kept the victims in front. So I only keep the victims in front. We have a situation now where, because this is so newsworthy and so media worthy, that we can't, even as a lawyer, I can't control exactly how or what is spun in the media. But in the background, when I'm doing my job, when I'm filing motions, when I'm on the phone consoling my clients, when I'm talking to them for hours and hours and helping them navigate these new waters, this terrain that exists now, very tumultuous terrain that deals with being a victim of Diddy's, I know they would not say anything or would not feel that way, because they know they are my priority. Their case is my priority, and anything to get them justice is my top priority. But I can't acknowledge what you're saying. I do agree that because of the sensationalism in the media, it has become sort of muddled who the primary focus should be on. And people like you and others who have been victimized by Diddy for the past 30 years. You know, I've been saying it should be more victims. We haven't even really scratched the surface. This man has had 30 years to reign terror.
Oh my God, everything in about 30 years.
You know, we're just now scratching the surface of what has happened. And because it seems like so many, because it's so overwhelming, because it's somebody who was really an integral part of the hip hop Black community and music in itself, music, entertainment, fashion. So I think all of that coming to a head is just, in general, working up the works, honestly. You know, I think that's
so for me, my issue was not necessarily as it pertains to this segment of it. Where it became an issue for me was, and I don't mean to cast any aspersions on you, but where it came to an issue for me was when you first entered the lexicon of the Diddy sphere. And it seemed as though your primary focus was catch and kill for, you know, celebrities to not be ashamed. It almost felt like your interviews were to some degree letting celebrities know, hey, I can be used as a venue if you want to kill one of these tapes that's out there for you. And I don't mean to cast any aspersions, but as a victim, that's how
I can understand how sensitive, and I just want to say, I've only come into your foray that way. I have been doing this for several years with people, including Trey Songz, Chris Brown, Conor McGregor.
Wait a minute,
so
bitch.
I just think maybe I became on a bigger foray where I came into your lexicon of contact with this situation. And just so you know, I am a lawyer. I am in the business of making money. And a lot of the business that I come to, and I said at the beginning of this, where if I could talk about the people who I've settled with, you guys would be more astounded to hear about those than the cases that you know are public. And I did say at the beginning of this that I too can say and take some culpability and playing a role in making sure things like this don't come to the public foray. I'm guided by God and the law principles of the biblical principles. So what I do when I practice law is I send a letter. I call it a come to Jesus letter, because the Bible tells me that if I have an ought against my brother, I take it to my brother first. And then after I take it to my brother, if my brother doesn't rectify it with me, then I take it to the church. And the church in this sense is the court. So every person I've ever sued, I've sent that come to Jesus letter. Hey, this is what's going on. This person has come to me. Would you like to do this? I give my clients the option of that come to Jesus letter, or we can go to straight smoke. Either one is fine with me. But I use that in an effort to give everybody an opportunity, because no man is perfect. So I want everybody to have an opportunity to right their wrongs. So there are more people who come to me that I've been doing this way before y'all saw me on TV.
I get that. So that notwithstanding, as it pertains to the parameters for which we are discussing, not your other clients. I love your advocacy for your other clients and for other cases that you've been involved in, but as it pertains to this case, complacency breeds contempt, and he has had 30 years. I don't think anybody connected to the vileness of this case needs any additional time, because for every catch and kill, that's a person that says, whew, got away with it, and then they turn into the new Diddy. I think as it pertains, hold on with you. But as it pertains to this case, I'm wondering, are attorneys and people that are entering the lexicon paying attention to the fact that when you sit on a national news program and you say, well, I have been approached by someone and we have these tapes and we have the opportunity for catch and kills to take place, you are telling the victims, well, your part of it doesn't really matter. I got to get this Skrilla. That's what it feels like.
Well, no, because I'm not telling. I think, let's be clear. I think what I said was, I'm not going to do it. So let's be clear on that. That's exactly what I said.
I saw you in about 4 interviews. I saw you in about 4
interviews. Exactly what I said.
However, I saw you in about 4 interviews before you said that. I saw you.
And did I say I would sell it? Did I? Well, I wasn't talking about
not to sell it. You were presented in this space to me as brokering the deals, and so that's why I say the jury's still out, because the next time.
But I'm pretty clear, and I'm pretty clear on that interview I did September 26th, that I explicitly said I was approached to do this, and I declined the representation. So everybody has their own moral lines to draw.
Absolutely.
Everybody.
Okay.
There are a lot of lawyers who are only out here for that.
Tanya, I don't think you're going to get the answer you want.
No, it's not about the answer I want. I was simply, it's not an answer per se. Right. It is, and I am trying to.
She's trying to get a feel from me. She's trying to understand.
Outside of that, notwithstanding, I'm trying to present into this lexicon for people that are watching. There are a lot of victims that do not perceive themselves to be able to speak up. They also don't have access to these mediums to be able to speak up. And they also feel a sense of triggering still. I've had 25 years worth of triggering to deal with, to be able to eclipse all of those issues and speak truth to power. And so for me, the God I serve, everything has a start and an end. And I feel like at this point in time, this is the end for him. I don't think any deals, and I understand your job as an attorney, and I'm not trying to take that away from you, but at this juncture, deals should not be struck with people who participated in things that were hurtful to others. Right now, let the chips fall where they may. We are walking into the age of Aquarius. And in the age of Aquarius, truth exists. And if that wall needs to come down, no one should stand in the midst of it.
Well, Natanya, I'm going to say this to you. I can't, I as a lawyer, and you as a person who's not the client, it's not my job to tell a client, no, you don't take a settlement because we got to take this person down. That's not my job.
But my job is to present the. You were talking about prospective clients, not your client per se.
So any prospective client, I'm going to tell them, I'm going to look at the camera and say, I'm going to do what you want me to do. So if you want to sue and you want justice to be served, great. If you want to have your case resolved so you don't have to be re-triggered and re-traumatized by a trial, that is also great. But I am going to do exactly what you want to have in your case, because that is your call to make, not mine, not anybody else's. My job is to execute your vision. That's it. And I think a lot of people have a problem because a lot of lawyers don't approach the law like that. The way I approach the law is I'm advocating for the best wishes of my client, not my wishes, not what I think is right, not what I think at all. I'm here only in service. And my service is to specifically the wish of my clients. So I do agree with you. I wish everybody wanted to just, oh, I'm going to take this to court. I'm not going to stand for this. I'm not going to walk away. I'm not going to let them get away with it. But there are a lot of people who have been traumatized and who are not as strong as you, who have not dealt with their trauma the way you have. And I see how much you have been able to work through your trauma and be able to be so strong to stand here in power and tell your truth. But everybody is not there. And for those people who are not there, to ask them to re-traumatize themselves and to go
I would
back
never
to
ask
this
that.
shit.
That's not what
No,
you're
I'm not saying, but that's what it becomes, and that's how they feel, which is why some of these situations get handled privately and others do not.
Well,
Okay, just before everyone starts jumping back in, 1 second, Tanya.
It
So
didn't feel like you were advocating for the clients. It felt like you were advocating for people
just give me
on
1
case
second.
that didn't
Just
want
give me
their secret to be told.
Just give me 1 second. Just give me 1 second. So one of the things I'm taking from this, Natanya, is are you saying that the survivors, the individuals, right, in this case, are going to be overshadowed from situations like hard drives being handed in and faceless and
Not
cases of
It's
celebrities?
my desire that they should have been handed in and not on the news brokered for a catch and kill. That's my
Okay, I'm with you. Jaguar, one more question, then Ariel, I'm going to give you a chance to
But I need to say this really fast because I think where we're going wrong in this moment is that we're not properly putting something in context.
Okay.
It's there, but no one's seeing it. I'm going to say this, and then the other two things I'll wait.
Mm-hmm.
It's the spirit of the catch and kill, the NDA, and the payoff that has overshadowed Natanya Rubin's justice for over 2 decades. If the catch and kill culture, the NDA and payoff culture wasn't so firmly in place,
that's right,
you wouldn't even have anything to negotiate because the diddler would have been gone. So she is speaking from that place to you.
I don't think being lost in translation is I actually took accountability for the role that I have played even in the past and other people. But I agree that is the system. I have to work within the bounds of the system.
I understand that,
and I do agree that the system that exists has precluded her from getting justice that she should have gotten 20 years ago.
Exactly. And if that had happened when it should have, when her life was put in jeopardy, we wouldn't even be here having this conversation, man.
We wouldn't.
Okay.
There would have been so many women who would have never been victimized. I agree. I would have 90% of my clients.
That's the spirit. I'm sorry, that's it.
Thank you, sis.
And again, for those in the side chat who tell me to be quiet, we have a show. I need to let everyone talk. Courtney, before we do Ariel's outro, also tough crowd for you, Ariel. You've nailed it tonight. I have to say, you've really done well. I want to say you're when I watched the interviews with you and Courtney on the street, you're a much different person on this interview, and you've done a fantastic job. But Courtney, how are you doing, mate? You've worn the crowd-pleasing glasses this evening. They are the one. How are you doing, sir? What is going on? And have you got the TV on in the background before we start?
I'm doing good. I only came on because Jaguar said Chris gave me something. Chris didn't give me anything.
Oh, I said that. I actually said that. And then Jaguar may have came in and said that, but before Jaguar was here,
Chris didn't give me anything. Chris can't give me anything.
Okay.
I am hip-hop. I've been in hip-hop for 35 years.
Okay.
You understand? Can't nobody give me anything. And I'm not programmed. I don't work for no Jay-Z. I don't work for no Diddy. Me and Wendy Williams been talking about Diddy. Well, I'm start calling it Diddy, Lucifer. We've been saying that it's time for Lucifer to be banded out of the
just for the sake of more conspiracy theories, Courtney, because if you were on the side of Lucifer, saying his name would empower him in this situation. So I would just go with calling him Diddy, because I could make an hour worth of content pointing towards why you're saying Lucifer. So don't give the opportunity.
Okay, well, the one who's incarcerated, I'm not going to sit here and run games with show that Chris gave me anything. And I met my attorney a day, believe it or not, a day before I was summoned to court. So they had to knock it the next day because I was too far out of the state. You understand? I had multiple homes, so they had to come to different homes to find me. So when they did find me, I called her because I saw her online. And Todd said she's a good attorney. I asked him about her. So that's what it was. It wasn't nobody programmed me. Nobody gave me anything that nobody spoke about. Nobody knows who gave it to me. You understand? They don't even exist. The courts have everything. You understand? Whatever they're going to do, I'm not a witness to anything because I wasn't never at his party. I would never set foot in his house. I don't even think he had me at his house. You understand?
Yeah.
So to get it straight, the books was out today. I talked to the people. They sent me the receipt. They showed me the books were sent out. They were stopped, but they went out. Everybody should have their books this week. No, Chris didn't give me anything.
Okay, so how about this, Plea? Would you be willing, right? And I'm just saying, not because I'm a massive nerd, right? But if we compile, because I've got a Discord community, and you know they do love a bit of keyboard investigating. So I think a lot of times people are saying that's not what you said here, that's not what you said there. And I'll be honest with you, the more times that we talk, the more times I'm either convinced you're just a dude who's in over his head in a situation he was brought into. And then the other half of me is like evil genius, right? And I can't decide which is Courtroom. And I think a lot of it is brought on by yourself because you don't really know how to do the internet, if you will. And
no, it's not about I'm over my head. You're not hearing me clear. You can't rewind nothing back and say Chris gave me anything. Yeah. I didn't meet Chris.
I heard Chris say out of his own mouth on the Popcorn Planet subscriber only video that he gave you ARIEL. Yeah.
No, we're not talking about ARIEL. We're not talking about ARIEL. We said the flash. The flash.
You were discussing the connections to it all. You said Chris can't give you anything. Chris said indubitably he connected y'all to. I heard him say that. No one can tell me otherwise. No. I know it.
Okay, I didn't deny that. I said I saw her on the news and I asked Chris. He said she's a good attorney.
We're going to keep it a beat right now. Bro, just pull the clip.
Yeah, well, listen. What I'd like to do is, again, just...
that you have ARIEL because of him. He says,
okay, well, listen. It doesn't matter how I got ARIEL. She's a good attorney. I have...
Two things can be true.
No, wait, just Natanya, please, Natanya. I need to respect the guests on the platform. And ARIEL, you have mentioned already that you've been here way longer than you expected. I'm sorry I cut you off, Natanya. I'm not taking sides. I'm just, I'm sadly the co-host who's been sent to the Lions because Sean said, I'm getting out of here. So, and I just want to say,
because I almost was about to lean in and just hit the leave button, but I'm trying to.
Well, listen, I just want to say as well from the Sean Atwood channel, I don't want you to think that this was like a hit job or anything like that. We have very, very passionate people in what I refer to as the Diddy sphere that travels, like Natanya said, 25 years. You're just being pulled into it now, as well as Courtney. But again, remember, people, Courtney is hip hop, all right? And there will be a drinking game at some point called My Friend is Tupac. But ARIEL, is there anything you want to tell us all before you leave calmly on a positive note? Because I just want to say thank you so much for playing being a good support with this extra time.
Well, I've had a great time here, and thank you for the opportunity to come to this platform, actually get to interact with Jaguar and meet Miss Natanya, who I know and have been familiar with. It was nice meeting both of you women and getting to interact, and hopefully we can have more discourse moving forward, because we at least all have a common purpose, which is to see Diddy face retribution for his horrible actions. And I know Jaguar has a further purpose of seeing the whole industry go down for what has happened. I'm trying to do my part within that, including, participating with the government as well as filing the multiple cases. I have at least, I think it's 4 more cases, possibly 5 individuals. And these are just people who have signed engagement letters for me to do their lawsuits in reference to being abused by Diddy. So I do hope as we continue to move forward that justice will be served. And I wish we can, as a community, come together and figure out a way where we can nip this problem in the bud so that it doesn't have to keep going 30 years before the, an abuser is finally facing justice.
I agree. That was a great way to close. I think most likely what's going to happen is we're going to compile all the things that Courtney has said in interviews for the last 6 months and then get them back and see which ones don't add up, but that's okay. Ariel, Courtney as well. I don't know if Courtney's going to stick around once Ariel's gone, but Courtney, if you do want to stick around, I'll make sure that it's one question at a time and everything's hunky-dory and all the rest. But Ariel, thank you so much for being here, and a big shout out to everyone in the side chat for your questions.
Yes, and thanks for having me. Hope to see you soon, and I'll see Lionel. I'll see your wife next week.
Yes, thank you.
All right, bye-bye. Bye, Ariel.
Thanks very much, Ray. Cheers. Oh, I feel like at one point I'm going to be left here with Natanya and Jag, and I'm going to get my ass kicked. I don't know why, but I feel like it's close. I don't know. I hate jumping in, especially with Natanya, because she's got a 7-part a plan with her questioning, and I'm like, oh my god, am I jumping in at like part 6 or 7 here? So apologies if I interrupted you there, Natanya. You'll get a full opportunity to express
The
everything.
truth is, the time was short because Ariel was already on borrowed time. So let's just be blessed that everyone got to be here at the same time.
Yeah.
I do want to say this to you, Brother Courtney. You got some explaining to do, sir.
Oh God.
I've been praying for you.
Not as much as you.
I've been praying for
Not as much as you.
And then I come to find out you ain't even go to court. We ain't hear nothing.
I didn't go to court.
I know.
Yeah.
Last we talked, you said you had to be to court.
I had to go. They sent the letter, and I refused to go because I'm not a witness.
Okay, well, I was worried about you.
Okay. I understand.
Well, I don't understand why you coming up here so defensive.
Because you sitting there swearing that Chris gave me something. Chris didn't give me anything.
Listen to me. We ain't got to talk about that.
Yeah.
We'll pull the clip and we'll get it all figured out.
Okay.
I'm just glad to see that you all right. That's all.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
I'm about to eat bagels and lox and have me some more wine. Natanya, I love you, honey.
Thank you. I appreciate you for stepping in and making clear what was on my.
I know, but I'm so sick and tired of you having to defend the truth that has been willfully ignored. I'm just tired.
Here's the thing for me, and as a victim advocate, and survivor advocate, it makes my blood boil, because for far too long, people getting their money because I'm out to make money has been primary in their mind over the victims. I've watched many, and no disrespect to her, or I was not casting any aspersions. What I will say unequivocally is I've watched quite a number of interviews. See, I'm a purveyor of information in words, and my brain is wired in a very peculiar way. Once somebody says something, that entire diatribe is stuck in my head. I couldn't pull out with a plunger. So when I hear them talk again, and there's one simple difference in what they said, it goes ding, 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 ding in my brain.
Yeah.
And then when I hear them talk again and they say yet another thing different, I'm like, hold on.
I'm with you. I get
so too many things are sticking out. I am an absorber of information, and information lives in my head.
Okay, girl, come on over here.
Said by other people.
Jasmine, we need her at the Information Bureau. We need her on the Information Bureau.
Brain just takes information and processes it, files it into different file cabinets, and I can recall it with an nth degree of quantum second.
Yeah, I'm with you.
And I know when something is different, and I know when something doesn't smell right. Not the least of which is I'm an empath. And so I go by vibrational frequencies and energy. And when the energy tells me something in the milk ain't clean.
Yeah.
Go by energy. I can feel the energy radiating in my body. You've never seen my face look like this on the Sean Atwood show or any show. My blood is boiling because I hear all the contradictions and they are piling up in my head, waiting to come out.
I agree with you.
There are survivors right now sitting in a corner in their house crying every time somebody talks about this case, and no one says victim, survivor.
Just me. Are you an empath?
All over the internet,
whatever it is,
on conversation, you know, putting up topic headers that are clickbait just for the ability to run up the coins, and no one cares. I walk this walk. I've watched people who said they were my friend sell out for a few shekels, 30 pieces of silver, like they did to Yeshua.
You better preach.
Okay? And I'm not calling myself Yeshua, but right now I can hear them 30 shekels clinking in somebody's pocket. And
every time I hear somebody say they're
like he
empath,
told
here
Peter,
they go.
you will deny
Here they
me
come.
before
Here
the
they come.
cock crows 3 times.
Here we go.
I hear that. I hear it. I can feel it in my gut.
Yeah.
I don't like it. I don't like it.
Okay, just sorry to just interject here. Can all the mods type in the side chat, please? So I don't know who is here. Can we get the links for Jaguar, Netanya, and Lionel? Now, before we circle back, I can confirm you do have something on the back of your dress, Jag. And Courtney, have you met Lionel? Have you had a chance to speak?
No, I haven't met Lionel.
Lionel, is there anything?
Pleasure, sir.
How you doing?
Is there anything? Lionel is an attorney himself. And is there anything that you would like to ask Lionel? And the only reason I'm asking is just to make sure you get an opportunity, because honestly, I don't understand how you've managed to keep so quiet. I've had so many moments where I've just had to blurt everything out.
This is something which is very, very familiar to me. This is something that, you know, whenever you have somebody who is involved in something of this nature, it's not, see, people think that law, legal matters, whatever it is, I don't care if it's a slip and fall, if it's a traffic accident or a speeding ticket. That's the precursor. This is about emotion. This is about feeling. It's about justice. It's about everybody's perspective. And even though this subject matter is relatively similar, everybody has a different perspective. Courtney, may I ask, sir, and please, you don't, I don't want to give you Miranda and tell you have the right to remain silent, but currently, do you have a particular current status of a case, either as a witness or as a subject or anything at this point?
No, I weighed all that I wasn't going to be a witness, and I didn't want to have nothing to do with the case.
And this is as far as a grand jury, or just in terms of
I was summoned twice to the grand jury. I was summoned just the other day, and my attorney sent me a letter to Wade that I wasn't coming, that I didn't want to be involved. I didn't want to be a witness.
Is this a federal or state? It's federal grand jury.
Federal, federal.
And did you at any time take the fifth or ask for immunity or?
No, I went before one. I think they had me for the 29th. I was too far out to be there, so I came that Thursday.
Sorry, y'all. I couldn't mute it.
And when that was the last day I was there, that's when they took my phone.
Right, I heard about the last time they took your phone, and Ron was trying to explain it. Either they took it, duplicated it, downloaded the information.
Took it.
Did you receive the phone back? Did you ever get it back?
Nope.
It don't match up, sir, because he lying.
Is that
Esquire, you know this ain't how it go.
First and foremost, I hate when lawyers jump into a case they know nothing about.
Yeah,
and without your lawyer being here, because I'm sure he or she is doing a fine job, but one of the things that people have to understand, this idea of the grand jury, grand jury, people hear about this, they don't really know what it is. There's the petty jury is normally courtroom. This is the 6 or the 12, depending upon. This is the person who hears the case, the trier of fact. People who find you guilty, not guilty. That's the jury or the petty jury.
Is that what I use?
The grand jury is
different.
This is the idea is that in our system, it is a buffer. It is a chance for citizens to determine whether there is enough evidence, probable cause, to bring a case. Then if the citizens, the grand jurors do, then the U.S. attorney or the prosecutor delivers a true bill, which is the actual indictment. And the idea of the grand jury is this idea of having citizens act as a buffer. There was a famous statement made by a Judge Saul Walker, who said that a good lawyer could indict a ham sandwich. And there's something to be said for that. We can talk about grand jury abuses, but in criminal cases, just generally for your audience, you can be either a witness, a subject, or a target. And a witness is somebody who just saw something. Let's say you were in a bank and you saw an armed robbery, and you just happened to testify that, yes, I was there, and you are a witness. You're not even a part of it. A subject is when you're the subject of an investigation. Not really targeted, but the target is
And you
when
get a
you
target
are
letter.
the person they're going after. And what some people do is they have the right to refuse to testify pursuant to the Fifth Amendment. They say, I am not going to testify because this may have a tendency, maybe, of incriminating me, or I may be in the position of saying something where I inadvertently break the law. For example, Martha Stewart. Martha Stewart was not involved in insider trading with her stocks. She basically spoke, allegedly lied or spoke inconsistently to the government. So some people say, I don't want to even get near it. If a person claims the Fifth Amendment and says, I'm not going to talk, if you are then granted immunity, I know this is getting complicated, but you can be granted immunity and forced to testify.
Right.
So this grand jury stuff happens all the time. But the question that most people ask, and I think Ron started it first, is why is this of a federal nature now? Federal versus state. What is the federal interest in this? Federal means it's got to be big, the mafia. You know, it's a huge terrorist, and huge, Pablo Escobar, big. This, I would venture to say, and I'm not trying to minimize it, what is so special about this case now with the federal government? And it's great. Hey, terrific. Let justice be served. But I think one of you great folks asked the question, and it really is an interesting question. Why now? Why a federal grand jury? What took you so long? And I think what Natanya is asking is, why are you paying attention to this now? I've been here the whole time. Anybody want to hear from me? I've been consistent since day one. Now you're interested? Well, what about me? What about, so I can understand.
Slightly different. But first of all, his attorney was here. ARIEL Mitchell is Courtney's attorney. The young lady who just left us is Courtney's attorney.
I don't think we told Lionel that, if I'm being honest, because I don't think he'd met Courtney beforehand. Lionel's a returning guest, but he's.
I did not know. I did. Well, that is his.
The boss just messaged me and said, I don't think Lionel realizes that Courtney and ARIEL were is his lawyer. So apologies, Lionel, for that.
And I'm never just saying, what about me? Because my justice comes from God. So I'm not, my thing is, I am going to be the voice of the voiceless amongst everybody in the fray. All of those people who are witnesses, victims, survivors, and their court,
being shot in the nose, lady?
Is yet to be had, and their justice.
I didn't mean, what about me?
Right. I get what you're saying. Nothing against you, Lionel, and I appreciate you.
No, I understand. I understand.
Into the discussion, but I'm going to be that voice for people. My thing is, and like I said, I am not here to disparage anyone, but my thing is, when I'm watching someone on news programs and all I can see is a self-aggrandizing attempt to broker a deal, it bothers me, especially when that deal is relative to a federal ongoing prosecution and case that is standing right now. If you say you've seen evidence, you have possession of evidence, you've seen the evidence, and there is an ongoing federal trial that pertains to the schmetz trafficking of people and abuse and all of that, and we had to watch a woman kicked in the face and kicked in the gut and vases thrown at her after someone espoused, enough is enough, I haven't done anything. I want everybody to be mindful of the role they play, because I've seen the 52 fake out occur already 22 years ago. Everybody saying this, that, and the third, and guess what? He walks out like George Jefferson to the mic, like, I'm off. I can see the duping delight. You know what duping delight is? In psychology, they teach us it is a condescending smirk and grin when you feel like you've gotten over on somebody.
Okay,
or you're
Mo, she
pulling the
coming for
wool
you.
on somebody. I've seen that grimace too many times as it pertains to this case. I've seen it too many times, and something don't pass the smell test with me about it.
Can I say something?
Of course you can, Jaguar. 1 second. Let me just move you in.
I'm just making my observations.
Oh, God.
Courtney, what's on your mind?
Oh, God.
What's on my mind?
You look very macabre and removed.
No, I'm not removed. Listen, don't judge me. I'm not removed.
I'm not judging you. I'm just looking at you. You staring off like the Manchurian Candidate 1 minute, and then I just caught you texting while Lionel was talking to you because you were furiously texting. So.
Of course.
You should have wore the black glasses so I could read it better because I didn't have my readers on. But while Lionel was talking to you and engaging with you, you were texting profusely. So I'm just, are you okay? Blink twice, Courtney.
Listen.
He don't blink.
I'm a businessman.
Okay.
So I have a business to run. I'm here. I came here to defend, let people know their properties will be delivered to them.
There's
and at the
nothing
same
to
time,
defend.
listen, I'm not saying that. You saying to me that I said I got the flash drive from Chris. Chris didn't give me.
Roro done said it. I done said it. We gonna pull the clip.
Yeah.
What was
okay?
That's
Bring
not
it.
the
Bring
point.
it. Bring it.
Listen to me. That's not the point. My point is that you come here, you're using words like defense. You're being slightly defensive, and no one here has been anything but gracious and decent to you.
Listen, it wasn't regardless was it gracious or just to me. I'm going by what you said, and I came
and
by.
Roro said the same thing, and we done said we gonna pull the tape. And
Okay, you can pull the tape.
Let's just listen to me. We gonna go to the instant replay later.
Go ahead.
But right now, what matters is number one: are you okay? Are you safe? People have been worried about you.
Why? They see me every day.
She
I
goes
just
to
got off the plane. They see me. So what's the
crazy?
Yeah, dude, this is the internet, man. Like, when we talk about people within this realm and this case, there is such a wide open door for interpreting everything everyone does online.
Don't make me get my spidey glasses and roll back that tape and start reading that text message.
Get it? I was texting. I was texting. Yes, I was heavy texting.
That's okay. I mean, that's all right.
Wear those kind of glasses when you live online. Because, see, all of my stalkers, I learned it from them. They go, they zoom in, and then they look in your glasses, and then they turn the mirror,
you know what they're going to see?
Read everything you say.
You know what they're going to see? Receipts that I'm texting.
I'll be honest with you, the best defense against people reading text off your glasses are those massive mirrored aviators.
It doesn't matter. I can show the text. I can show the text. It's nothing.
No, you're allowed to text. You're allowed to
Where do people book that?
The only person to pay my bills over here is me, so I can text on my phone. Let me wait. While we here, let me ask you something, Jaguar. What happened to your car?
Which car?
That you burned. That you tried to cover up the evidence.
Oh no! I didn't do that. My second husband blew up that car in Phoenix, Arizona, and left it burning out there on I-10 West. Sure did, right on base.
Oh, okay.
That was my second ex-husband, and guess what? He did that to gaslight me and scare me because someone paid him to be a bad actor, just like my first husband, and just like my YouTube boyfriend, and just like that girl they hired to be on my bond. I know how this works.
Oh, okay.
Please don't ever play. Please don't ever. No. Hold on 1 second now. Please don't ever play with the very real details of my life.
I'm asking
I was married. No, I was married to that man, and when he came back smelling like gasoline with my brass knuckles and his stuff, I wasn't sure what went on. He left out drunk. I don't even know why he was driving. Said he had to leave because someone was following him. And guess what I found out later? He did it himself. Picked up the gas that he put in the milk jug to douse the car down before he beat the windows out with my brass knuckles. And came back with glass in his hair, smelling like gasoline. I got a friend of mine that already has the surveillance tapes. The question is why are YouTubers not only coddling him, but still protecting him when everyone knows Gerald LaHoskin Johnson Jr. blew up my car, my beloved Kia Soul that I raised my pup king in, that he used to pow beat with my So once again,
I just asked.
the simple
Like you asked me a
the
question.
simple fact that you would bring that up, it's almost as if you wanted to say something that traumatized me to trigger a response. See, it's little cheeky stuff like that.
No, you just asked me while I'm sitting there texting, so I can't ask you about your car.
I think you were texting seriously, and now you want to talk about a car that was blown to smithereens on a highway a year and a half ago by a man that I'm recently divorced from that took money from the Schluminati to scare and gaslight me. Why would you bring that up?
Let me ask you
Right,
something.
before we
No,
get...
I
Let me
want to
ask
know.
you. Go ahead. Let me ask you something. Go ahead, ask me.
Because that car has nothing to do with
Somebody else. Okay, somebody else got it.
Now I am gonna go run that tape. I want to know what you
Go run it. Go run it.
I just want to say before
Put your
we
sneakers
go
on.
Courtney, Jag, before we go any deeper, Lionel, you need to go. You just messaged me. I just want to say thank you for being here. We'll talk tomorrow. There's a lot.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much. Have a great and a reasonably contentious evening.
Thank you, Lionel.
Just leave me by myself. Just leave me here by myself, Lionel. That's wonderful. That's
Lionel, nice meeting you.
Yes, sir.
Love you, Lionel.
Great. All right. So I believe we were definitely not discussing the possibility of suspicious texts that then suddenly led to suspicious questions involving already two characters who are very, very heated in this whole situation.
I think she want to ask you something before I take my flight. Go ahead.
So first an observation, then a question. So my observation, my energy observation today is your demeanor is markedly different than it has been the last few times I've seen you and encountered you. And my question is, do you remember when we talked the other day and I said to you, brother, if anybody asks you a question, your first question to yourself internally should be, why are they asking that question and what is the agenda? And then the same thing that I was sisterly warning you about the other day, you just did just now to Jaguar. Why are you asking about the car?
She asked about me. She asked me why I'm sitting there looking a certain way. So I asked her about that.
But you're very defensive in your demeanor today, contrary to how you were the other day. And she asked you out of a sincere question of concern, because I think we all had that very same concern. So the other day you seemed so different in your countenance and your energy base. Today you seem so aggressive and froggy, like somebody put a battery in your back. What a difference.
I don't need nobody to put a battery in my back. I was born with energy. So
all of us have had someone attempt to put a battery in our back before. I know somebody who listen, I'm an empath. I get my.
But that's you. That's you.
But two things can be true at the same time. That's you. What does that mean? No,
it's not you. Nobody got to put a battery in my back.
About to go left.
No, nobody can put a battery. Nobody has to put a battery in my back, but people have tried. What I'm saying to you is, the gift that I have is far bigger than the natural world can see. Let me tell you something. I just had a phone call with somebody, and she's somebody very dear to me. We just recently met, not that long ago, but we're building a beautiful conversation, a beautiful friendship, blossoming. I was on the phone with her briefly, and with no disrespect to her, not to tell her business, I said, do you suck your finger? I can feel your energy sucking your finger in a very comfortable position. And she started to laugh and she said, oh my God. She said, I just started a week ago. I could feel it through the phone. I am not telling you anything to give you a hard time. When I ask you questions and when I say things to you, it is out of a sincere care and concern for you. But I don't care what you say from your mouth. The energy from your body speaks way louder. I don't listen to words. I listen to energy.
You have a right to your own opinion.
and anyone can play this tape back and see the marked difference in your conduct.
Okay, today is Wednesday. Today is Wednesday.
And what does all of this mean? Because I've seen you in an interview when people were asking you direct comments, conversation, questions, and you couldn't even respond. But today you're ready to jump and fight everybody. What's that? What's this about?
Let me explain to you. I wasn't coming up here. I came up here because she quoted that Chris gave me flash drives.
Okay, but then you made a decision.
Maybe let's keep the questions instead of open interpretation of Courtney's actions, because I mean, I would love to sit here and do that. Because I'll be honest with you, I mean, at one point it did look like you powered down Courtney and then powered back up. And I understand what that is, but that's our interpretation. That's
okay. Again, that's your opinion as well.
Correct. Correct. So, is there any questions in the side chat or from the wonderful ladies that are here for Courtney that, or maybe I don't know, easier answer? Because I think asking him to see how we interpret how he is, I'll be honest with you, we could be here all night, and I've got some questions myself, and this is not what Courtney is here for. And of course, I appreciate you being here, Courtney.
I'm just tired of this whole person in jail conversation. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of it. I have business to run. I don't need to be in New York at no court for him. He been doing for 30-something years. You understand? She's a victim. I'm a victim. You got people that's been there at parties, party with him, now want to be defensive about him. Oh, he did this, he did that. Why was you at the party doing all these things? What you was doing at the parties? Me and her wasn't at no parties. She's a victim, and I respect that. I know how it feels to be shot. And people don't, there's nobody convicted for it and lie. I've been in the same shoe she's been in back in 2000. You understand? 2000. I was shot 6 times. Not in my face, but in my arm, in my head, in my chest. So when it comes
to I don't suck no fingers.
Person in jail, I'm tired. Because all it's doing is costing me money. He's been around doing the same thing over and over. They got him in the cage. I heard he got a bail coming up, a bail hearing coming up. For what? He's guilty of sin. He's guilty of sin. You understand? So why even waste the taxpayers' money? Let him go to court and let justice be served. I'm with her. I let God handle things. You understand? Okay. I'm tired of hearing about this Diddy thing over and over and over and over and over. You understand?
I mean, I'll be honest with you. You don't make the decision yourself to start going on podcasts and voicing all this. I'm just pushing back a little bit against you, Courtney.
No. You're right, but it's other things occurring around this whole thing.
Of course, but again,
it's bigger than what y'all think. It's bigger than what y'all think. I'm not going to bring it to the.
That's not what we're discussing. We understand the size of all this. For me, when I talk about you coming to the internet and saying and doing things that are open to interpretation to internet culture, when you sit there and you do certain things with your hands and then you look like you're going into a trance at one point, all of these things when you do interviews are going to be open to interpretation.
And it's fine. And I set myself up for that. I can deal with that. I'm a man. So I can deal with anything come my way. I've been dealing with it all my life.
Good, because
I gotta say something.
Please do.
Courtney, I hear the spirit of everything you're saying right now. You did what you did. It's all turned over. You're done with it. Leave you out of it, right? I mean, that's the gist of what it is. You done what you done, and you're not a witness, and you just want to be left out of it. Is that what it is, Courtney?
Yes.
Now I want to say something to you. I have felt that way on so many occasions in my life. And you know what? You know what I had to come to terms with? When you ring that bell, you cannot unring it. There you go. The second that you step into this, it's for life. Mm-hmm. Now, if you thought you was just going to come in here and drop this off and say, I done my thing, take the devil down, and they was just going to let you walk away, they're not going to let you walk away. And it's not even about powers that be or anything like that. It's the public now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And the public is going to demand answers from you forever. So what I'm going to say to you is this. If you truly want this to be over. If you really want to be able to just walk away and be left alone and remove any value from yourself being a part of this conversation, I can tell you how to do it. And it's simple. Just tell everybody who gave you the tapes and the book.
Also, what year? I do apologize to our.
You do that. It's over. You're done. You're done, and you can walk away.
I did. That's why I'm sitting here and not sitting in a court for 2 days, because I did. And they seen that it was the truth.
I
They seen
understand that, but the public don't know nothing.
Well, the public don't. I don't have to explain that to the public.
But
I'm not an artist.
because you brought yourself.
No, I didn't do it myself. Somebody tried to bribe me to bring
know what this is like? Not to be hood, but this is like you ordered an escort, and even though it didn't say the extras, you ordered an escort, and then the escort come and does the little dance and all of this, and now you're ready. You paid for that thing, and you want it. And guess what? Now she's saying, "Oh no, I legally can't do that with you. I'm an escort," and walks out the door. That's what you sound like right now. You sound
No,
like
I don't sound like
escort.
no. I
You
don't sound like no
the escort.
I don't sound like no escort.
That wants to be an escort. Everybody came for straight sex, and you giving everybody burlesque.
No, that's how you want to paint. That's how you want to paint, but you're not painting me like that.
I'm telling you.
Nah, Mr. Jack, you're not gonna do that. You're gonna do that to me.
You put your one tape.
Go ahead, ask me the question.
You put your
Ask me the question.
out. You put your one tape in, and you shake it all about. You do the.
Hey Jack, let me ask you another question, Jack. You was at Jack. You was at the parties, right?
Have a little bit of
okay,
fun,
we having fun. Was you at the parties?
Have I ever been to a white party? Yes.
No, not a white party.
Have I
at
ever
this
been
party.
to a Diddy after dark? Yes.
Okay, so why you not at a witness? Why you not at the grand jury?
You should probably ask the feds.
No, I'm not going to ask. I couldn't ask no questions. They said they asked questions. That was their word. I couldn't ask nothing.
I know.
Well, Courtney, you said you were new.
We'll ask no questions.
To a lot
We
of things.
ask
You said you were.
That's what they
I gotta
say.
answer Courtney's question the best way I can.
And I'm not asking. Wait, before you answer. I'm not answering to be sarcastic. I'm just saying.
And which is why I'm answering.
Okay.
I thought you were being sarcastic. I would probably say something rude.
Okay.
The same reason why Spiro called Pierce Morgan and why they didn't sue me is the same reason the feds haven't called me.
Okay, whatever that reason is.
No,
okay, listen, just before you guys
I'm
go any
saying
further,
to you now, they are aligned.
Okay.
let me just, before you go any further, I just want to introduce our next guest of the panel, Lionel B from the Lionel B Show. Welcome to the Sean Atwood channel. Welcome to the show. I don't know if you've been watching along. I don't know if you've got any questions you'd like to put to Courtney while he is here. Courtney, this is Lionel B. Lionel B, this is Courtney. And I just want to say, Lionel, thank you for being here. I've been really excited to finally meet you on the show. So thanks for being here.
For sure, for sure. Courtney knows who I am, man. What's up, Courtney?
What's up, Lon?
Chilling, bro.
Let me ask Courtney that question I wanted to ask first.
Sure, of course.
You had the book and you had all the information. You put your book out 2 years ago. What made you come out when you came out the other day and started doing interviews? What were you motivated by?
I wasn't motivated. I didn't like somebody try to shake me down. Someone tried to shake me down and say, oh, if you don't give me more stuff, I'm going to tell who you are. I don't need nobody to throw me under the bus. I can put my own stuff on the bus. You understand? So that's why I came out. I gave it to him to do whatever he wanted to do. I didn't care. I didn't want all this. He didn't have enough to be famous like he guess he wanted to be. So he started, give me more stuff. I'm going to tell on you. I'm going to tell the feds and all this. Started going crazy. So I said, you know what? I went to Matt's show, gave him an interview, and then it went from there.
So is there somebody Chris Todd?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, interesting. All right, now just, and again, just because this is a show, I may have to have a format. Lionel, have you met Natanya? Have you met Jag? Are you aware of who everyone is on the panel? Just so that we're all introduced and we all know who we are.
Yeah, I'm familiar with everybody on the panel.
Okay, is there, because you just landed on the panel, is there somewhere you'd like to start? Is there a line of question you'd like to ask? And if so, where would you like to begin?
I'm just kind of chiming in right now, just following along. I just hopped on live. I got another interview to head to.
Yeah, that's fine. I just wanted to make sure if you were involved in the panel, you got an opportunity to, because I'm going to tell you now, once I hand it back to these ladies, Lionel, it's going to be you and me in a tiny box. It's going to be you and me in a tiny box down here whilst it all goes the way it's going to go. So I just wanted to give you an opportunity.
I'm really trying to catch up on the latest Courtney news, man. Trying to see what's going on with Courtney lately. Haven't talked to him in a while. So
well, I'll be honest.
I couldn't reach you because my phone.
Oh, okay.
I couldn't reach you because they took my phone.
Yeah,
you ain't got your IG no more, bro?
They took everything. Shit, it all took everything.
Okay.
So you can get my number from how you got on there. Get on your number and I'll call you.
All right, bet.
All right, no problem. I think probably Shane will be able to facilitate that for you guys. And again, those who are telling me to shut up, it's a show, guys. I need to introduce the guests, I need to give them an opportunity to talk. That's how podcasts go. So Lionel, now that you have waived your right to get involved straight off the bat, and again, I do appreciate you. And if you're just here for a little while, I do appreciate it. I'm really grateful to have an opportunity to meet you. So let's go back to Natanya, because I think is that where we left off? I beg your pardon. Is that where we left off? Was it with Natanya or was it with Jag?
So Courtney, do you regret having come out and immersed yourself, at least publicly, into this entire three-ring circus, if I must give it a name?
I got a regret, but not regret coming on here because I have no regret of saying who I am. I've always been around. You understand? I didn't play the stage. I didn't play the TV. I didn't play videos. I played my position, a manager, a producer, and I stayed away from all that because I didn't think I need all that to be successful. Being in this world and being born, I was successful. You understand? That was enough. God brought me in this life, and I'm to this age, I was successful. You understand? What I regret is giving this stuff to Todd. I do, because I didn't meet Todd. I met Wade from Crime TV. And I didn't even meet him. He met somebody else, and I saw him talk about the book on the thing. I asked where he get it from. He said he got it from me. And I said, you didn't get it from me. How you get it? So he inboxed me. When he inboxed me, he introduced me to Todd. So I gave Todd the book, do what you want to do. I didn't want Kim Porter on the front of it. He did. So he kept saying, oh, I got resource. Then he got more and more. You know what somebody do when they want more and more? They kept pitching and calling more and more. So I said, you know what? He's not going to throw me under the bus. He's not going to throw my peoples under the bus. I put myself. You understand? I grew up in a very respectful town that you had to have respect to walk certain ways. And I'm proud. I always walk my head up, and I'm going to keep my head up. I'm not going to let him throw me anywhere or extort or anybody out there for $1. So I feel how you feel when you said nobody talk about the victim, somebody coming on such and such. You understand? ARIEL, she's a good attorney for me because what I ask her to do, she does it, and I'm away from it. And that's all I ask. Get me away from all this. Let me go back to my normal life. You understand? I didn't have to prove nothing to no one until I started hearing somebody, give me more stuff, give me more stuff.
Just before you jump in, Jag, Lionel, have you got anything you want to comment on that? And again, I got to do it this way. Lionel, is there anything that you want to comment on Natanya's question or Courtney's response? And Jag, I'll bring you in next.
Courtney, I do have a question that something's kind of been floating around the internet. Now, was the attorney involved in trying to sell these tapes on the black market? Is that true?
I don't know. I know. She never approached me for no tapes because I ain't had no tapes. And I seen what was on it, I threw it in my fireplace. You understand? Or I lost it during my travel or moving or whatever. I didn't care about all that. I thought it was music. I thought somebody wanted a deal, recorded, I got it. And I finally, somebody kept calling me did you get it? Did you do anything? So I said, let me listen to it. So I put it in play. And I gave everything away. And then it came right back to me at 360. And the person who I gave it to, he ended up giving it to somebody. They came back to me, and they lost control of it. You know what I'm saying? Sometimes too much power would drive a person crazy. You know what I'm saying? And it ended up driving me crazy for not even for my doing. So I came out and I spoke about it. The next thing you know, people with alphabet jackets coming to my house, telling me I gotta appear somewhere. I never had that in my life. Never had that in my life. And I don't want that in my life. I wasn't raised like that. I don't bring people home.
Real, man.
Just keep it together 1 second, Jay. Just let Lionel finish his
Hey, you know about the people with the alphabet jackets, or some of you say, we're talking about the feds come knocking on his door, talking about he wasn't raised like that. What the fuck that got to do with the Prosecutor Channel? Baby, this is some ignorant ass shit, y'all. This is entertaining to me. Like, what?
Is Lionel a question?
No, that was the only question I had so far.
Okay, no problem. Just do me a favor, Lionel. Anytime you have a question, give me a sign, because like I say, it moves pretty fast and I know your time's limited. Now, Jaguar, thank you very much for being so patient.
Yeah, give it to me. I got it. Okay.
Okay.
I know.
That's not good look.
I'm sorry. I got 2 questions that I need to ask you. I'm sorry, Courtney. I got to get ready to go because I have a conversation that I have to. What you got going?
Yeah, and I got a flight to jump on.
Yeah, no. Do you know Corey Fair? Don't you?
It sounds familiar.
He's the guy, the Too Strong.
Too strong.
He just called me because apparently there's some discrepancies with things that are being said here.
No
and
way.
I think he wants you to call him.
I don't have nobody's number. You gotta give it to them.
The Too Strong, Corey Fair. Well, I can send you his number if you like.
Yeah, send me his number, please.
We'll talk through Shane.
Yeah.
But not only that, I'm trying to figure out how did things get to the point between you and Chris that he was lightweight, like blackmailing you and.
No, he wasn't blackmailing me. He was trying to extort me to tell on my people and me.
Yeah, but what would he have to extort you in order to extort somebody?
By
you
telling,
have to be able to hold something against them.
By telling that he got it. By telling he got it from me and who the person gave it to.
Yeah, well, but who is that?
He don't even know.
Yeah, but I'm asking you. You know who it is. Who
I can't. They told me not to tell nobody.
Who's they?
Your government.
So the government said you're not allowed to tell anybody who.
No Instagram. I don't got no. They took my phone. That shut down everything.
So, Courtney, do you remember the first day I spoke to you?
Yeah.
And I was talking to you, and I said, "Brother, be very careful of who you're interacting with."
Yes.
I said, now everything that you're revealing today, I felt it that day, and I had just met you for the first time. Do you remember everything that I said to you? Is it not consistent?
I remember the conversation.
Being played out. How would I even? When I talk to you, I am not coming at you with any agendas.
No.
I'm coming at you as an anointed vessel of God that can feel things. And I knew something wasn't right. I knew it. Everything that you just said to us, now this is your first time saying it to us, I felt it that day. That's why I said to you.
I want to know why Chris.
And it doesn't resonate in your
so much
belly.
Sway in your life.
In your belly, like and it doesn't feel like it came from the energy that your mama or your big mama's talking to you. Be wary and be careful of it. Because I knew I did not say someone is trying to finesse you out of your existence. Everything I said, you just vindicated every single thing I said that day.
Yeah, and I didn't come on here to be aggressive to you or Jag.
I'm not.
No, I'm just saying. No. I'm just tired. That's why I came like that, because I'm tired of it. You understand?
Well, I know, but you can't be frustrated with people who are trying to understand you either.
Don't make the point.
Well, I just told you, Jag.
Don't get mad at the public when they want answers, because
I'm not mad at the public. I'm mad at myself. I'm mad at myself.
But when people ask you questions, the end of your question is always, I don't got to tell nobody nothing. The point that we're trying to espouse to you is that Once you come to the internet and make yourself available to tell your story, you engage the members of the public, and now they have vested interest. So while you're right, you have no obligation, by virtue of the fact that you volunteer to come into this arena and speak to people, you don't think that robots are sitting home looking at you talk. Humans are. And so when they become emotionally invested because of the nature of the case and all that it involves, they then want your feedback when you leave us with a hanging back. The last thing you said to us was, I have to go back in front of the Fed on the 12th. And so people were concerned about you. People were scared for you. People were all those things for you. And then you disappear. And the next time you came back, you was froggy. And I was just like, what's happening here?
I didn't want to articulating your emotions better.
I didn't want to come back on here, but I had to come back on here and let people know that belongings is being sent to them, and let Jag know I didn't say Chris gave me anything. You understand?
Okay. Who told you to let us know that?
I'm not gonna get. Come on. I ain't gonna sit up and keep saying that. But anyway, he don't got nothing on me, Jag, because I told everybody already I was the one. Okay. So his story ends right there. Y'all bring him back on y'all show, and he all going to do is say what I just said. You understand?
Well, I gotta go because I gotta catch up. Natanya, call me.
All right, sis.
Jag, it is always a thrilling engagement when you are on the show. I just want to say thank you so much. Also, as well, there will be a competition for when Jag was shaking.
Before me,
When Jag was shaking on the screen, there'll be a competition on Discord for the best YouTube short with Jag's clip from that, just because that's what we do when people do silly things on the show. Thanks for being here, Jag. And
it was lovely meeting you, Lionel.
You as well.
2 Lionels in one day,
sweetie.
Hell yeah. Okay,
that threw me off. People said,
Bye-bye.
like, wait a minute.
Wait a second. All right, thank you, Jag. We'll speak to you again very, very soon. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all, because I have intrusive thoughts, but one.
Okay, enough of that. Now we got to go to. I'm doing good with my titles and everything. All of this stuff is off the record. This is foolishness. Now that was entertaining. I'm gonna start listening to these interviews. You know I don't listen to them. I may listen to a few minutes of them and then I keep it moving. I don't be listening to this shit. I'm listening to stuff with y'all. Okay. Who I said was next? Oh, okay. We got a couple more segments. That man's name is Lord have mercy, y'all. R. Kelly name keep getting brought up and shit. Like he like, okay, is this gonna help my case? If not, don't bring my name up no more. Here we go.
Evening, and he's got a hell of a story. I watched it on one of the other channels. I was absolutely mesmerized by what he had to say. He was housed in the same area as R. Kelly, and R. Kelly and him, they had. He was telling him his story basically, and they were looking to get a book out about that. But the things that he said about Jay-Z and how the club they'll keep someone protected until they try and get independence, or they're asking for more rights, or they're asking for more money like Diddy. And then the club will just put out whatever material they've compromised them with, whether it's the video of R. Kelly weeing, let's say, on the young girl, or Diddy situation. There's a timing to these things that's very sinister. Yeah, these guys are monsters, but they're protected for years. And then all of a sudden, it's all exposed because...
And just to be totally clear for the site check, because someone's going to say this, at no point is Sean saying any of the R. Kelly footage was fabricated. We all know what R. Kelly did. We all know what the footage was, but it was put out as it was weaponized against him, basically.
But we're going to let Ronnie get to that soon, so stay tuned. Thanks you to everyone who sent questions in. There's loads. And all of Ronnie's links, if you want to support his work, the links are down there. His Facebook, Cash App, book, whatever it is you're looking to do with Ronnie, go down there, check it out. He even provides his number for people to call, which not many guests do. So
yeah, good luck with that one. I feel that's going to be a quick lesson learned, Ronnie, that one, but it's all there for you guys.
Ronnie, what was the background to you ending up in prison first, please?
I got indicted for allegedly being a member of a drug trafficking organization based in Chicago, and according to the DDA, I was allegedly buying large amounts of heroin and bringing it back to Milwaukee, my hometown of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, to distribute the drugs. And I ended up getting indicted at the end of 2017. I sat for a while. I beat one of the cases, and after I beat that case, they allowed me to make bond. So after I made bond, you know, what you is or what you running with or whatever. And, you know, I grew up GD, so what you mean by that?
It's just because, like I said, I think the world sort of heard what R. Kelly had done. And when you're saying that he was sort of...
Excuse me?
Ron, you muted? You muted?
Yeah, Ronnie, it's going to be confused. No, Ron, I'm also Ron. You're Ronnie, I'm Ron. All right, it will get confusing, bro. Yeah, I'll fast forward to you. Well, not really follow on from what you're doing, but just some of the questions that have come in. Martha's asking, is it true that R. Kelly is treated well and respected within prison?
Well, he's in Butner, North Carolina right now. I've never been there, but I still kind of communicate with some of his close associates. They say, you know, he's doing good. He, of course, cares about the situation, but it seems like he in good spirit. Nothing else has happened to him. But from my experience in MCC Chicago, you know, he was kind of embraced. He sung a lot, you know, he got a sense of humor, so he joked a lot with other inmates. And he had one incident where Jeremiah Farmer attacked him for his own reasons, but other than that, you know, people weren't like bullying him or like there was allegations that I was trying to use the GDs to extort him into a contract, which was a joke because I was like very adamant basically about trying to, you know, get some stories from him and for him to agree to allow me to write a book on his side of the story. And so people was like, just making jokes like he trying to extort them, and the jokes became a rumor, and the rumor got to the COs, and there was a time where I was actually moved on the same unit with R. Kelly for about 30 days where we was able to communicate every day. And then when the rumor got out, they separated me and moved me to I think I moved to unit 23 after that.
What was the most surprising things that he communicated to you as you were working on his story?
Well, see, I wouldn't consider myself a conspiracy theorist, that is, but I had previously, before meeting R. Kelly, I had wrote a few books with my own conspiracy theories about the government and the music industry, you know, things of that nature. So I wanted to see, I was basically seeking confirmation, like hearing how artists have to, you know, basically do humiliation rituals, sell their soul to where the industry executives feel like they can trust them and that the artists won't use their influence to, you know, impact the world or society basically in a way that will counter their agenda basically.
With you. So can I just ask a follow-up question, Sean? Sorry. So just so I heard you right, he was treated well, he was welcomed in, all of this. Now, am I right in saying that he's serving 30 years for abuse, sex abuse of children, right? Is that right? That's what the charge for, right?
Those were some of the allegations from the Surviving R. Kelly docuseries, but his actual case was like a Mann Act for basically like human trafficking. Like for example, if I go
I mean, we've got it. I mean, I've got it right here. Given 30 years in jail for sex abuse, for using his career to abuse women and children. So the only reason I'm asking is obviously it's usually KIS for these individuals, Sean, right?
So I don't know exactly what you mean by that.
It's just because, like I say, I think the world sort of heard what R. Kelly had done, and when you're saying that he was sort of embraced, it just sort of took me back a little bit. So maybe I've got wrong what his actual charges were, and maybe they weren't in relation to this child.
Racketeering and sex trafficking were his charges.
Okay.
But you know, whatever article or whatever you pulled up from online could be from his case in New York. You know, he had a separate case in Chicago. So
yeah, there's two different awaiting trial and found guilty. One charge of racketeering, 8 charges of sex trafficking. So this must have been left out, and that's probably why he's still breathing. Then I would imagine.
No, it wasn't that. It was just, again, MCC Chicago is a holding facility for federal inmates, and it's pre-trial, so he wasn't convicted yet. While we wasn't looking at him as guilty of any of these things because he not guilty yet. So I didn't want to just believe that because this is in the media and people making these allegations, I didn't just accept it as truth because I wasn't. I don't know. So I looked at it as, well, these things happened to Bill Cosby, Kobe Bryant, Mike Tyson, Tupac, other black men who have become very influential, not just in America, but you know, those guys became iconic internationally around the world. So, to me, especially with me having my own little conspiracy theories or whatever, it's like, well, he could be innocent. He could be being framed because it's like, it's kind of ironic that this just so happens to basically all iconic black men once they become that influential to society, especially on a global scale.
Yeah, they put a jacket on Tupac, didn't they, of a heinous crime. But my question is, was R. Kelly disgruntled about the percent of the money he was making versus his huge sales?
Yeah, I mean, he had a catalog worth 1.2 billion, and it's like, I mean, if I was to put myself in his shoes, and technically I'm supposed to be worth 1.2 billion, but I'm barely seeing millions, and I'm still like scraping up money from tours to get by and to take care of my family and pay for these mansions and other obligations. It's like, wow, I should be set for life already, but he wasn't. You know, he still had to go on tour and still continue to put out music to, you know, survive and eat and keep money coming in, basically.
So what did he decide to do that got him kicked out of the club and exposed with the video?
I don't understand. You asking me what now?
Okay, so in another interview, you mentioned that the video that they had of him peeing on the girl, they had that for a long time, but then R. Kelly, he decided, I don't know if it was asked for his rights back or he wanted more money. and they decided to release that. What was the reason that, you know, they decided to expose him?
Well, he felt like the reason was because once he realized that he basically signed up for slavery, technically is like, I don't want to be a part of this if I can't get what I'm technically worth. You know what I mean? Like I signed these contracts under the impression that I'm gonna be compensated sufficiently for my work. But once he realized that, wow, I've been writing for Michael Jackson and all these other huge celebrities, and I'm not receiving what I deserve, basically, it's like, can we renegotiate at this point? Because I'm still putting out music, I'm still doing tours, you know, y'all basically screwed me out of money in the past, but I don't want to continue to live my life and go through my career like being basically extorted.
So it's like we're seeing this over and over. These guys are compromised. They're holding whatever they've got against them over their heads. And then when they ask for more money, they release the material and knock them back down. And like with Diddy, with this Diageo, the Ciroc, he was paid $1 billion.
Yeah.
And then Diddy wanted more money, he wanted more rights. He's suing for racism.
Yeah.
And this is a $55 billion company.
Yeah.
And then they used the Cassian situation to knock him down. Do you see the parallels there? Is this like a common thing amongst these people?
Well, it's like this. On a lower level, you have the streets and the drug trade, and then that field, you have informants put in place to try to entrap, you know, people like me or people who come from the lifestyle that I come from, you know, and they help the government, the feds or whatever, in a very significant way by, you know, helping them understand how things go on the streets. Like, for example, I got indicted basically because I refused to work for the DEA as an informant. They was offering me a lot of benefits to work for them. You know, they was willing to pay. They was willing to give me a certain percentage of, like, for example, I set up a guy who had 100 bricks. You know, that could be a $20 million value or something like that, just for example. So it would be like, okay, you could get 200,000 for this. You know what I mean? Because the actual value of what we were able to compensate from your information was 2 million, so we're gonna give you 10% of that. And with my integrity and the way that I was raised, it just was against everything that I stood for and believed in. But you have people who are actively doing that. Like, for example, my nephew is incarcerated for murder that he didn't commit. And from the, like, based on what I know, an actual government informant did the murder, but placed it on my nephew. And I don't know if that was to, like, draw me back into trouble, because my nephew was somebody that was with me every day. And then I have another close friend, his brother, Mr. Rousey. I don't want to say his full name, but he's doing like 3 or 4 life sentences for like 4 murders and that he didn't commit. The actual informant in his case was the one who the streets are saying actually did the murders, but he worked for the government, and the government don't really care about justice. It's like, we want to get certain people off the streets. And if you could commit these murders and work for us and find somebody to put it on, cool. We just need somebody to blame. You know what I mean? And the industry kind of work like that too, because, like, for example, let's say they ask me to set up somebody, right, a close friend or whatever, and they telling me to do it their way, and I'm saying it's not gonna work that way, because he would be suspicious of me if I tried to do it your way. So I have to do it this way. And in the industry, in that field, they have agents there too, artists, other so-called executives who are under the actual executives. You know, like Jay-Z allegedly is responsible for Jay Prince, Suge Knight, Dame Dash, and Irv Gotti being under federal investigation because they were once trying to start their own distribution companies that would have been able to compete with companies like, you know, Universal, Sony, or whatever. And it's like, no, we can't let them get that powerful. So, I mean, Jay-Z allegedly let them know, like, look, this was going on. Like, they ain't talking with Suge and Jay Prince and Irv Gotti, and they trying to establish this. So you might want to look into that, you know what I mean? And from my information, that actually happened. So, I mean, I'm someone who grew up looking up to Jay-Z. I was inspired by his music because he rapped about a lifestyle that I wanted to live, or that I was technically living. But when I found out that, wow, I'm looking up to a federal informant, and we despise these type of people. So it's like, have I been allowing myself to be misled by these rappers all my life? You know what I mean? To influence me to do things that could get me incarcerated, or that could get me killed and jeopardize my family. You know, that type of stuff. Like they have plants in the industry for that. And I mean, based on my information, Jay-Z is definitely one of them, and the biggest of them all.
And we just had a question there from Wanda. Does he think that Jay-Z will go down?
I don't, because I mean, long as he stay in compliance, they need him right now. And the thing is, they never really trust the people who they put in power. So it's like, we still have to have something against him in case he get out of line. Like federal agents contacted me about me being shot while attempting to do a publicity stunt in Marcy Projects in Brooklyn, New York, where Jay-Z grew up at. So based on the allegations, I went out there to do a publicity stunt to basically piss Jay-Z off, and I ended up getting shot. And
Ronnie, slow down. What was the nature of the publicity stunt first?
Well, I said some things about Jay-Z that may have offended him, and you know, my inner circle felt like, let's like fuck Jay-Z. You know, excuse my language, but it's like, let's make him respond. Let's make him say something about you in a song or an interview or something, because that will put you in the spotlight to where you need to be to counter the influence that he have, basically. So, you know, by doing a publicity stunt in his neighborhood where he grew up from, it's like, even though he not in the streets no more, he probably don't care about that neighborhood, the public would look at it like, dude had the balls to go to your hood and you don't have no power there. People from where you come from don't even like you, to the point where they allow Ronnie Bo to walk around in your neighborhood. You know what I mean? So it's like with I don't know if you follow the case with Lil Durk. He was recently charged with murder for hire, and there was an incident with another rapper, Quando Rondo, and King Von, who was signed to Durk, right? So King Von decided to attack Quando Rondo for whatever reason. King Von got killed in the midst of that. So the public, the fans, was like, Durk, you got to do something. You know, we all was King Von fans. We loved him, and we can't even take you serious as a gangster, or the person that you portray to be in your music, if Quando Rondo or one of his people don't get killed. You know what I mean? So it like force you to act, and that's what they saying is the case with Durk. It's like the public, the fan base forced him to act. So by me going to Jay-Z neighborhood and shooting a video there or whatever, it's like, wow, he not just exposing the things that R. Kelly taught about you. Now he really testing your status as a boss or a man, you know what I mean? And now, Jay-Z, you got to do something. You got to say something now.
What were the things R. Kelly was telling you about Jay-Z?
He was just explaining basically that the industry used him. They used R. Kelly to make Jay-Z bigger. And, you know, they wanted Jay-Z. They felt like he was somebody who could lead the culture, well, mislead the culture, that is, the way that they want. So it's like, well, Jay-Z is not as big as we need him to be right now because I mean he doing good in the United States, but he don't really have influence in Africa like R. Kelly do. You know, like we probably can't use him to perform at the Olympics because people in this country might not even know his lyrics, but everybody could sing with R. Kelly to I Believe I Can Fly. You know what I mean? So it's like if we put him in your spotlight, then you know he could become as influential as we need him to be. And so they use him for that, and they have an agenda for Jay-Z, and they've been had an agenda for Jay-Z. And it's like, okay, you basically sold out to the agenda. According to R. Kelly, Jay-Z been sold out to the agenda. It's like whatever they want him to do, you know, of course he got to make it seem like he's still somebody we can look up to. So he may say things in the song like these crackers this or these Jews trying to use us, but he just talking like he not actually doing that. Like me, for example. And I told your producer Shane or whoever he is within your organization, I text that I was getting last night. I was basically getting death threats last night from somebody who portrayed to be a CIA agent, and I think he is because he sent his credentials. I text that over to Shane. He sent credentials, and he basically like, you need to stop what you're doing. And people don't really know what it is exactly that I'm doing. And when I started doing these interviews, it was actually to draw attention to an international lawsuit that I filed against the whole United States government, which was received by the Pope, the United Nations, and other international organizations. But it wasn't getting no traction. And if me as an individual file these things, they feel like they never had to respond. But now I got a book out called Challenging the Illuminati, to where I've been giving it out to everybody for free. And as a bonus chapter, I added the lawsuit. So when people start looking into, wow, he basically exposing all government corruption in this lawsuit. So at first they didn't care. The Pope and the United Nations and the United States probably at first felt like we don't have to worry about him, like nobody is following him. But now after I gave my number out publicly, I literally get about 1,500 calls and maybe 1,500 texts per day. And speaking of that, I apologize to people that I haven't been able to get to yet, but please just bear with me and understand that I'm one individual, and it's kind of hard to send 1,500 texts per day or to answer 1,500 calls per day. You know what I mean? However, the government is saying that, okay, he done reached a few thousand of these people already with this book. And at the end of this book, here's the lawsuit that we've been trying to hide. You know what I mean? Now they have access to it. So now we have to stop what he's doing. Now we have to try to scare him from doing the interview on Sean Atwood's platform, because you have an international audience, you know, like Matt Cox. Shout out to him because you know, he the one referred me to do this interview with you guys. But he has an international audience, obviously, because there are people calling me from Austria, Australia, Africa, Canada, the United Kingdom, and they all saying, look, what could we do to support you? We stand with you. We want to help you push this lawsuit, or we want to help you get this message out to the rest of the world. And they seeing that, so now it's like he a threat. So let's try to do what we can to stop him. And in the text, which I sent to Sharon, your producer or whatever, they even, and I have phone calls too, but I want to show the proof. So the proof is in the text where they saying, look, you don't have to do this. The people who you trying to reach, they don't care about you. They don't care if we assassinate you. They don't care if we lock you up and frame you in a case again. You know what I mean? So you trying to do something to better them, but they don't give a damn about you. So why do it when you could work for us and we could make you a mogul too? We could put you in a Jay-Z position if you just comply with us and work with us. And most people will go for that because it's a lot of benefits that come with that. You know, they will put you in a Jay-Z position to where you feel like you richer than everybody, you better than everybody, you can have the most beautiful woman in the world, but I have integrity and I'm a man of God. And you know, what people don't understand is that no matter how rich you get, you know, we still have to answer to God one day, whether they believe God or not. We
just to protect you, Ronnie, from having to answer to someone else. This is all allegedly. These are allegations. Of course, we're all here believing that your word is true, Ronnie, and that you're telling these testimonies. But the side chat is freaking out, and everyone is wanting you to say allegedly to protect yourself legally. So I just want to step in and just throw that at you, bro.
And
all right, let me say something as well before we go back to the shooting. Oh, go on, Ronnie, go on.
That's another thing. They also indicated that you don't have no protection. These people who you're trying to help are not going to protect you. Like, we can do whatever we want to do to you still, and nobody's going to protect you. But I beg to differ. Like, even if they kill me, I sent enough free copies to enough people to where they would know why they killed me now. And I told them to share that, spread the message, let them see what's going on. And if I die or get framed in the case again, at least the world will understand why this happened to me. And that's the only thing that matters. Like, I don't care about dying. Like, I'm not going to let them instill no fear in me. Like, I feel like I'm doing what God put me here to do, and I'm going to keep doing it no matter what, you know, regardless. But what was you trying to say, Sean?
All right, I just want to speak to the viewers a minute. So first off, shout out to Matt Cox. Brilliant channel. That's where I first saw Ronnie's video. Matt's a great guy. I urge people to subscribe to Matt Cox's channel. Secondly, Ronnie is the only person who's ever put in the description box his phone number where you can call and ask for a free PDF copy of his book. So that's hugely commendable. He's spreading the word, he's doing it for free, and he's taking phone. He's put his phone number out there, his Facebook's there, and his Cash App. All that is in the description box if people want to check that out. Now, for people who've just jumped on the stream, we've got 2,500 watching live right now. I'm just going to summarize before we go back to the shooting, because that's where we left off. So basically, Ronnie was in the feds. He had a drug case. He gets housed, and he starts to communicate with R. Kelly. R. Kelly's telling him, here's how it works in the club. You're in the club, but once you start to ask for your rights, offer more money, if you've been compromised, they release the videos, they release whatever they've got against you. That's how it works. And then he started to give some inside information about Jay-Z. And Jay-Z, obviously, to get that high from what Ronnie's saying, he must be in the club and he must be compromised. Allegedly, we'll get to that. But Ronnie left off whereby he was doing a publicity stunt in a neighborhood that was formerly a Jay-Z neighborhood, or he lived there or something at one point, and then Ronnie got shot. How could you take us through that, please, slowly?
Well, I don't know if you are aware, Sean, but on your end, you were breaking up bad. I don't know if Ron realized that or not. It could just be on my end.
It was your end, Ronnie. The software sometimes does it. Sean, can you just repeat the last section of what you were saying, brother?
Yeah, okay, Ronnie. So I just gave a shout out to you for putting your phone number out there for the free PDF. So I'm just letting the viewers know to follow you and support you. We've got 2,500 watching live right now. And where we left off was you were in this neighborhood, the Jay-Z neighborhood, and you didn't tell us about the shooting. You said you were doing a publicity stunt. What happened next? How did the shooting happen? Could you take us through it slowly, please?
Well, for the record, and I have to say this because I'm fighting a revocation hearing right now to where the government is trying to incarcerate me again for these allegations of being in Brooklyn and Jay-Z neighborhood without permission to go out there and travel. Like, if I technically was supposed to tell my PO, look, I'm going out here to shoot a video. They want details of the license plate to the car you're gonna drive, the flight you're taking, all that. So I have to say allegedly, because if not, then they could use those allegations and say that this actually happened and we're gonna lock you up for that. And I also have other allegations of pistol whipping somebody. I have allegations that my baby mama supposed to told the police that when she with me, she see me still selling drugs and I have a gun. Like, none of these things are true. Now, with regards to the Jay-Z situation, now allegedly, after I went viral for speaking about things R. Kelly told me about Jay-Z and the music, I allegedly went to Brooklyn, New York to shoot a video. And while I was there, I allegedly got shot in the shoulder. And Jay-Z's close friend, Tyron Smith, known as ATTY, was supposed to orchestrate the hit. So they're saying, although I'm saying allegedly, they're saying that this actually happened. Like the federal government, the FBI, CIA, whatever was saying, no, it's not alleged. Like we have informants saying that you really did this, but we are not trying to lock you up. We want you to make a statement that's saying that this really happened, and we can trace it back all the way to Jay-Z for murder for hire. So it confused me because it's like, are they trying to use me to put Jay-Z in a Diddy situation, or are they trying to discredit me again by making me an informant, by making me make these statements so that people won't follow me? You know what I mean? People won't look into what I put in the book or in these lawsuits. So I mean, I know the audience probably want me to come out and say, yeah, this happened. Yeah, I know Jay-Z had me shot, but I can't afford to do that right now. Maybe after, you know, I'm pretty sure this may not be my last interview with you guys, but maybe after this whole revocation hearing is over, which I have to conduct February 4th, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I could beat these allegations, maybe the story might change, but for now, I can't get on a public platform, especially a platform this big where a million people probably gonna be looking at this,
yeah,
including my PO, including probably the judge and the government. I just can't confirm that any of these things actually happen right now.
Well, luckily, you're dealing with a community and an audience that is very used to people keeping sources and keeping themselves safe, Ronnie. So the side chat is fully in support. They were the ones that wanted and reminded you to say allegedly because they're in support of you keeping yourself safe. So nothing but love, brother. So yeah, let's keep it going.
So Ronnie, I want to, sorry to cut y'all off, but for the people who watching, like I genuinely, like, I love y'all for real. Like y'all been.
Sorry, bro.
No, you can keep that, but it's things that go on behind the scenes. And you know,
take a minute if you need, Ronnie.
No, it's cool, but people like me sometimes need to be encouraged, because even with me being fearless and as courageous as I am, like it get hard sometimes. And like I've been giving out this ebook for free, and it's been the thousands of people who I've been able to send it to so far. They all asking, how can we support you? What's your cash app? And I'm telling them, no, I'm not doing this for that. But it's like, it comes times like where I feel like damn, maybe I should have accepted it, because with everything I'm going through, like I can't even maintain a residence. I can't even like maintain my own home, so I have to like stay.
Ronnie, I'll listen. If Shane's in touch with you, brother, I'll happily.
No, you can keep this. The people need to know this, and they need to see this, and they need to know this. But I have to like feel like I gotta run and hide all the time. I can't stay I can't have a stable residence because since I've been going viral for this, the feds, they ran in the house that I was staying at. They took things of value, so it messed up my financial situation, and it's like it's ruining my personal life with like family because it's like I can't see my family. I can't see my family or like my children as much as I would like to because it's like I gotta constantly be on the move, like. But what else are you trying to ask?
Ronnie, I just want to say before we go any further, I'll get Shane, our producer, to forward my information to you. For the last 9 years, I've helped loads of people with generating revenue online, creating safe spaces for them to have a community and for you to have a place to get funding from the audience that want to support you. So I'll hand my information to Shane. We'll connect on WhatsApp, and hopefully the communities can all come together, and those who want to support you can be there for you, Ronnie, because no one on the internet is going to question the realness of what we just heard, and everyone is with you, brother. All right,
Ronnie, let's just forget Jay-Z and all that stuff for a minute. How was the recovery for you from getting shot? Was that rough? Did you have PTSD? It's got to be something. There's not many people who speak to who've been shot like that.
Well, it was the first time I got shot, but it wasn't the first time I got shot at. I don't want to say that I'm used to that type of stuff, but I had a rough upbringing. So, I probably had PTSD before that. I do think that it made it worse. Like the text I got last night from this dude who supposed to be with the CIA. They basically threatened me against doing this interview. It's like, how would they even know this? I don't know if they seen a link on YouTube, but the scary thing about it, not that I'm living in fear, but they knew my location. They told me where I was at. So, I mean, like, yes, I admittedly have PTSD, and recently, it's embarrassing, but I think it's time to let the public know what I go through behind the scenes. But recently, I did check into a mental hospital, because of the things that I go through mentally from all this. But even though it's like this is my first time being emotional, and sometimes things build up and it eventually come out, but I've been courageous, I've been strong for a long time, but I just want the public to know that this is definitely risky. I appreciate all the prayers. I appreciate everybody asking, what's your cash app? How can I help you? The people that say I stand with you. And it's crazy because, like, I study all religions, right? And Jesus just happened to be my favorite. Like, I always, it's crazy because most kids probably wanted to be Michael Jordan or somebody else, Michael Jackson or Jay-Z, but I wanted to be like Jesus. Jesus sacrificed his life for the betterment of the world, society, his people. And it's like, I feel like I'm willing to do the same thing. Like, if it takes for me to die for this, like I'm willing to do it. And it's my closest loved ones, like my mama, lady friends, other associates. They even warned me against this. Like, Bo, what is you doing? Like do something else, Bo. Like you putting your life in danger for people you don't even know. But it's bigger than that. Like, it gotta stop eventually. And everybody don't have the courage to do what I'm doing. So I feel like I have to stand up and do what I'm doing. And I'm gonna continue to do it, no matter how much pressure they put on me. I'm gonna continue to do this. And I really appreciate, people like you, Sean, and your whole staff for even allow me to come to your platform and speak on the things that I'm speaking on.
No, we salute your bravery, and it's people like you and Natanya and Jaguar, right? And if enough of you stand up, that's the only way to shine a light on this darkness and to get it to end. And do you think that, you know, that is where this is heading, and you're inspiring others to stand up, Jaguar is inspiring others, then enough people speak up, and this whole corrupt system should come crumbling down, hopefully.
It kind of broke up again. I did hear what you're saying. I'm hoping that's only going on my end, but I did hear what you said. And speaking of that, Jaguar, right? You know, we had a few personal conversations, and she, you know, warned me publicly. Like, it's like she already knew what I was going through before I even told her what I was going through. Like, based on her own experiences, I guess she knew, like, you doing the same thing I'm doing. You speaking on certain things, and I know that they watching you, even if they haven't approached you yet. I know that they own you, but they have approached me. You know what I mean? And the main reason why I gave out my number, and I know you putting it in the description, but for people who watching, the number is 414-810-9090. And I gave out my number because every time I go viral, sometimes, like most recently, I did what was technically supposed to be my last interview on Stevie Knight's show, and it reached like 150,000 views in less than a day, and it was obviously gonna constantly keep growing in views, and they deleted that video, like, and this was just a few days ago. He just put it out again like 3 days ago or something. It's up right now, but that has been going on. Like, before they censored Jaguar Wright interview with Piers Morgan, a lot of my interviews were being deleted. So, and not just the interviews on YouTube, but my Facebook, Instagram, like, all those pages somehow, once I start gaining followers, it's like all of a sudden they become restricted to the point where I couldn't access my social media pages no more. So that's the main reason why I gave out my number, because I know it's people who want to contact me, and they probably like, how can we find this dude? So I wanted them to have my personal number. And even like with this platform, I know you have independent platform, but it's based on YouTube. And there have been people like David Icke, Alec Jones, who spoke on things probably even a little deeper than things that I speak on. And they have been permanently banned from YouTube. So I don't know if you had any incidents, but I also just want to look out for your well-being, Sean, and what you have established, because they will eventually, if you keep having people like me on your platform, they will eventually ban you. And that's why I haven't created my own platform, because it's like if you build a house on these people's land, it's still their land. You know what I mean? And if I build a platform on who say I get to the point I got 1 million followers or subscribers or whatever on YouTube, I don't want to put all that energy into that and then they can just take it. It happened with many people, like Young Pharaoh. He was a young black man who had a platform that was growing, and the CIA intervened with his movement, and he actually folded and started complying with what they was telling him to do, and lost his whole fan base. So I don't want to put that energy into establishing nothing that they could sweep right from under my feet.
Yeah, well, we take many steps as well, Ronnie. We're well versed in it all, and I really appreciate you saying that. But one little thing before you continue, Sean, Cash App isn't international, Ronnie. So have you got a PayPal or anything as well, just for people who are in countries where Cash App doesn't work, who may want to support you? You may want to set up a PayPal as well. I mean, if you don't have one just now, that's fine. I'm sorry for interjecting, but I really want to see you get all the support that you can, mate.
I truly appreciate you guys, man. And you know, real people can sense real people. Like,
yeah,
Shaq out, he offered assistance that most people would never offer. And I really appreciate you all, because it's not a lot of people like y'all in the world. And a lot of people will try to make things about race. So I also want to say that back when the slaves was trying to fight against slavery, it was a man named John Brown who they lynched in front of all the slaves and all the white supremacist people, the Jews who are part of the slave trade. They wanted to make an example out of him and say basically, we have to dominate this culture, this race, and you, as a white man trying to stand up for them, we gonna make an example out of you and show that if whites want to stand up and fight against this, then you will be subjected to the same thing these slaves are subjected to, and you will get hung or castrated or whatever, just as they are. You know what I mean? So it's not about race. You know, people got to eliminate that destructive thought out of their mind. You know, it's about real people coming together against injustice and speaking out, because this can't continue to, it just can't go on.
And Sean, I'm going to go make a phone call. There's a lady that needs to chat to this man before our live's over, so just bear with me.
Yeah, I've got tons of questions from the viewers, so I'm going to start putting some of those. So we've got a question from Amber, Ronnie, and that is, what was Jay-Z's involvement and friendship with Diddy?
Well, wow, I believe that's why they deleted the interview I did with Stevie Knight, because I spoke on that for the first time in the interview with him, and I'm gonna speak on it again. Like, I was gonna stop doing these interviews after that, because I know the things that they gonna start doing and been doing behind the scene. But Diddy was a gatekeeper, and before Jay-Z became a gatekeeper, Diddy was. So, you know, it's like they had basically had to come together. Like, well, look, you're growing in influence, and you even becoming more influential than me. You know, however, when you want to be in this position, you have to show some type of allegiance to these people. You have to show that you're not gonna ever use your influence to do or say things against the agenda. So he had to do humiliation rituals, and he had to the same thing that people said Diddy did to Meek Mills and other people. He did it with Jay-Z too. You know, he did it with Jay-Z too. Jay-Z, as confirmed by R. Kelly, and I don't want to even keep using R. Kelly name because I don't want to jeopardize him. His family asked me not to speak on these things. His brother, Bruce Kelly, actually mentioned that publicly on Too Strong podcast when my name was brought up. He had to admit that I'm a stand-up guy. However, he also stated that I asked him not to speak about things that my brother told him anymore. You know what I mean? And I understand, because what I'm going through, anybody who do what I'm doing, especially when you as big as R. Kelly, you got to think how upset the people who put R. Kelly in position and the people who own his catalog will be if you let secrets like that out. They could make people look at Jay-Z as what he really is instead of what they want to portray him to be to us in the media.
All right, your next question is from Ginger, and that is, Ronnie, was the video of R. Kelly singing in jail real?
Yeah, I mean, people in the feds especially, I don't even want to say this publicly because I don't want to sound like I'm ratting, but I was able to get a cell phone in the feds. I won't say how, you know what I mean? But yeah, I mean, it was real. I mean, R. Kelly, he was a generous dude. Like, it was times that I would ask him to sing in my background for my girlfriend or somebody, so they could, like, people in the public, it's even my own associates thought I was just making up stuff when I said R. Kelly in here with me, and today saying, oh, R. Kelly MCC Chicago, yeah, that's where Ronnie Bo at, you know what I mean? But before that, it's like, man, R. Kelly say something once, you know what I mean, or sing once, then it's like, oh, okay, yeah, he really in there. But yeah, he still in good spirit. At least he was while I was there, and he sung a lot. You know what I mean? And even the COs, where I was at the MCC Chicago, it was mostly female COs, and most of them was black. So, you know, most black females know R. Kelly music and are fans, despite what they have later became, you know, to believe about him.
So we've got a question here from Sarah. What is R. Kelly like to live around? Is he just another bloke, or does he have telltale signs of any weirdness?
It's breaking. It seemed like it's breaking up on your end again, so I really didn't hear the question. But
it was when you were living with R. Kelly. Was he giving off any weird vibes, you know, with regards to the allegations against him and, you know, the persona of the public? They're asking, did he give off any sort of weird vibes to you?
Yeah, I mean, he gave off weird vibes to me in the sense that it's like he was afraid that, you know, he can't trust me, didn't understand why I was trying to be friendly to him, and he probably really thought I was trying to extort him into a contract, because when I first saw him in MCC Chicago, it was in the medical unit. I was on unit 15 at the time, he was on unit 19, but we both got called to the medical unit at the same time, and I was with a few of the guys, a few of the members, I guess, and one of the guys I was with is this guy named X. He was this big buff dude, you know what I mean? And even though he wasn't my security, you know, we in situations like that, we technically each other security. But when I met R. Kelly, dude was with me, and he was like standing by me as if he was my bodyguard or something. So even though I'm being friendly and laughing and joking with R. Kelly, I'm pretty sure he felt intimidated. Like why is this dude standing by him like this? Like he willing to do something to me if Ronnie Bo just say, man, let's slap him or beat him up. You know what I mean? He gave off those vibes, and I mean, that was weird to me. You know what I mean? If you want to consider that weird vibes. But other than that, like, I didn't see any signs of the things that was alleged about him and surviving R. Kelly. He didn't seem like a creep. He didn't seem like a creep or a monster or a pedophile or anything like that, if that's what they refer.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, Ronnie. 99 times out of 100, they don't. You know, that's the thing. Just to be honest, it's just the way it goes. Sean.
Yeah, there's loads of questions coming about Alea, and it's you know, what was R. Kelly's involvement with her? Was he involved in the crash? Had he sedated her? Did he sell? Was she sold to him? Yeah, just nearly half the questions have come in.
Allegedly, just retakes on this once again.
Allegedly.
We're just three guys on the internet having a big fat allegedly conversation that could or could not be about certain celebrities. Over to you, Ronnie.
I'm sorry, I don't know if it's my end or your end, but it's breaking up terribly to the point I couldn't make out anything.
It's
go for it, Ron. Go for it.
Can you repeat the question again, Sean? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Alea, like, was she sold to him? Was he involved in the crash? Did he sedate her? Just loads of questions about her.
Did you hear that, Ronnie?
I heard was he involved in?
Okay. Yeah, if you can hear me, mate, don't worry. Sean's hamster's falling off the wheel and his internet's obviously terrible, so don't worry. So the side chat are asking a lot of the typical questions about Alea or Alaya, however it's pronounced, about the mysteries around her entire life. They're asking about the crash, whether or not she was sedated, whether or not she was sold. And I was just reiterating, all of this is allegations. We're just a couple of guys on the internet right now having a discussion that's a big bag of allegedlys. So is there anything that you can talk or elaborate on that you know about with regards to her story?
Do you guys want me to see? Okay, I see the question on the screen now. Was R. Kelly involved with her plane crash with Aaliyah? Like, absolutely not. He wasn't even a part of her life at that point. Like they had separated them, and they was trying to link Aaliyah with Jay-Z at the time to for the same agenda, basically, you know, with him and Beyonce. Like their relationship is like a staged relationship to make Jay-Z seem more iconic. And they was trying to do that with Aaliyah back then to make Jay-Z seem like the big dog, but Aaliyah didn't want to comply with the agenda. She took a liking to Damon Dash, and Damon Dash genuinely liked her. I think they were engaged or married or something like that. So that's part of the reason why, the main reason why Jay-Z and Damon Dash separated. But R. Kelly didn't have nothing to do with that, no.
Can you read that one, Ronnie, on the screen?
Do you think Jay-Z is so shallow and insecure that he couldn't handle the humiliation of Aaliyah trying to wiggle her way out of having anything to do with him? Oh, absolutely. See, again, he was with the agenda. Whatever they felt like was necessary to make him the iconic guy that he is to many people now, they wanted to use Aaliyah for that, and that's one of the reasons why he was upset. Like, you messing up my career. Like, we don't have to really be together, but we need to stage this for my benefit. And then it's like, now you flirting with Dame, and now you in a relationship with Dame, my friend, you know what I mean? So it was like a slap in the face for Jay-Z. And, you know, he got an ego, you know, and anybody with an ego, you know, if you bring your big meat or your major drug dealer in a room with me, and everybody is gravitating towards me rather than Big Meech, then I'm pretty sure Big Meech look like, who's this guy? You know what I mean? He might not be a hater, but he gonna feel some type of intimidation. Like wow, I expect everybody to gravitate towards me, but they gravitating towards Ronnie Bo for some reason. And some people can't handle that, you know. And Jay-Z, I know other people who know him personally, like a close friend of mine, Pimpin' Ken, who also from Milwaukee, Wisconsin, where I was born and raised. You know, he had dealings with Jay-Z, and he confirmed to me, man, dude, a hater, man, and he don't like when people speak out about him. So be careful, you know what I mean?
Ronnie, just before you, I'm so sorry, Sean. Can you hear me just now, Ronnie?
Yeah.
Yes.
Just when we get to the end of your interview, and would you mind just sticking around for an extra 5 minutes? There's a lady who has been, she's got 45 years experience in remote viewing and being a very, very spiritual lady. And she's picked up on your energy and has incredibly positive things that she wants to say to you. So if I could give her 5 minutes at the end of this interview with you, if you would mind, and you don't think that's too rude, to impose on you, if you would like to meet a lady called Beverly Rhodes, she would really like to meet you.
Yeah, again, that's why I said I love everybody who's been reaching out to me, because I need that encouragement. You know, I have associates who are afraid to hang around me because they think Jay-Z got a hit out on my head. They think the Illuminati is after me. And some people would take those things as a joke, but after I got shot and they hearing stories about other people, it's like we got to stay away from Ronnie Bo, my own associate. So I live like a lonely life right now, and it's hard. So when people call and say, we stand by you, what can we do to support? Can I pray for you? I sit on the phone with people and allow them to pray for me. And if they want me to repeat the prayer, I repeat it. And as I said again, I need that support right now. So absolutely, if she's willing to say any words of encouragement or pray for me or whatever, like yes, I embrace that.
Ronnie, we are with you, right? Just to be right clear, this is more than just a podcast, and we are here for the journey. I spent 7 years going after human transporters, putting people in jail that were transporting children, the death threats, the photos of my house, the threats to my family, all of it. And if we are here for you, okay? 100%. Over you, Sean.
Can you see the question, Ronnie?
You're breaking up again, but is the question, do you think that with the claims made about the recent celebs and their crimes will make R. Kelly and the likes seem like their crimes are less terrible when they are just as bad. I could see where they're going with that. And I wasn't around R. Kelly at the time that these things allegedly happened. So for victims who it could have actually happened to, I don't want to say that it didn't happen, but I'm not going to be the one to confirm and say it did happen because I don't know. And I stand with R. Kelly. Like, it's crazy because, bro, I haven't been on many mainstream platforms yet, but there has been people in mainstream media who have reached out to me and basically tried to coerce me to say bad things about R. Kelly. And that led me to believe that many of the alleged victims on surviving R. Kelly could have been approached in the same way. You know what I'm saying? For whatever benefits. With me, it's like, I guess they feel like I want to be famous or known, so they offered me, well, we can get you in a Rolling Stone, we can get you on this show or that, but basically trying to say, we know you really believe that he a pedophile, you basically trying to take up for him for whatever agreement y'all made, but that's not the case. And so I'm not gonna confirm that R. Kelly is as bad as Diddy or anybody else, but what I do know that there are people who are worse than R. Kelly, Diddy, and even Jay-Z. You know what I mean? I don't be the person to bring down Jay-Z. You know what I mean? When I got shot and I first started doing interviews, I clearly stated that I think the government has something to do with me getting shot rather than Jay-Z. And I made it clear that I don't want to incriminate another Black man who come from the lifestyle that I come from, because I understand everybody don't have the integrity that I have to say, well, I'm gonna turn down $1 billion because I want to keep my manhood. Like, when you come from poverty like this, like I don't excuse Jay-Z or Diddy for anything that they have done or may have done, but I understand the pressure, because that pressure has been put on me to where it's like wow, should I take the money? But then my integrity kick in, and it's like, absolutely not. That go against everything that I stand for. Jay-Z and Diddy and those other guys obviously don't have that integrity. You know what I mean?
Sorry, Sean, I pushed the button.
Yeah, so I had a question for you. Up there, 1 second. Let me just refine it.
Sorry.
I'll give you this one. Do you want to read that one, Ronnie?
Did he speak about his childhood trauma, such as talking about his affection with his mother and drinking after her to touch her lipstick? Now, look, I did see an interview he did with GQ magazine, and I was actually like, what did he just say? Because it sounded like he said he wanted to marry his mama, or he had some type of attraction with his mama. I didn't get that. But I do know that sometimes when they prepare you for these interviews, you know, they have you under certain type of influences, like with drugs and with I'm sorry about that, but with like drugs and alcohol. But I don't know. Like I wouldn't engage in a conversation like that with R. Kelly. When I saw that, I saw it after doing time with him, and I'm like wow, like even things that Jaguar Wright told me about R. Kelly, it made me look at him like, wow, because I never met nobody who said that they seen it with their own eyes until I spoke with Jaguar Wright. So she said that she was on tour with R. Kelly one time, and there were 15 and 16-year-old girls on the stage with makeup on that may have appeared to be adult women, but she said that she knew that they was underage, and R. Kelly allegedly knew that they was underage, and he said that he was touching them. I mean, Jaguar Wright said that R. Kelly was touching them on stage, like in a sexual way. So it's like, it just kind of made me look at him different. Like, if he knew that these girls were underage, because I know like sometimes you could meet a girl that's 17 or 16 and may look 20, and you feel like, okay, well, she legal. But if you know, then you a creep. You a creep. And
these
and
underage girls, these underage girls that look slightly older, Ronnie. We heard an example of it at one of the alleged white parties where there was allegations of a 14-year-old girl lying on a table covered in fruit, but she looked a lot older than that. And using girls who look a bit older to lure people who are not PDFs into a situation to blackmail them is 100% the tactic that you're seeing displayed there.
And I'm glad that you confirmed that, because that's exactly what R. Kelly
allegedly.
Allegedly, but according to R. Kelly, that's what happened to him. Like, he allegedly had situations with young women who he thought were of legal age, 18 or older, and he later found out that they were underage, and that those circumstances were used to blackmail him to do things that he wasn't like normally willing to do.
Listen, I'll be honest with you. No, listen, you and I can still be friends, and we can still do a whole bunch of stuff on him, and we can disagree on some things. So I've not seen the R. Kelly video, but I've heard it was fairly prominent. For me, I don't feel like you're defending a PDF file. I feel like you were in a very unique position with R. Kelly in the institution that you were in. And I think that for me, I'm always going to be on the side of, if you don't pee on a 13-year-old girl, there isn't going to be a video of a peeing on a 13-year-old girl to be used against you. So even though what you're saying is, these people may have been doing bad things, whether they knew it or not, the hypocrisy to you is that the people that are controlling them are doing them as well. But when these people step out of line, everything's used against them.
Yeah, and like, again, I can't condone any of that type of activity, but with my own experience, there has been times that I would just be drunk. I probably had too much to drink, and I may have done or said things that I wish I didn't do or say. Not that I have ever done, and I will confirm I have never done any of these things that that is alleged about R. Kelly or Jay-Z or Diddy.
Sure.
But for example, like with my first child's mother, we were close, we were staying together, and there would be times that I would get under the influence of alcohol, and I would probably be aggressive with her, or I'll probably say some things that really insulted her. But these are things that I have never done when I wasn't under the influence of alcohol. And I realized at that time, like, I have to stop drinking, because if I allow this liquor to make me do things that's gonna hurt somebody that I love, then I shouldn't be drinking. And in the industry, you have substances worse than alcohol. So I'm not condoning or justifying anything that people in the industry may have done, but it's like
interesting.
It's just like, wow, if alcohol could make me call my child's mother a bitch.
Okay.
Sorry for the,
No, it's okay. We actually discussed a chemical the other day, Ronnie, called scopamine, right? Which comes from a specific type of tree flower bulb in South America. And a small amount of this, Ronnie, if I was to get it into your system, you would become a mindless slave drone, where if I said, hey, Ronnie, you're going to act happy, and we're going to walk to your house, and you're going to carry everything out of your house into my van, and you're going to smile and be happy about it. You're going to do everything I say because of this dopamine plant, and it's natural. It's not a chemical. There's a documentary about it as well, if you want to see it. Now, if this was used on anyone, okay, and you wanted them to do anything to a child, okay, and film it, you could use this. Now, I'm not defending R. Kelly at all. I do not know, but what you were saying there, Ronnie, about alcohol and other substances, I just wanted to say to you that there is a substance out there called scopamine that could turn anyone into anything. It was widely used as well by a lot of the ladies of the night to trick. They would put a little bit on their top lip and stuff their nostrils with cotton wool, lean in for a kiss. The gentleman would then inhale it off their nostrils. And this is how little you need, Ronnie. And then they're emptying their bank accounts. They're just going from ATM to ATM to ATM. It's one of those things I highly suggest when you're in your room tonight. Look for the documentary Vice, the most scary drug in the world. It's called, and it will terrify you. You need to.
And here's Beverly.
And here's Beverly. Now, this is Ronnie B. This is the one and only Beverly Rhodes. Now, just to sort of gas you up and hype up Beverly, Beverly is one of the only human beings you'll ever meet in your life who has used her abilities and her gifts to help find lost children, find human beings, to locate things around the world. She's been at the leading edge of her field for over 4 decades. And she would like to have a chat with you. So, well, thank you so much, Beverly, for being here again. You know, I'm just your biggest fan in the world. And so is the side chat. So how are you? And thank you for being here.
Hi, thank you so much, Ron. And thanks also to Sean for allowing the platform to accept me on again. I just feel amazed by this lovely young gentleman that I can see in front of me. And your energy is amazing. And you've just got to realize that there's so much grace around you. And I just would like you to be kinder to yourself than what you are being at the moment. I know you have PTSD, and it's complex PTSD, actually. It's not just PTSD, it's complex. And I know you've suffered a lot. But I can tell you, as I sit here, I am a survivor of PTSD. And as much as I've survived, you are going to survive, Ronnie. You are going to be fine. And you're going to see your loved ones. And that energy that you have around you, you are going to prevail. So as much as you're looking outside of yourself and you're trying to make sense of things, the energy that is around you and that a heightened frequency, already, that God's grace is already inside you. And you are going to make a difference. Your name will go down in history.
Well said.
Yeah. And Ronnie, yeah, Beverly's an incredible lady, and we wouldn't have just brought anybody on here to throw their 2 cents at you. And I hope you know, once we connect after the show, we need to get you on WhatsApp. We can get you in some groups with some incredible people from not only our interviews, but people like Beverly and things like this, so that you have that foundation for if you need centering, if you need calm, if you need reassurance, if you just need someone, right? Let us create that little space. Oh my God, I almost knocked my drink over. Create that space for you, Ronnie.
I appreciate that. And I just want to say to you, Beverly, the words are very soothing and encouraging. Almost made me emotional again. I'm trying to hold myself together here, but I want to thank you for that. Like, this inspired me to continue, you know, on the path that I've been on. You know, there have been things that make me feel like I should deter and do something different. But every time that I hear from someone like you, it's like reassurance that I'm doing what God wants me to do. And I need that, because I don't want to stop, even though I'm experiencing all this frustration and inconvenience in my personal life. It's like I wouldn't feel comfortable with myself doing anything else. You know, like they can offer me whatever, but when I look in the mirror, I wouldn't be happy with who I am as a person unless I'm doing what I'm doing right now.
And that's very true, because I know I can see that you're a young man that needs to not only forgive himself, but also enable yourself to forgive others around you. And that's a really strong emotion. And I think that that's something that you, by the energies that are coming in and around you, and it's coming from your heart in center, and that's coming also from your throat, because your throat needs to say things in order to make peace with things. But also you need to surround yourself now with the right energy and with people that can lift you up. And I can tell you there's loads of folks out there that want to lift you up, because we're all fighting the good fight, and we're all by each other's sides. And that's why there's so many people of light now. The awakening is happening, and you're part of it. In fact, you're one of the leaders of it.
Yeah, thank you. And we're joined by Lionel as well, who's just come on. Lionel is a former prosecutor, and I do believe he's got some questions for Ronnie as well.
Just before Lionel starts, because he is he's a legend in his conversational skills. Welcome, Lionel. Can we like and subscribe and share? And I'm telling you now, when a gentleman comes on and sheds such raw emotion, okay, and puts himself out there, okay, especially when you've heard him talking about growing up, the streets, the music you listen to, the lifestyle, it's not really known for putting your heart out that he has within those realms. It shows incredible strength, and this needs his voice and story need to be heard. Please like, please subscribe, please share. Okay, it's free. Lionel, take the show, my sir.
First, I don't even know where to even begin. Ronnie, sir, my concern is with you. May I ask a question that may seem redundant? And I jumped in a little bit later, so if this has been asked before, please, I beg your forgiveness. Ronnie, are you being represented? Are you having somebody look out for you?
Good question.
I mean, I'm represented by this right here. I mean, and this is an organization that I started. Like, other than that, I mean, I can't even say God because I represent God. You know what I mean? But other than that,
I'm talking about lawyers. I'm talking about somebody, legal counsel, somebody to make sure that in the course of this, because I have absolutely no psychic ability whatsoever that I'm aware of. But I do sense, and I have been dealing with people in the criminal justice system and clients forever, that you find yourself, you're pushed into this. People ask you to speak your mind, to tell the truth. Then you realize, wait a minute, is there somebody watching out for me? Have I said the right thing? Because you don't want to say something, obviously, that could cause problems. So that was my first question. Because you really should have somebody look out for you, sir. Question number one.
Well, I have an attorney. I'm glad you mentioned that because I'm going to mention his name. John Binder is representing me as my attorney right now. But I filed to withdraw him from my case because I feel like I can represent myself better than he has been representing me. And like recently, I sent him the documentation and the proof from these people who say they with the CIA and FBI who trying to get me to go against what I stand for and try to get me to say that Jay-Z put a hit out on my head. And it's like, why haven't you filed anything with the courts to defend me against these allegations when you know if I say that Jay-Z put a hit out on my head and I was in Brooklyn, I could do time for that. So I just felt like after studying the law and knowing that a lot of these attorneys will sell you out, I just feel like I could represent myself better than an attorney like him.
Well, I have to give you, you've heard the old adage before. Anybody who represents himself has a fool for a client. And that's not meant to be disparaged, but think twice about that, especially when you're involved in cases like this. I also heard, Ron and you, Beverly, it's a pleasure meeting you. I heard something, and I heard the word Illuminati, and just ding, 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 ding. My pineal Pavlovian patellar brain reflex went off because right off the bat, that is fascinating. And let me tell you, Ronnie, what they're going to tell you is you're crazy. This guy's some crazy conspiracy theorist. He's talking about the CIA and the FBI, and he's talking about the Illuminati. This is, believe me, whenever, remember this, you only take flack when you're over the target. Whenever you say something that hits home, that's when people react. If you said something that was ridiculous and didn't matter to anybody, nobody would care. But I'm just curious, and please, sir, you do not have to say anything. I'm going to give you kind of like the reverse Miranda rights. You have the right to remain silent. But can you expound upon the Illuminati aspect of it? Because I find this most fascinating.
Well, first I want to speak on what you said with regards to people being considered crazy for speaking on such matters. You know, people like me, maybe even Kanye West, sometimes as a defense mechanism, we will do things to throw off those that we know are watching us. So we may publicly, like Kanye West, wear the most crazy outfits in public, and people look at him like, yeah, well, he crazy. But sometimes that could be a defense mechanism, because the people who watching you, you want them to think, yeah, we got him, we driving him crazy. He's no longer a factor. He's no longer influencing people. And I do the same thing. Like when I'm on social media, I never cried on social media, no matter what I go through behind the scenes. I try to make it seem like everything is okay. I'm totally happy. I'm fine. Nothing is bothering me, because I don't want the government to see that they are affecting me in such a manner that it's like he's eventually gonna break. He eventually gonna stop. You know what I mean?
Are you going to break?
I would have broke already, bro. They don't put all the pressure they could put on me. They threatened my life, threatened me with going back to jail. They threatened to harm my family, my kids. So I would have broke then. And if I haven't broke yet, I don't see what else they could do to break me. So absolutely not. I'm not. I could affirm that right now. I'm not. They gonna have to kill me. They gonna have to lock me up, but I'm not gonna break.
I also heard, folks, the word remote viewing. Did I hear that correctly? Am I?
You did, yes, correct, you did.
Now, remember,
Yes, and what I'd like to ask Beverly to remote view is the origin of these threats that came in for Ronnie, purporting to be the CIA. Are you sensing anything around these threats that have just come in telling him, don't you dare come on this show?
Lionel, if the CIA were going to threaten anyone, would they say, hey, it's the CIA? Because I feel like they probably wouldn't, right? And for me, I've had loads of death threats, and no one, when have you ever emailed somebody and then, oh, by the way, I'm going to end you. I'm just telling you by email, and then run around and do it. So that's the thing, Ronnie. I'm sorry for interrupting you, and Beverly, please continue with what's on it.
Let me speak on that. But prior to what I'm doing now, before I was indicted in 2017, there was a DEA agent by the name of Timothy P. Gray. Now, this DEA agent was directing, he was threatening me through phone calls. I didn't have any proof of text, but in one of the calls I had two phones, so I recorded him from the other phone speaking, and it was actually him, and that evidence was a part of how I was liberated from my case, and part of the reason how I didn't technically win the lawsuit in court. Is a difference between settling and winning, but I could say that I forced them to settle because I had a recorded phone call with this DEA agent threatening me. You know what I mean? So it would happen, because you got to think, you know, the CIA is probably more intact than the DEA, but they have agents out here who probably only get paid $40 an hour. You know what I mean? At the most. So people like them be so desperate to bring people like me down so much that they may not. I don't even think that I had any of the intelligence that I have. So he probably didn't think that I was gonna ever record his call or file a lawsuit against him. He probably thought I was just a young dumb black dude who didn't know nothing. So
may I ask the question also? You said you were indicted in 2017. What was that for, sir? Forgive me if this was covered.
Drug trafficking, basically.
Drug trafficking?
Yes.
And what was the disposition of that case? Was that plea? Was there a plea to that? Is that the subject of incarceration? How did that end?
Well, the main case, which was to they tried to make a conspiracy out of the case, and I beat that. but they allegedly found who was my girlfriend at the time with 90 grams of heroin. I believe that they planted that on her to get her to work against me, but I ended up pleading guilty. And even in that situation, it's like I could have beat that case too, but she signed statements saying that if I go to trial, she would get on the stand and testify against me. And this was somebody I was living with. I actually let her move in with me, and she stayed with me for about 2 years. So, of course, I got to know her mom, dad, her family, and they was looking at me like, "You're not gonna do nothing about this. You're not gonna get her out the situation. You're not gonna let these people know that those were your drugs." And they probably thinking that they were really my drugs. So it got to the point where it's like, well, if this could get her, save her from a situation, then okay, I could plead to 90 grams. And it just seemed like it may have been the best thing to do at the time, because I had already set on the case that I beat for a couple years. So that time was going to be credited.
So you get credit for right. So you get credit for time served. What was your ultimate sentence for the one for the case that you pled to?
Well, the guidelines was only 41 to 51 months. I know you say you were a prosecutor, so yeah. I'm sure you know how the federal guidelines go. I had probably one other adult felony prior to that, and then they based it off the severity of the case.
Right.
They made a point system, and that only put me at 41 to 51 months, and they gave me.
Is that just me that's frozen, or are we all?
No, that's
one for everyone else?
Actually, that's called in the business pulling a Sean Atwood. Sean years ago mastered this. Whenever Sean wants to leave or whatever, he just freezes and then gets up, leaves, comes back.
He's updated it now. Now he does what we call the Sopranos, where he just cuts to black and then blames it. Because apparently he's the only podcaster. In fact, you know what? We need to address this, Sean. You're the only man in the world who live streams and has a camera that runs off a battery. Okay. Like you get about an hour and a half into filming, screen goes black, Sopranos happens. Then all we hear is a panic Sean in the background rustling for a battery. Like, what's the deal with that? You just buy a plug.
Shane's messaging me. He's going to get Ronnie to come back.
Yeah.
While we're waiting for Ronnie to come back, Beverly, these threats that have come in for Ronnie, were you able to sense anything about the origin, motivations, or anything?
Yeah, I think the motivations, literally the energy that came from that is a scare tactic. I didn't feel that they were specific enough to warrant too much energy. So I don't think that they are as difficult or as serious as they would like to perceive to be. It's very unusual for an energy to come in and then send an email to say, this is what I'm going to do. Generally, you know, when I was many years ago, when I was working with some of the authorities, if they were going to do something, they wouldn't announce it.
Exactly.
You know?
Yeah.
Exactly. And also, people are not going to put, I'm not disputing this, but people aren't going to put their pensions and their livelihood by putting threats on the phone that are going to be recorded. May I also say something to you, which is funny, because when you talk about the book, subject of remote viewing, there's a wonderful book by Annie Jacobson about phenomena. And for the longest time, ever since Russia and the CIA, the precursors of the CIA, post-OSS, there has always been a fascination in remote viewing, psychic, spirituality. And what happens is, remember, when you're getting too close to this, what do they say? They say you're a nut. Yep. You're crazy. Now, this is the thing which is the most important. We're going to find, oh, there we go. We're going to find out one day that this has been going on and that the government has been trying to harness this, not only as a weapon, but as an observational tactic for decades. Because
they have done it, Lionel. I've worked in those departments. You know,
remote viewing, the government has been involved in this. I remember too, years ago when we heard about MK Ultra, and people said, oh, that's ridiculous, until their Freedom of Information came out, and they go, okay, we lied about that. They've lied about, put it this way, if you can think about it, they've done it, up to and including dosing people with LSD and changing people's realities accordingly.
I know. this is Beverly Rhodes, my G, right? This lady, she can listen. I can't even say the things that I want to say to back
That's
up.
apparent.
Right? I just want to say, but like you're nailing it. Listen, Lionel. Right? Listen, we need to go head to head here. Is this what's going to happen?
Ronnie's back.
Yeah, you're lucky Ronnie's back, Lionel. Saved by the Ronnie. Welcome back, Ronnie. We always panic when a guest is talking about these sort of subjects and their camera suddenly goes, but it's good to see you back. Are you still, listen, I just want to say at this stage, how are you feeling, Ronnie? Are you okay? You've shown a lot of emotion. We're talking about things that they're real, your family, everything like this. Are you okay? How are you feeling so far throughout the interview? And are you still okay to continue on this line of question? And the reason that I'm asking is just because I'm a human being.
Well, yeah, this could possibly be my last interview, and I actually feel good that I was able to let those emotions out. I think that's been built up for a while. It's just ironic that it happened to come out on a live platform, but
that's all right.
I actually feel better that I was able to let that out.
Well, like I say, also I've sent a link to Shane. After we're finished with our interview, I'm going to duck out, Sean. Shane's going to send you a link to an offline room, and I just want to make sure that we can connect you with everybody that you need to get connected with. We don't just sit here and say that we want to help. So if you've got 10 minutes of your time after we've done this interview offline for a conversation, Shane will send you the link, and I just want to make sure that we've done everything we can, even because if you're saying this could be your last time you say anything on the internet, I want to make sure you've got a network of support moving forward, mate.
Absolutely.
Okay, great. Right. So, Sean, did you have any questions relating to anything with Beverly? I don't know if you asked that question with regards to.
I think it was the opportunity for Beverly and Lionel to ask Ronnie more questions.
Absolutely. Okay, Beverly, have you got anything you'd like to throw at Ronnie, or if not, it's not a problem. Yeah,
just one unusual thing that I want to say to Ronnie though, and this is when you name all the things that you love, because your energy is very strong at the moment. I want to know whether one of the things that you name that you love, I want to make sure that as your name, that you are also included in that. Because that's very important right now, is to make sure that you are happy and content with where you're at the moment. Because that energy around you is creating waves like you have no idea what your frequencies are doing, and they are going far and wide. I know you are worried that this is the last time you'll be able to appear. I can see that it's a popping popcorn energy. And I can feel that there's that possible distress, particularly in the heart chakra and in your throat. But if you can look at what you're doing and not apologize for your truth, because I see you and I see that you are telling your truth because you believe this might be your last time. I'm going to put energy on you that it isn't your last time, because I think you're key to being able to blow this whole thing wide open.
And I just want to say, Ronnie, like I say, this isn't a stunt or a setup or anything like that. Feel free to Google who Beverly is and what she's done after the show. If you've ever seen Star Wars, she's basically a Jedi. That's the only way. That's the layman's term for all of this. She's an incredible lady, and I'll be honest with you. I imagine when you felt that rush of emotion earlier, that's what drew Beverly in. If I'm going to be honest. So when you're lying in bed later wondering, why did that happen on a live stream? Why did that happen on a live stream? Remember, sometimes things happen for reasons we can't explain that lead to greatness in this life.
Okay. I'll sleep. So, y'all, all right, let me get off this. All right, people. Help y'all Oh no, no, I got one more. No, I don't. I'm gonna take it off. Take this off now. Oh, y'all these hot flashes. Jesus Christ. Oh, no. Now, honey, baby, I got to go. Listen, make sure y'all do look for yourself and someone else. Make today a good day and tomorrow a better one. And baby, all of us, and I mean all of us, are out of here.